Chapter 56 Accidents Happen. Beatrice walked out of the diner awkwardly. She was feeling quite full and also a little drunk. She took a shaky step forward into the snow and felt her body sway. Okay, perhaps more than a little drunk. You all right? Beatrice heard Aaron say as he grabbed her arm to steady her. Yeah, Beatrice said with a slight slur. Geez, you really need to go easy on the wine when we go out, Aaron said with a smirk as he kissed her on the cheek. I'm fine, Beatrice denied as she nearly slipped on a patch of snow. Whoa. Careful. You didn't get drunk before we got together, Aaron chided as he steadied Beatrice. I dunno, I just got complacent, I guess, Beatrice said as her voice went up a pitch as she fidgeted slightly. What? Aaron asked as he looked at her. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at her, somehow he felt she was lying. As Aaron peered at her, he saw her suddenly look away as she fidgeted again. Okay, she's definitely lying. Beatie, Aaron said as he squeezed the arm he was holding a little tighter. Beatrice replied as she continued to look in a different direction. Are you hiding some, Beatie? Aaron asked wryly. What? No, Beatrice replied shakily as she twitched. Aaron smiled as he stopped walking and Beatrice paused as well. She turned and gave Aaron a questioning look and Aaron leaned forward to peck her on the cheek. Beatrice flinched as her face turned scarlet. You can tell me anything, Aaron said with a smile. Oh. Well, I liked you helping me back to my room. And the way you support me as we walk back, Beatrice said shyly. Hearing this, Aaron didn't know whether to blush or laugh, so he did both. What's so funny? Beatrice asked indignantly as her face went crimson. You are so cute, Aaron said as he pulled Beatrice into a hug. It's been a week since that fateful day when the great beast threw them both down the stairs of awkwardness and right onto the floor of mutual affection. The fall bruised both of their prides, but Aaron will admit it did save a lot of time. They never got to the mating part, but at least their relationship got going. You can lean on me as much as you want, Beatie, Aaron said, and he saw Beatrice flush as she buried her face in his chest. It was odd, at work, Beatrice was always more forceful and aggressive than him. But now Beatrice was the demure and passive one, with Aaron having to be more forward. Funny how roles change depending on the situation. Beatrice was always looking for new discoveries, especially with the great beast in verin now. When she was trying to destroy that feather, the head smith looked like he was going to burst a vessel because of her experiments. Well, it might also because of the stress that the great beast was torturing him with. The great beast had asked for sheets of mithril in varying thickness for him to run some tests. From what he has heard, the sheets were always returned torn to shreds or filled with holes. The sheets could be melted down afterwards and recasted, but it was a lot of extra work. But the Empress commanded the head smith to help the great beast on any requests, so he was bound by duty to do so. Then the great beast challenged the head smith to make a set of armor that could resist his tests. So now, because of the head smith's pride, he was subjected to self-inflicted torture of having to make better and better armor just for it to be ripped to shreds. Beatrice, of course, wanted to examine the damaged armor for her research, but this just added to the head smith's chagrin, considering his failures were now being documented. You're such a tease, Beatrice muttered into his chest. Well, you're so cute, I can't stand it sometimes, Aaron said as he tightened his hug slightly. Her body was so warm, especially on a cold day like this. Come on, let's get you back home, Aaron said as he grabbed her arm and began leading her back to the palace. As they walked through the palace and into the bestiarian quarters, Aaron saw some of the other bestiarians give the pair of them funny looks as always. Aaron was a pretty good bestiarian, but he wasn't the best. The only reason he was working with Beatrice was because he worked well with her and he didn't mind her eccentricities. Also, in actuality, though Beatrice was bad at dealing with people, she was quite sensitive to the fact that someone didn't like her. What's more, her odd meek demeanor made her often the butt of jokes despite her title as Royal Bestiarian. Although this has reduced somewhat ever since the great beast was overheard saying he enjoyed his short conversations with her. Well, Aaron supposed her blunt honesty was the great beast's style. Especially if you consider how he got their relationship going. He really seemed to dislike people beating around the bush with him. Then again, considering whatever the great beast is doing on his own should be quite time-consuming. especially if one considers how many mithril sheets and breastplates the great beast has gone through. So his time must be quite precious. The great beast was odd to say the least. If he had to describe him in one word, it would be direct. Aaron noticed he had a penchant for cutting right through problems, whether that be metaphorically or literally cutting through his problems. If Aaron was to be honest, he was glad the great beast was here, and he was glad the Empress shared such a close friendship with him. It did give some peace of mind to have such an ancient and powerful individual guarding his home. As for their close friendship, it was obvious and the whole court knew. The Empress listened to his counsel more than any other. He had even heard rumors that when the two of them spoke in private, the Empress adopted a much less formal tone. This was a big deal in the aristocracy. Aaron himself wasn't a lord, but he was in the courts long enough to know your choice of words mattered a lot. For example, a wife would call her husband dear in public due to formality, but if she continued to do that in private, that would be a sign of a stiff marriage. Which of course would lead to gossip. If the same wife suddenly shifted to pet names like honey or darling, then that would be big news. Even more so if the wife accidentally let slip the pet name in public. Heavens, the scandal from that would be enormous. Eventually the pair of them reached Beatrice's room door. It was a large 2-story suite with luxurious furniture. Beatrice had a rather high rank as the royal bestiarian, so she was granted this privilege. "You need help getting in?" Aaron asked gently. "No. I'm fine," Beatrice said as she fidgeted. "But..." Beatrice began as she bit her lip. "But..." Aaron asked. "Can I have a goodnight kiss?" Beatrice asked demurely. "All right," Aaron said with a chuckle. Beatrice gets so needy when she's drunk. Aaron leaned in for their usual pecks on the cheek, but as he did so, Beatrice suddenly turned her head and captured his lips with her own. Aaron's eyes widened as he felt her soft lips on his. Then she pulled back and looked at Aaron shyly with a crimson face. "I knew the wine would work eventually," Beatrice said with a smile. "Hang on. Were you drinking wine so that I would kiss you?" Aaron asked. "I hoped the wine would make me brave enough to kiss you." "It is called liquid courage," Beatrice said as her voice got softer with each word. "Oh," Aaron said as he felt his body heat up as he internalized what just happened. "Did you like it?" Beatrice asked. "Yeah," Aaron replied. Softly. "How much?" Beatrice asked, eyes wide in anticipation. "Enough that I want to do it again," Aaron muttered as he leaned in again. Soon their lips met and shy kissing soon gave way to more passionate kissing. Aaron's tongue found hers as she wrapped her arms around his neck and he wrapped his around her waist and back. He felt her back hit the door as their kissing intensified. Her lips were so soft. When they finally broke for air, Aaron noticed the sound of armored footsteps behind him. He turned red-faced to see a pair of royal guards walk by on patrol. One of the guards had his helmet turned towards Aaron as he walked past. "Should we go somewhere more private?" Beatrice asked. "Yeah. That sounds good," Aaron replied softly. Next thing Aaron knew, the two of them were locked at the lips in her room as he felt Beatrice cling to him like he was going to disappear. When they separated, Aaron, unable to bear it anymore, pressed his lips to the side of her neck. Beatrice mewled as he kissed her neck and he felt her hand wrap around the back of his head. After that he went back for her lips and he felt her claw at the front of his robes. Was this the night that they went all the way? Aaron, now completely caught up in the moment, reached at her collar and began undoing the knot that held the robes on her shoulder. As he did so, he sensed Beatrice undoing the sash around her waist to remove the other thing holding her robes on. So she wanted this too. Then at last he felt her robes fall to the floor and he separated. He blinked as he looked at Beatrice's scarlet face. He could feel her panting as she blinked. "I want to see you too," Beatrice muttered softly. "Sure," Aaron said as he felt Beatrice reach up to undo the knot at his collar and he began to untie the sash around his own waist. Soon the two of them were standing there in just their underwear. He looked down and saw her white brassiere and white fluffy bloomers. It looks like she didn't wear the more sensual underwear that was popular among some girls. "How do I look?" Beatrice asked shyly. "Very nice," Aaron replied softly. "Oh," Beatrice said as she stepped in a little closer and Aaron pulled her into a soft embrace. She was so soft and warm. "Can I have more kisses?" Beatrice asked as she looked up at Aaron. Aaron smiled as he leaned and captured her lips once again. Aaron held Beatrice's bare and sweaty body close as he gave her another passionate kiss. He could never really see her body shape before this because of the robes they wore. They were baggy by design, so all the bestiarians just looked like they wore ornate bags. Nothing like the alluring dresses the noble ladies wore. Aaron supposed it made this attraction more honest. He didn't care for her because of her body. He cared for her because she was Beatrice. Her hair was always a frazzled mess and she did barely anything to pretty herself up. She just did the bare minimum to make herself semi-presentable. Aaron smiled as he remembered how tonight was for the first time he saw her comb her hair. Or at least attempt to comb it. Her bushy brown hair seemed quite hard to tame. She told him in embarrassment that she couldn't figure out how to comb her hair properly, so she gave up. Well, he liked Beatrice just the way she was anyway. Beatrice was quite alluring actually under the ropes. She was on the shorter and petite side, but she had a rather nice figure. Nothing outstanding like the Empress had. The Empress had beauty unlike any other woman. With a body that looked like it was sculpted by the divine, and with her new dress she was the definition of beauty. But honestly, as Aaron gently held Beatrice in his arms, if had to choose who to share a bed with, he would choose Beatrice. Every time. She had cute perky breasts the size of oranges, a narrow waist and slightly chubby waist and thighs. However, what he loved most was the little sounds she makes when they make love. She would squirm and cover her mouth as if she was embarrassed to make any sounds. Aaron smirked as he remembered a particular moment. Beatrice was letting out muffled mewls into her hands, and he had told her it was okay to make some sounds. She had replied with a cute squeaking no, and he responded by pinching one of her nipples, which made her let out a small squeaking moan. He can still hear what she said afterwards ringing in his ears. "You're so mean. Don't bully me." "How was it?" Aaron asked. "Nice. It hurt a little first, but it was really nice later," Beatrice said as she panted slightly. "Sorry if I wasn't very good, I've never." "You know," Aaron said bashfully, "you were very good. And we could get more practice," Beatrice said shyly. "Oh. Well. That would be nice," Aaron replied as he felt his face heat up. Beatrice smiled as she snuggled close to him. As she did so, her body shifted, pushing her soft chest against his. He felt his member twitch from the sensation, and he felt the slimy coating around it as it brushed against her thigh. Then Aaron realized something as he felt his heart drop. "Oh crap," Aaron said in a whisper. "Huh?" Beatrice asked as she looked up at me. "We didn't use a potion," Aaron said softly. Beatrice immediately shot upright as her hand wandered to her nethers. Her hand re-emerged from her sheets to reveal his white seed on her fingers. "Oh no. What if I get pregnant?" Beatrice said, eyes wide in shock. I'll take responsibility if that happens," Aaron said softly as he looked at her. Beatrice began. "I'll hold you to that." Chapter 57, The Running Shooting Dog. I looked down at the cocoon as I weaved flesh and broke bone. This one had a lot of problems. Not enough mobility, that tail slows it down too much. I wanted to make this one a ranged skirmisher. Like it could run at the enemy lines and pepper them with poisonous spines. The quadruped design seemed good. This new template was designed to be a fast-moving land-based ranged unit. I made the body similar to a dog or wolf. This body structure ensured stamina and mobility while at the same time keeping the body low to the ground, making it harder to hit. I made this scorpion-like tail so that it could fire accurately in a wide range of directions. I wanted it to be able to fire on the move accurately at anything it could see. So I gave it 4 eyes, 2 on each side of its head. I also gave it sharp fangs on the off chance it needed to enter melee combat. That would be avoided if possible, but you never know. The only problem was that due to the demands on the tail, I had to make it quite large, which meant it threw off the creature's balance when it took sharp turns. I needed to find a way to make it more stable. Perhaps I could slant the limbs away from the body at an angle. Yeah, that might work, although it might reduce speed. But I'll need to test it to see how much speed exactly does it reduce. "So how is it going?" I heard Cecilia ask from behind me. I turned to see her naked on this strange couch. She called it a chaise lounge or something. It was like a half bed and half couch with a backrest for her to rest on and a long section for her to put up her feet. She was currently lying on her back with Lily lying on top of her while also on her back. Lily was naked as well naturally, and Cecilia was reading a book with one hand while groping Lily's chest with the other. I could tell Cecilia just liked the feeling of her soft melons in her hand. Not bad, I'll need to run a test naturally, I said as I looked back at the cocoon as it erupted and version 9 of the running shooting dog popped out. I'll come up with a better name later. By the way, what are you going to name that one? Cecilia asked as she gestured to the other one I had curled up next to me. I looked at it as I pondered that question. This one was a test run for the body. It didn't have that spine-firing tail, so it just looked like a dog, well, if you were very generous with the definition of dog. It was the size of a small cow and much bigger than a man. I kind of messed up and it had black spots all over its white armor plates. Well, it did make it look quite nice. Like a Dalmatian. A killer Dalmatian. I'm not kidding about that killer part. Even without the tail, this thing's teeth and jaw can rend steel. It struggles a bit against mithril that was too thick, but it should be able to snap the limbs of more thinly armored humanoids. Armor prevents penetration, not force after all. The larger prey would need other designs, but so far I would rather fight the larger ones myself. It's just too much fun to pass up, honestly. How about spots? I suggested. Wouldn't spots sound nicer? Cecilia suggested. But it has more than one spot on it. See? I replied as I gestured to its spot-covered body. I don't know, it just sounds nicer, I suppose. Cecilia said. But it doesn't make sense. Why would I name it after a singular spot when it's covered in them? I retorted. Oh friend, you're just bad at naming things. Cecilia said with a dramatic sigh. Hey, I'm not that bad. I replied in indignation. You wanted to name the adjutants the invisible melee bladers. Cecilia deadpanned. Well, I muttered in response. In truth, I knew she was right. I am bad at it. I said I would rename the project Phoenix Slaves, but now the project was over and I never did rename it. I'm keeping the name Spots. I replied stubbornly, and I heard her laugh lightly as my comment. Very well, then Spots it is. Cecilia said with a final chuckle. Although I assume you plan to bring this one back to the palace? I guess it can serve as a guard dog for me when you're away. Cecilia said. Yeah, I guess so. I replied. It might scare the other nobles though. I don't mind considering I spend so much time with you. But it might scare the children. Cecilia said as she stood up and walked over to Spots as she examined it. A wise one once said, being in the proximity of dangerous monsters builds character. I replied. Oh, who said it? Cecilia asked as she looked up curiously. Me. I replied with a smirk, and Cecilia let out a small laugh at my little joke. Well, given enough time, I have no doubt your words will become words of wisdom. Cecilia said matter-of-factly. That's great, a bunch of humans parroting my words. I replied dryly. It's not that bad, it's better than curses and insults. Cecilia said. True. I said as I watched the version 9 running shooting dog shake off its birthing sickness. The newborns take a while to get going. This one was almost done. I just did some final tweaks before I released it. What did you name this one? Cecilia asked curiously, but I felt a smile in her voice. I haven't decided on a name yet. I replied, and I sensed Cecilia's smile widened with mirth. You said this was supposed to harass the enemy, right, and support existing soldiers, right? Cecilia asked as she cupped her chin. Yeah. I replied as I waited for the name she inevitably was going to come up with. How about Harrier hounds? Cecilia suggested as she turned to look at me. Or do you have a better idea? Cecilia added with a sly smirk. Yeah. Let's go with that. I muttered in response to another light laugh from Cecilia. Glad I could be of assistance. Cecilia said, as she laid a gentle hand on the side of my massive frame. Oh haha, thanks. I replied with a smile of my own as I looked down at my favorite human. Now then, next is the test, correct? Cecilia said. Yes. I replied as I ordered the Harrier hound to run around the massive room in the vault. It looked good. but it could use some more refinements. Probably the angle of the slant on the legs could be improved. The speed went down slightly, but it was still quite fast. Faster than a horse at least. Happy? Cecilia asked. Yeah. But it could use some more fine-tuning. The turning is not as stable as I would like, I replied as I gazed at the Harrier hound making sharp turns. Alright, now then let's test its firing stability, I said as I turned to the row of cocoons with humans in them. Most of them were male with a few females. I sent out a command into the hive and one of the cocoons spat out a shivering and slime-covered man. I made the cocoons because I wanted to keep this place sanitary since Cecilia likes to sit around here. The cocoons fed the test subjects and also filtered out their refuse. I could just tie them to a wall or something and let them defecate everywhere, but it would just be insensitive to let Cecilia lay around in this room when it smelled like refuse. I even made this little air freshener creature for this room since the birthing fluid did have this odd odor. The man gasped for air as his eyes locked on to Cecilia. His eyes widened in blind hope as he scrambled to his feet only to be seized by the adjutants. My queen, please save me. The man howled as he was dragged to a particular section of the wall where I tied up the test subjects. I called it the stabbing wall. It's Empress now actually. Cecilia replied calmly as she put a hand on her bare hip and calmly observed. Don't you want to get dressed? I asked. Oh, no need, dead men tell no tales. Besides, look at his little thing, he's not in the mood for that. Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to his genitals. Empress mercy. The man sobbed as the adjutants fastened his limbs to restraints. If you wanted to avoid this fate, then you shouldn't have raped your 12-year-old daughter. Cecilia replied coldly as she gazed at him. Oh, this is the pedophile? I thought the last one was the pedophile. I asked as I turned to look at Cecilia. The last one raped a random 11-year-old girl on the street, then killed her to hide the crime. This one did it to his own daughter, but didn't kill her. The crimes are similar in a way, so I suppose it isn't that surprising you got slightly confused. Cecilia replied calmly, but she had to raise her voice slightly because of the man's incessant screaming and begging. Well, they are just living, breathing testing dummies to me anyway. Gag him, I said as one of the adjutants took one of the gags lying around on the floor and shoved it into his mouth, muffling his screams. Thank your friend, that was getting mildly irritating. Cecilia said nonchalantly as she crossed her arms as she stood next to me observing. Now then, get that armor on him, I said. I didn't need to say it, I could just give a mental command, but since Cecilia's here I might as well say it out to clue her into what's happening. I watched as the adjutants walked forward and began putting the mithril chest piece on his struggling body. It's only the front half, since I just needed to see how the spines would do from the front. Now then. Calibration test. Let's start with the standing shot, which should be the most accurate. Let's start with something less important. The balls, I said with a smirk as the man looked up at me, eyes wide in shock. The Harrier hound fired one spine and hit dead on, and the man let out a muffled scream as the spine hit right on target. Okay, heal it up, don't want it expiring early. We still have a few more tests to run. Chop chop, I said as I clapped my hands. I watched as one of the adjutants walked forward and casted a basic healing spell. It was a simple spell made to tide over an injured person by closing wounds until real healers could get to them. I put that in just in case Cecilia gets injured in an attack. Humans were so squishy and a severed artery would be very bad if Cecilia was in too much shock to cast a healing spell on herself. Now then, the frontal approach test, I said as I made the Harrier hound run backwards before it turned around and charged the man. It fired a volley of spines at the man. 2 hit his legs and 2 more embedded itself in the chest plate. However, 2 of the spines missed completely. The man let out another muffled scream as the adjutants walked forward to rip the spines out before taking the breastplate off. The spines didn't hit anything important, so he would be fine for a while, even if he was in horrible pain, but oh, the breastplate is here. I imagined the mithril breastplate in front of me as I peered at the damage. The penetration was okay. I was just looking to see if movement affected the firing strength. It looks like other than the edge alignment, the power was the same. I noticed the Harrier hound seemed to bounce more when it moved with these slanted legs. I ordered it to fire at the chest and only 2 hit the desired target. So that's pretty bad. I put the breastplate aside as I slithered over to the man as I gazed at his wounds. Both were stopped by the ribs. Looks like the edge alignment was messed up. I saw the spines hit an awkward angle, so the breastplate caused the trajectory to shift. The end result was that the spines couldn't penetrate well. This bouncing would be a problem. Well, might as well run the rest of the tests. I healed up the man as I continued to run my tests. I made the Harrier hound approach at various angles, firing sidelong while retreating, while backpedaling, while jumping, while taking sharp turns. It looked like jumping had the least problems, not surprising since the trajectory is fixed, no bouncing from the running. The sharp turns performed better as well as compared to the last iteration. It looks like consistent straight movement was where this design falls short. Yeah, I need to fix this. So what's the assessment? Cecilia asked calmly. Mediocre. I muttered in response. Too unstable, I need to make its movement more stable. It fires too inaccurately on the move. I said. It looks pretty good to me, it already fires more accurately than everything else I have seen. Mounted archers need to slow down to shoot, they can't nearly match the speed of these hounds. Not to mention these hounds are more agile. Cecilia said. Well, yeah, but I'm not constrained by such limitations. If the flesh is weak, it can be improved. Flesh and bone are to me what marble is to a sculptor. I replied. Okay, get in the vat. I said to the hound as it began obediently moving towards the pool of acid that was used to melt down my flawed creations. What about Spots? Are you going to keep him as is? Cecilia asked as she bent down and began to pet it on the head. Its appearance is quite exotic. Actually, do you think humans could use something like Spots for a mount? Cecilia asked. Huh. I paused as I ran the idea through my head. Horses were skittish and they feared death. They also offered limited offensive options. In addition, they were also much more vulnerable as compared to any of the members of my hive. I'm confident I can make something that is fiercer and more durable than your average horse. I could make the Averlanian cavalry the best on the continent. Thoughts? Cecilia asked curiously. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I like it. Chapter 58, Love and Cruelty. I landed on the balcony of my not-so-little room. I had this large door installed on the balcony. Since Cecilia is crashing in my room and snows are coming, this room would be quite cold if there was this large gaping hole there. So the two of us decided to do some renovating. I'm back, I said as I opened the door to see my now transformed room. The floor now had a nice plush carpet under a little seating area with couches. There was a bath in the far corner and a large hearth nearby to keep the room warm. I could see quite a few people here, they were the usual faces. Well, soon to be usual faces. I'm not sure how, but my room has sort of become this little gathering room now. This sort of started happening a few days ago. I saw Cecilia sitting on a nearby couch with her sister. Cecilia's sister's name was Celine and she was sitting next to her. The first time we met was at the throne room when we retook Verlin. Her sisters have been hanging around my room a lot recently just to be with Cecilia. Lily was standing behind them acting like a servant because of course they can't do kinky shit now. The youngest sister Celeste was sitting on the carpet playing with Spots. For some reason she didn't seem that afraid of him. Which is odd considering half her body could fit into Spots' mouth. I also made Spots a bit more dog-like, so that the girls can play fetch with him or something. "Oh friend, I bring good news," Cecilia said cheerily. "And that is?" I asked curiously as I closed the door and moved to sit down on my cushion. Arun accepted, they sent the raven on the last day of the deadline. Cecilia said with a small laugh. Well, at least they made the wise choice. It's annoying to rebuild a city in the dead of winter. I replied as I magiced a book into my hand. Now where was I? Ah yes, this was one of the books Beatrice wrote. A bit dry and she isn't the best novelist. I mean, it was named an academic examination on the history of the Phoenixes with a special focus on the cultural significance within the Elysian Empire. So yeah, it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. Marina, on the other hand, is a different story. Cecilia said lazily as she sipped her cup of tea. I wonder how that king of Arun made his decision. I mused as I turned away from the book. Oh, Sarna told me the funniest story about that. Word is that he was tearing his hair out for 2 weeks. Cecilia said as she burst out into a fit of laughter. His advisors were all giving him conflicting advice. It appears his eye for talent is just as good as his decisiveness. Cecilia replied with a giggle. So he has bent the knee? I asked. He has, now we just need to claim Marina. Cecilia replied. I assume that idiot has turned down your offer. I asked. Yes, he has. But hopefully we won't have to send your children storming into the city. Although it would certainly be interesting to see the capabilities of your hive in open combat. Cecilia mused as I turned to see Celeste throw a ball and Spots bounded after it. Celeste laughed a bell-like laugh as she stomped her little feet in excitement as Spots returned with the ball. You know, when I made Spots I thought he would spend most of his time at Cecilia's side keeping her company. But somehow it has turned into Celeste's puppy. It was kind of funny honestly. I once caught sight of Celeste riding on top of Spots in the castle with Celine following behind with a strained smile on her face. The other nobles were quite understandably taken aback by a toddler riding a large monster through the castle like she was riding a horse. I could still see the scene in my head of how the small toddler had her hand out pointing straight forward as if she was on the way to some great crusade or something. Well, there's time for that soon, with Tralis itching for a fight. I replied with a laugh as I mentally commanded Spots to shake Celeste's hand after I noticed she was trying to teach him to do tricks. Yes, speaking of that, Sarna has mentioned that Beatrice is doing rather poorly. It appears their food reserves were burned a few days ago by Tralis's agents. They look like they will be starving through this winter. Cecilia said. They kept all their food in one place. I asked as I ordered Spots of rollover and I watched as Celeste giggled as she jumped on Spots' exposed belly, hugging it happily, giggling all the way. I should probably program in some basic instructions for Spots so that he can do the tricks Celeste wanted. Well, most of it, Beatrice never expected to be defeated so dramatically, so they never bothered to fully plan out their food storage in the event of a siege. They placed too much confidence in the barrel line. Cecilia replied. Just like how the Elysians put too much confidence in the Elysian Gate. I said as I turned my gaze to Cecilia. Indeed, but now the Elysian Gate is just a border gate. I believe you said you have a non-conventional plan for the coming war? Cecilia asked as she turned to face me. Yes, I've read your books and I think Bandit Prince will be expecting a conventional war. He thinks we're going to line up neatly and trade blows, but that is not how beasts fight. I will teach him there is no glory in war, only slaughter. I replied as I let out a laugh. The Eternal Mother left me some memories on how a hive can fight. Hives do not fight the same way humanoids do. The soldiers of a hive do not know fear, they do not know pain. They do not need any pep talks or recompense. While men fight for gold, glory, and the other spoils of war, the soldiers of a hive fight only to obey. Hive tactics revolve around speed and ferocity. A hive washes over their foes like a ceaseless tide, caring not for their losses. For as long as they win, they profit. New soldiers can be bred in days, so as long as a hive takes ground they are immune to attrition. I can still hear the Eternal Mother's voice echoing out from the memories. She described a hive with a simple sentence, and now that I command one I know how true that is. A hive stands alone, together. In some ways, this was also reflective of my relationship with Cecilia. The pair of us stand alone against the world, but we stand together. You don't need that many allies, you just need a few good ones. They do say he is a tactical genius and a capable statesman in a tyrannical sense. However, I am sure he has only studied conventional warfare. The only nation in the surrounding regions who would be experienced in fighting your hive would be the Lizardkin, but they weren't available, so Tralis is on their own. Cecilia remarked. In a different life, in a different time he may have ruled this place. Celine mused quietly as she looked at Cecilia. I suppose that's true. Cecilia replied with a fond smile. History can turn like a coin if neither Cecilia or I were here. Your life will be very different. I doubt your late brother could have protected you too. I said as I leaned back into the cushion and looked up at the ceiling. Yes. The thought of it gives me chills. Celine replied softly as she rubbed her arms as if feeling the cold. Well, we are here, nothing is going to hurt you, Celine. Cecilia said as she put a gentle hand on her dear sister's shoulder. Thanks, big sis. Celine replied with a small smile. Although my thoughts are often with Maria. I wish she didn't have to suffer at the hands of that brute. Celine said, her voice forlorn. In contrast to her elder sibling, Celine had a rather soft and kind disposition. Cecilia mentioned her mother had doted on Celine excessively, perhaps out of guilt for what Cecilia was subjected to. "Well, we have something in the works for that, don't we, Cecilia?" I said as I gave her a wry grin. "That we do, but that little plan comes after we take Marina. I can't afford to invite aggression until the region is secure. We could still win without Marina, but it would send the wrong message to other lords and ladies. I would come across as rash and impulsive." Cecilia replied in a rather clipped tone. "I'm going to punish that fool in Marina when I get my hands on him." Cecilia seethed. "And the bandit prince?" I asked. "That's Maria's prize if she wants it. If she doesn't want it, well, I'm sure you can put him to use," Cecilia said as she turned to face me. "Oh, definitely, I'll make sure to keep him around longer than usual. I won't waste a single thing about him. Take it as a little favor to your family," I replied with a smirk. "Then I must think of a way to repay you," Cecilia replied with a fond smile of her own. I chuckled at her words as I turned to look at her. "No need, this one's on the house," Maria mewed as she felt her lover pierce her. Her legs were up in the air as they shuddered with each thrust. She could hear him moan her name, and she felt her heart flutter with each mention. After her meeting with her cousin, the Prince of Tralles was in a foul mood, and he took it out on Maria. As the carriage trundled out of Verlin, she panicked and tore off a piece of her dress before shoving it into her mouth. It was to prevent any sound to escape her lips as the prince took her in the carriage. This went on for days as he ravished her whenever he was able, all the way back to Verlin. The only solace was that the prince was in such a foul mood that he decided to leave her in Verlin rather than bring her back to Tralles. In the back of her mind, although she had suffered all the way home, she was still grateful to her cousin. At least she was free from him for a few weeks at least. Also, her cousin's affirmation meant the world to her. Her cousin hadn't forgotten about her. In truth, Maria felt so abandoned these past few months. Her own retainers have slowly abandoned her, fearful of being taken along with her to Tralles. The other nobles were also chafing under the alliance, and they had directed this displeasure onto her head. The royal harlot, they called her. She never felt this scorn more clearly when she had arrived back at Verlin. Prince Silas had merely kicked the door open and thrown Maria out of the carriage like a sack of garbage. So she landed on the hard stones, scraping her arms, naked, sweaty and covered in fluids. When she raised her head, she saw the other nobles looking on in disdain and her own attendants afraid to approach her. "I'll be back, whore," Prince Silas had spat as he slammed the door shut, and the carriage went on its way, leaving her naked and in tears on the stones. Her attendants, hearing this set of words, jumped and disappeared back into the palace, abandoning her there. The worst part about this was that she didn't even blame them. In the chauvinistic society of Tralles, maids and servants were frequently called to bedchambers by nobles and knights. So if any of her female attendants followed her to Tralles, they would no doubt suffer the same fate. At the time Maria was at her lowest, she wished the world would just end right there. Then she heard armored footfalls rush towards her. She looked up to see Sir Rowan rush over to her. She watched as he tore off his majestic red cape and draped it over her. He was a member of her royal guard, one of the handful of retainers still loyal to her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Sir Rowan asked gently. "Yes. Thank you," Maria replied tearfully. She remembers him picking her up and carrying her into the palace. She remembers how at that moment something had snapped inside of her. Her pride and dignity was already in shattered pieces, lying in the mud. So why bother acting chaste anymore? So she took Sir Rowan as her lover. She knew he cared for her beyond simple loyalty. She could tell by how he held her when he carried her into the palace, in how he spoke to her, and in how he cared for her. In truth, she knew it was desperation and grief that made her do this stupid act. If the truth of their little relationship came to light, Sir Rowan would hang. But Maria wasn't strong enough to resist the calling of her heart. She wasn't like her dear cousin, the resplendent Empress Cecilia. She didn't have the strength, wit and guile to tame the squabbling lords and ladies of Alicia. Many are whispering that they were witnessing the rebirth of the Elysian Empire with the rise of a new empress. All of that, however, seemed so far away. All she could feel now was the sensation of her lover moving inside her, and she clutched him tightly, almost as if she feared he was going to vanish into thin air. Each movement caused a shock of pleasure and her heart felt so full from affection. Maria could still remember their first night together. It was the day she had returned and she was crying in her room. She was alone, her attendants gone, and the only person that came up to check on her was Sir Rowan. She remembered pouring her heart out to him, the only person who would listen. She remembered him wiping her tears and assuring her that he would never abandon her. She remembers telling him how filthy she felt, like some discarded rag, and he assured her he didn't care about any of that. Soon she was in his embrace, then she pushed her lips against his, and finally that fateful night they made love. It was a bittersweet memory. She has never known pleasure from a man's touch, only pain. Sir Rowan taught her that a man's touch can be reassuring and a safe place. So again and again she called him up to her bedchamber. Maria moaned into his mouth as he captured her lips with his. She kissed him with an almost desperate fervor. Then she felt him tense as his body shuddered, she felt his member twitch before he filled her with his love. Then it was over. She could only do this for long. But these nights were pure rapture. She had received a letter from Prince Silas. He had said he would collect her when he had added the princesses of Beryllus to his collection. Then she could watch as he broke them in. No doubt he had dumped her out of the carriage like that and left her to rot in her own home to deepen her humiliation. So she had at most 2 seasons of this. Still, 2 seasons was better than nothing. Maria felt her eyes water at the thought and saw a sad smile on her lover's face as he bent down and gave her a soft kiss. If these 2 seasons were all the happiness she was allowed, then she would be happy with just this. But as this thought crossed her mind, she felt the tears flow from her eyes. Love was so cruel. Chapter 59, Eve of Empire. I stood facing the walls of Marina, and as I looked at those white walls, the troops stationed above, the banners flying proudly in the wind, all I could think about was how easily I could knock it all down. The walls weren't even enchanted, it was just stone. Well, I could see some faded runes on the wall, but from what I can tell the wards are almost gone. I guess Serina's intelligence was right, military budget cuts and an unwillingness to spend gold on maintaining the old wards has led to probably irreversible damage to the wards on their walls. This was honestly such a stupid decision. They couldn't exactly make new wards. The knowledge was lost, or at least confiscated. But either way they couldn't make new ones, so if the existing ones faded, then that's it, you're just left with bare stone. A few good hits from a spell will knock those walls down like a sand castle. Serina also mentioned the Elysian Gate was in a sorry state as well. If I hadn't turned up, things would be looking really bad for Alicia. Trallis would probably form a new empire and start expanding. They would then let this get to their heads, because their house didn't exist at the time of Great Fall. They wouldn't know what happens when an empire gets too aggressive. Heaven starts to take issue with stuff like that. Of course, if an empire was doing a lot of good, like protecting the people, improving their lives, and only intervening to liberate people from oppressive regimes, maybe then the Seraphim might let it slide. After all, the Devonia Empire did exist. It was an empire built on a people's revolution, and they were good rulers as far as I had heard. The rot hadn't set in yet. I couldn't say the same for the other nations, however. The older nations have gone rotten. Just take a look at Alicia. The only nation before Cecilia and I showed up that was still semi-functional was Cathay. That was only because Cathay rolled well on the dice of leadership. The former queen and now Duchess Yadaria was a very capable statesman. Or stateswoman, I guess. Anyway, she was probably the only thing staving off the rot from digging its tendrils into her nation. Honestly, if Cecilia wasn't around, she would have been the best choice for an ally. She didn't have Cecilia's mind for schemes and grand strategy, but she was very good at foreign relations and internal affairs. Cecilia had asked me for an opinion on what I thought of the other rulers, and honestly, after reading the letters and speaking with them a little, I had a bit of an opinion. Duchess Yadaria was capable and competent, definitely a candidate for Cecilia's inner circle. The King of Arun, however, well, he can just rule his territory and just die at some point. Not much to work with there. Marina was a lost cause, like a complete lost cause. My opinion coincided with her in that it would be best to defang Marina after the reunification. Take pieces of their territory to make them toothless and demote them to a lower rank. Arun would technically be in the same boat, but with their role being primarily an agricultural province, I suppose we could just let them do their own thing as long as the food continued to flow. If they pulled anything well. I mean, Celine could always use her own holding. She may be a little meek, but she had a good head on her shoulders, and a nice safe territory next to Cecilia's capital would be a good fit. Besides, she liked food and sweets, so an agriculture province was a perfect fit. You know what, I might just do it anyway. I just need an excuse, just wait for the king of Arun to screw up and boom, a new ruler. Easy. They don't seem that eager, Cecilia remarked as she gazed at the walls. Well, could you blame them? I replied as I looked at the army behind me. Honestly, I was hoping they would just surrender from the sight of the army. Yes, there was the bet, but I'm not that petty. I'm not going to damage a city and kill perfectly good workers and citizens for a bunch of roasted cows. Besides, I already won one. Beatrice is knocked up. I saw a little life in her belly last time I saw her. I'm just going to tell Cecilia about it after this Marina business is settled. It just seemed more convenient to settle the tab all at once. We are both quite busy. After all, I mean, just look at all that, I said as I cast my gaze to the massive army behind me. All my phoenixes were flapping their wings and hovering above the army, and the combined armies of Warden's Vigil, Istland, Arun, Cathay and Averlin were standing in neat formation. All that was only half the army. Yes, they were powerful and could give my hive a run for their money. That is if I decided to line up as well in neat rows and charge them. If I played to my strengths and just made them erupt from the ground under their feet, oh, that would be a very different fight. I cast my gaze to the 40,000 hive soldiers snarling and hissing at the walls. I have been refining them into a well-oiled murder machines. Their lethality and speed have been significantly increased since they were no longer restricted to the crude construction of the queens. The Praetorians were especially terrifying, with their hulking bodies, razor-sharp claws and jaws that could snap a fully armored man in half. Combining that with their ability to burst out the ground and barrel into tight formations made them devastating against humanoids. On the note of burrowing, I could have just sent all of them under the walls and just, burst out of the ground and start killing everything. But that would be counterintuitive. The strategy this time was scare tactics. That's where the star of the show came in. The walking battering ram version 0.1, still in beta. It wasn't ready, honestly. It had a lot of problems that still needed to be fixed. It wasn't durable or fast enough, still needed to work on the balancing. The only thing this 4-legged, 5-meter-tall Goliath was good at doing was being big and scary. Well, it could knock down that shitty gate over there in one charge, but against a better reinforced gate it would take a little more than one ram, and I was doubtful it could survive a concerted magic barrage. At least it was good at drawing fire. I made it as scary as possible so that the enemies would focus their fire on this armored beast. I could have made it stronger, but I just didn't have the ether to do it. Still though, I wonder if they are actually considering parley or surrender, Cecilia said as she cupped her chin. Well, we just formed up, maybe give them a while, or perhaps we could start. I suggested. Perhaps we could. This would be the first result of the bet, Cecilia replied with a smirk. Oh, I already won one, the Beatrice won, I replied coyly, and I sensed Cecilia freeze. She what? Cecilia asked in shock. What? Is it that surprising? I asked in slight confusion. I am going to have words with her, Cecilia replied, slightly annoyed. Come on, don't be a sore loser, I said with a smirk. It's not about the bet, she isn't married. With her high position, that can cause some problems, Cecilia replied with a grimace as she lowered her voice. Ah, so it's a human thing, I said as I lowered my voice too. Yes, a human thing, Cecilia replied. It was a good thing I was trying to be coy when I brought that up. I didn't think getting pregnant outside of marriage was a big deal here. Close one, I guess. Well, that is an issue for when we return. For now, perhaps we should signal that we wish to parley, Cecilia said as she channeled power into her hands. Yeah, let's speed this up. Who knows, defection might be on the table as well, I replied. My thoughts exactly, Cecilia said as she raised her hand and fired a yellow flare into the sky. Prince Edrin of Marina stood pale-faced on the wall as he observed the host arrayed against his home. The armies of men were bad enough, they outnumbered the defenders 4-1. Not only that, with wards on the walls were so weak, their fortifications would do little against their mages. They couldn't win a shootout either. The enemy had far more mages, and not only that, the Istland mages were famously good at magic artillery shootouts. So, it was only a matter of time before the walls collapsed under the weight of a concerted magical barrage. Then once the army was in, they had to contend with the wardens in close combat. Prince Edrin knew for a fact that his soldiers could not stand against the wardens. His lord father had pressed citizens into service as a militia. They were barely trained, and honestly, against the wardens they were no different from stalks of wheat. So just the humans already presented an almost unwinnable battle. And the humans were the smaller issue. Prince Edrin cast his gaze to the phoenixes and the giant creature standing at the head of the formation. He took one look at the large beast and knew it could take down his gate with one charge. Yes, the gate was mithril, but it was just mithril that was plated onto wood. The phoenixes would obliterate the wall with a single barrage, and those smaller creatures would burrow, seeing as they emerged from the ground. This meant they could just go under the walls and emerge in the middle of the city. Defense was simply untenable. If it came to violence, his house would end right here. His dear sisters, the little twins, were only 10 years old. He couldn't let them get hanged for treason. Marina used to be a naval port. It was never designed to resist a concerted land-based assault. My prince, what do we do? Prince Edrin heard the commander of the royal guard ask shakily. The lord commander of the royal guard, Sir Levin, was a loyal and chivalrous man. Sadly, he will most likely not survive the day. Prince. Yes, Prince Edrin was the crown prince. For whatever that title was worth. He had begged his father to bend the knee, begging on his knees for his father to cease this madness. This would bring ruin to their city. If the might of Alicia was truly turned on their city, the only thing left would be rubble. They would be branded secessionists, his family slaughtered for treason. His betrothed and childhood sweetheart would probably be forced to marry another, and he knew that would break her. He was only 16 years old and honestly woefully unprepared to be standing here on the wall. But his father had sent his decrees, then holed himself in his bedchamber and isolated himself in despair. His stubbornness would doom them all. Prince Edrin couldn't possibly allow his soldiers to stand alone against such a foe alone. He had a duty to his nation, but he felt so helpless. He could ask his men to surrender. His father wasn't exactly in a position to countermand his orders until it was too late. But he could countermand it at some point. He needed the soldiers to disobey his father and truly stand down. If fighting truly broke out, then the charges against his family would not be light, but there was no way to guarantee that the soldiers would disobey his father. Unless they see the power of their opponents firsthand. They need to see a sight that would utterly break their will to fight. My prince, Lord Commander Levin asked again. We need to surrender. Prince Edrin replied softly. But the king commanded us. Lord Commander Levin sputtered. I know what my father commanded. Prince Edrin said bitterly. I will not watch as our house falls and our nation burns due to stubbornness and stupidity. There are easier ways to end oneself. Prince Edrin said as he shut his eyes, his hands shaking. But my prince, if the king commands us to take up arms again. Lord Commander Levin said, guessing Edrin's meaning. Then we need to show them something that will break their will to fight. I am going to request a duel. Prince Edrin said. Softly. This was stupid, he knew. There was no guarantee this would work. But if he did nothing, they were dead for sure. A duel. With respect, my prince, you don't stand a chance. Lord Commander Levin began but paused as realization hit him. Absolutely not. You cannot, my prince, please reconsider. Lord Commander Levin pleaded. What other solution do you have? Prince Edrin asked softly. Then let me go in your stead. I swore an oath to protect the royal family. I cannot sit idly by as I watch the crown prince martyrs himself. Lord Commander Levin begged. No, it would be more impactful for the troops if I did so. If you did so, the troops may call me a coward and end up lynching me anyway. It makes sense, honestly. Lynch a royal and present his head to the enemy in exchange for their lives. Then your men would be bound by their oaths to defend me, costing them their lives. No, my life for this city, its people, my family and my beloved. All of this for my single life. An easy trade. Prince Edrin muttered. At that moment Prince Edrin saw a yellow flare fire up high into the sky. So they wish to parley. Prince Edrin muttered. My prince. Lord Commander Levin said again, his voice pleading. This is my final command, Lord Commander. When I depart this world, tell the soldiers my intentions and then surrender the city. Also, give my regards to Lady Elise." Prince Edrin said numbly as he felt the cold caress of death wrap around his heart. "I'm sorry, Elise. I'm afraid I won't be able to meet you at the altar." Prince Edrin muttered as turned around to look back at the enemy army, and he felt his eyes water. "I will complete your will, my prince, to my dying breath," Lord Commander Levin said as he bowed. "You have the wall, Lord Commander. Take care of Elise and my sisters if you survive," Prince Edrin said as he fired a yellow flare of his own into the sky. As he turned to head down the wall, he heard Lord Commander Levin's armor clink as he bowed, and he heard what were perhaps the last words he would ever hear from him. "On my honor, I shall, my prince. I shall." Chapter 60, Law of the Ring of Fire. I watched as the gate raised and I could hear an uproar coming from the wall. Then I saw 3 figures walk out from the gate. At the head of the formation was a young kid in what looked to be a set of very fancy armor. Behind him marched a pair of guards holding the banners of House Marina. Why does this give me the idea of a final march? Like the kind of walk one takes to the gallows. Is he a royal? He walks like one, I asked as I looked at Cecilia. We were standing a little ahead of the army in the contested ground. We weren't exactly in the middle, we were only at about 25% the distance. This was to make them walk to us and help set the power dynamic early in the negotiations. Humans sure had many weird things going on with them. Every little thing seems to have some weird deeper meaning. Yes, he is. And what do you mean walk like one? You mean the regal bearing? Cecilia asked curiously. Ah, you humans walk like any creature. The weak walk like prey, skittish, afraid of every shadow, head bowed and submissive. While the rich and powerful walk like predators, slow and proud. As for royals, well, they walk like they own the ground beneath their feet. It's the kind of walk one uses in their home. I replied. Well, I do technically own the ground on which I walk. Or at least I will soon own it, so why quibble with such small details? Cecilia said with a smirk as she took a proud step forward and turned to face me. I guess that's true, I replied with a chuckle. So who is that little fool? I asked as I turned to look at the approaching boy. If I am correct, he is Prince Edrin Marina, the Crown Prince of Marina. Cecilia mused as she turned to look at the incoming party. He is uneasy, like he is walking to his death. I wonder if it's just naive uncertainty. Or something else. Something much more interesting, I said with a grin as I bared my teeth. Oh, I think it's the last one. The guard compliment is too small. I smell the blackest of treasons. Cecilia replied with a small laugh. When the poor boy finally arrived in front of us, I saw him gulp as he looked up at me. His gaze shifted to Azatharin, who was standing next to me, leering down at him. Then to Legiona, who was standing to my right, giving him a fanged smile. After that to Cecilia, who was on my left, then to the Lord Warden and Istland's Lord Knight Enchanter, the best spellblade in Istland. Greetings, Empress Cecilia, I am Crown Prince Edrin. I come to you with cordial intent, Prince Edrin said with a small bow. Ah yes, I met you in Averlin. How is your lord father? Cecilia asked cordially as if there wasn't an army standing behind her. He is hiding in his room, Prince Edrin replied with a weary sigh as his posture slouched. It looked like he was being crushed by the weight on his shoulders. Ah, I see. So then why are you here? My lord, Cecilia said, using the honorific of lord and not a royal, speaking as if the battle had already been won and his house had been demoted. I wish to invoke the law of the Ring of Fire, Prince Edrin said as he called upon an old Elysian tradition. Oh, you're going to do that? I asked with a laugh. I've been reading up about old Alicia, and apparently there was this duel system. It was called the Ring of Fire. It was basically a duel to settle battles. This was a system to prevent unnecessary deaths and losses. Basically, 2 equivalent individuals can agree to duel and it can only be ended by death or concession. As for the meaning of equivalent, well, it's quite simple. A royal can only duel a royal, a lord can only duel a lord, a commander can only duel a commander, etc. etc. So who would you like to challenge? You cannot duel me or my dear friend Cecilia, as she gestured to me. I am aware, the terms are, if I win, the new empire will recognize Marina's independence. If you win, then Marina will surrender sovereignty, Prince Edrin said. You could just surrender and save yourself, you know? I deadpanned as I looked at the shaking prince. This was a farce. Any idiot with a pair of eyes could see that. What are you worried about? Cecilia said as she narrowed her eyes. Are you perhaps worried that your father will countermand your order to surrender and so you decided to sell your life to demoralize your own army? Cecilia asked. Prince Edrin was silent, but I saw the telltale sign in his vitals that Cecilia was right on the mark. You know, I could just order my 2 assassins that are standing outside your father's door to kill him. I stated calmly, and Prince Edrin looked up in shock. How do you want it done? I can cut his throat, cut off his head, bite his head off, or maybe throw him off a tall tower. Or I could cut out his tongue so he can't say anything, I suggested calmly as Prince Edrin continued to gape at me. What? Do you want an open coffin funeral? Well, I guess I could stab him in the chest and take out his heart. That way you can just cover him up, I added. So what say you, Prince Edrin, is that agreeable? Cecilia said, trying to expedite matters. Aye. But there still might be an uproar if the king dies through assassination. Prince Edrin replied shakily. Very well. How about this? We do the Ring of Fire. You will lose obviously, but we won't kill you. You just get brutalized until you concede, then you surrender. If your father decides to countermand your surrender order, then it would be a breach of the law of the Ring of Fire, a law as ancient and venerated as Alicia itself. Then my friend's assassins can do their work with your word against the act and the law clear. Well, the uproar should be minimal, no? You don't need to inform anyone of the Ring of Fire, after all the whole city is watching. As for your guards, Cecilia said as she looked up at the pair of royal guards who were listening in. As warriors, I am sure you too understand the situation, and as royal guards I am sure you understand the rigors of politics. It is honorable for your prince to use such an ancient tradition to decide the fate of your city with the goal of protecting the people. No. After all, the sovereign is the protector of the realm. Cecilia said as she implied when this is over she plans to make Prince Edrin sit on the throne of Marina. Do you truly mean what you imply? Prince Edrin asked softly. You are here because of people you wish to protect? No. Secession is a heavy crime, usually demanding the execution of the entire house. If I recall, you have a pair of twin sisters, and of course there is your mother as well as your dearly beloved Lady Elise. Of course, most of all the people will suffer. If a hive of beasts storms into a city filled with a citizen militia, the damage will be catastrophic. The adventurers might step in too, and by the end of all that, Marina may end up as a blasted ruin. With phoenixes raining death from the sky and monsters bursting out of the ground, think of the damages. Think of all the deaths that would cause. Cecilia said calmly. Yes, that future cannot come to pass. Marina did not stand for so long to be destroyed today. Prince Edrin said with a nod. Besides, a boy of 16 who is willing to sell his life for his realm and his loved ones is one who has the making of a worthy ruler, no? Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to the royal guards, who paused for a moment before nodding slightly. Unfortunately, the mantle of youngest ruler is a boy of 14, so you won't be given that title. Cecilia said with a chuckle. It is slightly disappointing. Prince Edrin joked lightly. Very well then. Who shall we choose to be our champion? Cecilia asked as she turned to look at me. Well, preferably someone who can make it quite dramatic without actually killing him. So I guess Azathorin is off the table, I said as I looked at the white phoenix. I am not confident I won't accidentally kill him. Humans are far too fragile. Azathorin replied calmly. The Lord Warden and Lord Enchanter would be rather boring, just a far superior man beating their prince half to death. Cecilia said calmly. That leaves Legina. Yeah, that sounds like the best choice. Now that I think about it, I can make this more fun, I said with a grin. Oh. Then do enjoy yourself then, Cecilia said with a smile of her own. As I watched Legina and the prince face each other, I decided to try out my little trick out in the field. I sent a command out into the hive mind to Legina, assuming direct control. I felt a portion of my mind break off and take over Legina's mind. It was still a weird trick. I wasn't exactly inside her body. I could still control my original body, so it was like inhabiting 2 bodies at once. This took quite a bit of practice for me to get used to. I was practicing it with Legina on and off for a while. This was quite a complicated adaptation to build, and so thus far I have only put it into Legiona and Naphis. I don't plan to use it much since honestly it gives me a little bit of a headache afterwards. Kind of like my brain is overheated. I put this in just in case I needed to handle anything important like a conversation without having to play telephone with Legiona. The range on this is pretty good, although the further the range the more taxing for me. So it's an emergency only thing. The Eternal Mother could apparently do this as well, but since the existing queens were, as she nicely put it, put together by brutes who prefer to club through all their problems, this meant the trait wasn't able to be put into the queens by her captors. For something like this I think a little subtlety would be good. Legiona has never fought before, I'm honestly afraid she'll accidentally break his neck or something. This prince is silver rank. Maybe bronze rank? Legiona would need at least a mithril team to stand a chance of surviving an encounter with her. She is after all the first amongst my children. A commander must be competent and also powerful. Though her design focuses on command and control, she's no pushover in a fight. A Zathran will easily destroy her, but in the world of monsters, human adventurer ranks mean very little. I looked through her senses and I saw the prince standing shakily. He held a shield in one hand and one-handed sword in the other. His stance was stiff, like all he had ever fought was sparring partners and training dummies. I suspect his experience is severely lacking behind his power. Not coming? I asked through Legiona's voice, and he flinched slightly. I saw his gaze harden as he raised his shield and approached. His stance was good, the shield covered most of his body and his sword was resting on his shoulder, conserving his stamina while allowing him to bring the sword down in a swing easily. The shield was also held at an angle to allow the shield to easily parry blows. Don't know what he's thinking. This stance is for sword fighting, or at least that's what I read in the books. The adventurers I fought never used a stance like this, they used a lower stance that allowed them to move more rapidly. You can't parry a breath of fire after all. The weapon when hunting monsters was mostly for offense, defense relied on evasion, tower shields and spells. You can't parry shit when you fight monsters, or perhaps he was using this stance because Legiona is roughly human-shaped. I calmly watched as he approached, then he lunged forward, sword raised in a downward slash. I calmly channeled my spell Shockwave and fired it out at him. The spell released a wave of kinetic force and it blew him back, sending him rolling into the grass, tumbling head over heels. I saw the sword fly free of his grip as he flew back. Rookie error there. Unarmed human, dead human. Adventurers rarely get disarmed. I can send them flying into a tree with enough force to break bones, and even then some manage to hold onto their weapons. I split the tentacles on the back of her head and I used them to walk over to the prince. I could sense the panic from those on the wall as the prince looked up at Legiona in shock. He scrambled to his feet and ran for his sword. To his credit, he was still fighting to the best of his meager ability. Good, at least this little piece of theater would be convincing. Right before he reached his sword, I swung one of Legiona's tentacles and hit him right in the chest. I felt the metal bend as he was thrown back away from the sword. Kinesis, I said mentally, and I lifted him off the ground before slamming him back into the ground like a rag doll. Then I lifted him up and tossed him next to his sword. I watched as Prince Edrin gasped for breath as he clutched his chest and gasped for breath. That little combo must have knocked the wind out of him. Let's speed things up a little. I shot out one of Legiona's tentacles and stabbed the sharp bone blade at its tip an inch from the prince's head. He yelped as he rolled away and grabbed his sword. He took a swing at the tentacle, but I easily withdrew it. I used the 4 tentacles to launch myself towards him. I saw him panic as he turned and ran. I landed heavily right where he was standing and I brought a pair of tentacles down in a hard bash. He raised his shield to catch the blow and I felt the shield splinter and dent. I saw his arm break from the blow as he fell back screaming in pain. Kinesis, I intoned mentally as I lifted him up and tossed him around like a rag doll, occasionally slamming his body into the ground. At last I slammed him down one final time. I leisurely walked over to him and saw him groaning in pain on the floor. Get up, Prince of Marina, I said as I stopped in front of him. I saw him look up wearily, his shield arm hanging limply at his side. His helmet was off now, it had fallen off when I was tossing him around. He struggled to his feet and I blasted him back with a shockwave as he landed badly on one leg. I saw his foot bend just a little too far. He groaned as he lay there in pain. Is that it? I asked as I reached down and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and lifted him off the ground. Legionnaire was just over 2 meters tall, which meant it was high enough that he was dangling off the ground. He just hung there limply, probably in more pain than he had ever experienced in his life. I could tell he was barely conscious. I could see his arm was broken, his right foot dislocated, and he had a few broken ribs. "Hello," I said as I shook him slightly, jolting him back to reality. His eyes were lidded, his vision was probably flashing white from the pain. "Elise," he muttered through his bloody lips, probably delirious from pain. As if on cue, I heard the gate open. At first I thought they were going to surrender, but instead I saw this blonde girl come running out the gate. I saw a pair of maids follow after her frantically and grab her, trying to drag her back into the city. I saw her channel magic and blew them back with a weak wave of force. The maid staggered back and the girl took off running towards me again. When she got closer, I saw her raise a hand and ether flowed into her hand. It wasn't much ether, honestly. I could probably take it with Legionnaire's body, but since I'm borrowing this body, I guess I should be a little more considerate. "Magic missile," the girl cried, and this weak blue bolt flew at me. I raised my hand and calmly conjured a barrier blocking the weak strike. "Release him," I heard the girl scream in desperation. "As you wish," I said as I caught on to who this girl was. This was probably his girlfriend or something. So I tossed Prince Edrin towards her and he landed hard onto the grass. I saw him cough out a mouthful of blood as he let out a groan. The girl knelt down, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cradled Prince Edrin. Her tears dripped down her face as they fell on his face. "Elise," Prince Edrin said weakly as he opened his eyes weakly to look up at his weeping lover. "Do you yield, Prince of Marina?" I asked as I brandished my tentacles, their sharp points pointed right at the pair. "Yes, I yield. The city is yours," Prince Edrin said weakly. "Excellent," I said as I relinquished control and flew over with my original body. I landed in front of him and I saw the girl's face pale as she got a good look at me. Legionnaire was a little intimidating to look at, but I was a completely different matter. "Magic missile," Elise shrieked in panic, and I just stood there as the spell bounced off my face, not even leaving a scratch. "Astral rejuvenation," I said mentally, and the prince was bathed in a sparkling blue light. I watched as his body healed and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He gasped as he looked at me, his pallor improving as the pain faded. "Now then," I said with a smile, as I leaned down until my face was right in front of the pair of trembling teenagers. "Get back in there and open that gate before I kick it down and kill you all." Chapter 61, Alicia United. I watched as the gate opened and the banner on the walls fell. "Looks like this is it. All of Alicia is now ours. Now we just walk in and kill the king, then Cecilia can go and set up the new empire." I commanded my hive to burrow and move under the city just in case. You never know if something will go wrong, and in case something does go wrong, I'll need all hands on deck to make sure nothing happens to Cecilia. You can't be too careful after all. "So you getting in that fancy carriage?" I asked as I turned to look at Cecilia. "Yes, of course. The arrival of an empress needs a little fanfare after all. But to be honest, I would rather you just pick me up and fly me to the castle. It would save us quite some time," Cecilia remarked as she turned and began heading for the carriage. "So many things to do, so little time," I replied with a laugh as I followed after her. The army parted neatly, forming a corridor as we moved to the rear of the formation. Yes, when I was imprisoned I felt the days were too long, but now I feel there aren't enough hours in a day. Cecilia mused. "Well then, let's go claim the last piece of Alicia," I said with a smirk. "Yes, let us go. This is the birth of our new empire," Cecilia said. As we entered the city, I saw Prince Edrin standing at the side of the gate, looking very tired but a little relieved at the same time. He was still wearing his battered armor, dented in many places thanks to my not-so-gentle thrashing. I did break limbs and ribs after all. There might be a little trauma from that. Oh well, I'm sure a tumble between the sheets with his girlfriend will sort him right out. Humans like that stuff. Well, yes, I could go into his head and unentangle some of the mess, but most people's heads are filled with weird fantasies that I rather not see. Hold, Cecilia said calmly from her open-top carriage in the formation ground to a halt. "Come aboard, Lord Edrin, you're dearly beloved as well," Cecilia said calmly as she looked down onto the pair from atop the carriage. I saw the pair hesitate as they looked at each other uneasily. Well, this must be a change of pace for them. After all, Prince Edrin was now a lord. I am sure this is a change of pace, but you should get used to it. This is after all a command from your Empress. Cecilia said with a small smile. Lord Edrin hesitated a moment longer before bowing and moving to board the carriage. Thank you, Empress, for your grace, Lord Edrin said with a small bow as he took a seat. I watched as the pair sat down and his girlfriend held tightly onto his arm. Both their faces were pale, not surprising, considering they were now sitting opposite the most powerful woman in the region. Also, I happened to be next to the carriage looming over them with a fanged smile. Now then, I am perfectly fine with you continuing to rule Marina under my new empire. However, with the initial resistance of House Marina, I feel some punishment is in order. If for nothing else, to be fair to the other lords and ladies who bent the knee. Cecilia said calmly. Lord Edrin flinched at those words. Well, honestly, what was he expecting? We were ready to execute his whole family. Besides, knowing Cecilia, she'll probably take some territory and demote their house. Honestly, a pretty light punishment for high treason. I am sure you are familiar with this map, Cecilia said as she reached into a compartment in the carriage and retrieved a map of the old borders. You see, Lord Edrin, punishment for treason is usually very severe. It usually involves heads being removed from bodies in a rather dramatic fashion, Cecilia said calmly, and I watched as the two of them flinched slightly. However, if I am to be frank, your heads don't interest me. If anything, your corpses are more valuable to me because they can at least serve as a source of sustenance for my friend's children, Cecilia said as she gestured to me. But despite all of that, I need someone to rule Marina in my stead. For a sudden takeover would incite unrest, and I believe we both do not want that, Cecilia said, and Lord Edrin nodded quietly. So here comes the predicament. I cannot give you the title of Duke as I have given to the Duchess Yadharia. Nor can I give you the title of Margrave as I have to Margrave Leon. Margrave Leon hesitated when I proposed reunification, thus he is a Margrave. Your house openly resisted reunification, which means I must put you even lower on the hierarchy. I am willing to make you a count, but counts do not hold as much territory as you do now, Cecilia said as she took out another map. This is the new borders under the new arrangement, Cecilia said as she handed the map to Lord Edrin. I could see the poor boy's hand shake as he saw the new border. Cecilia was taking quite a lot. With this, House Marina would be relegated to territory that only included villages. Cecilia would be taking a port town and border fortress town. To be fair, that border fortress town of Eliaton used to belong to a verin. Marina had just gone from being one of the major players in the region to a minor house. This will ruin us, I heard the girl mutter softly. Ruin you? Hardly, you will just not be able to live as lavishly as before. I am not foolish enough to waste time and give you an offer that will drive you to ruin. A house collapsing is a messy affair. If I wanted to do that, I would just feed you all to my friend here to save time, Cecilia said as she gestured to me, and I let out a small rumbling chuckle at those words, causing the pair of them to twitch in fear. Eliaton was never yours to take. Averlin's decline was because of your father's ambition. My dear cousin now lays with the bandit prince because of it. I am just doing what you did all those years ago. In fact, houses have been slaughtered for less in ancient Alicia. I am being exceedingly generous, Cecilia said calmly as her tone turned cold at the mention of Maria's predicament. I could tell Cecilia was honestly very pissed off about this. That bandit prince is not going to have a good time when Cecilia gets her hands on him. He will have an even worse time if she hands him over to me. In truth, she partly blames Maria's fate on House Marina. That war long ago crippled Averlin to the point that they had no choice but to sell Maria to Trallis. When the choice is death and starvation or selling one of your princesses, well, that's no choice at all. Honestly, I think this whole thing also shows a little of Cecilia's petty side. She knows Averlin's fate was partly due to that war with Marina. So perhaps in her mind this was a form of poetic justice against House Marina. I guess it's a how the tables have turned moment. Well, as petty as it might seem, this is honestly the best solution to this whole situation. Everyone wins actually, even Marina, because the alternative is they all get their heads chopped off. If anything, this was merciful. Cecilia couldn't just let them go. After all, an empress without teeth won't be an empress for long. You need the stick as much as you need the carrot. Yes, technically I could kill any lords or ladies that get any funny ideas. But honestly, that's just a waste of perfectly good resources. As I looked down at the pair of pale-faced teenagers, I decided to give Cecilia a little hand. I've been around a while, this is as good a deal as you could expect. I've seen rulers who would chop your head off and make your girlfriend watch. Then they will take your girlfriend as a concubine or wife. They might even rape her in front of your decapitated head. It varies from tyrant to tyrant. Believe me, it could be a lot worse. Do you really think something like treason would be punished with a slap on the wrist? Yes, you are paying a pound of flesh, but at least you keep your head. I said in a tone like I was explaining something obvious to a young child. Lord Edrin went silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Excellent, welcome to the Empire, Count Edrin, Cecilia said with a wide smile. With that, we were left with one loose end. Judging by what I can see ahead, the loose end is already making a lot of noise. Well, if we can talk that idiot down, then great. If we can't, well, I just plan to torch him honestly. Or maybe I could just have a Zathrin squish him or something. When we eventually arrived at the palace steps, I saw the king screaming at his royal guards, and a small contingent stood exposed on the steps facing us. He was raving about how he was going to defend his city to his last breath, or something like that. I was going to have him assassinated, but as I thought about it a little more, maybe letting him make a fool of himself would be more effective. Much like Cecilia's brother, he could end up delegitimizing himself as a leader and make our lives so much easier. When our convoy arrived, I heard the king scream out, his voice half demented. "Kill her!" the king screamed, almost frothing at the mouth. "Stand down," Count Edrin said as he rose from his seat and exited the carriage, running towards the line of royal guards. "Treason!" the king howled. "Sheathe your swords!" I heard another voice shout, and I turned to see a royal guard in particularly ornate armor rush forward to stand beside Count Edrin. He must be their commander. "The Ring of Fire has concluded. The law is clear. Stand down," the royal guard commander roared at his men. "The Ring of Fire is over. Marina now yields to the new empire," Count Edrin said. "Never. My bones will be dust before I yield," the king roared in response as he waved his sword. "That can be arranged," I said with a laugh as I flapped my wings and landed right in front of the guard contingent. The line of royal guards took a shaky step back as I loomed over them. I sent out a mental command, and my phoenixes flew overhead and took position above me, surrounding the small guard contingent. Their flaming bodies glowing and their gazes cold, clearly willing to incinerate the lot of them at my command. "Look around you, father. It's over," Count Edrin said as he looked up at the ring of flaming phoenixes surrounding the king and his guards. "Ring of Fire indeed. You think I will bow to that whore?" the king shouted in defiance, and I felt a twinge of anger at that comment. I let out a rumbling snarl, and I sensed everyone except Cecilia flinch slightly. Everyone, friend and foe alike. It's not that surprising. It was bestial sound, it sounded ancient, primordial even. I'm rarely angry, and no one knows this better than my hive. I faced life with a mild amusement most of the time. I could feel the phoenixes' mood sour as they sensed my displeasure, and their bodies showed it as their flames roared up, bathing those below in their heat. I believe the king of a realm is also the protector of the realm, Cecilia said calmly as she rose from her seat to face the king, a bored expression on her face. "How can you claim yourself to be a protector when you invite death and ruin on your own people, on your own loyal guards?" Cecilia asked, her tone dripping with disdain. If there is one thing Cecilia hated, it is incompetence. She already shared with me her intent to do some restructuring in the new empire. Blood will matter less than merit in the new regime. "You are an oath-breaker, Your Grace," Cecilia said as she implied that he was a king now, and a king is all he will ever be. He will not even survive to see his demotion. "Stand down, men." "To me," the royal guard commander commanded, and I watched as the royal guards all lowered their heads for a moment, before moving down the stairs to stand with their commander. Well, a rather expected outcome. There's just too many pushes for them to follow this path of action. I would say there are limits to human stupidity, but then again. "Treason! Treason! Oath-breakers!" the king screamed at the top of his lungs. There was that idiot over there, standing alone. Up there, looking a little too fat for his armor. Fucking idiot. "I will kill the whore myself then," the king roared. "Okay, that's it. A Zathrin. Yes, my king. Kill him." I watched as Azathrun flew forward with a single beat of her wings. She did a little twirl mid-air and landed hard, right on top of the king. She stood there at the top of stairs, her massive frame visible for all to see, her beautiful white wings half extended. I watched as the king let out a gurgling gag as he vomited onto the white marble floor. Well, there goes the lower half of his spine, his guts are ruptured, he has one less kidney and his hip bones are powdered now. I heard that Elise girl shriek as she watched, eyes open in horror. Azathrun. Yes, my king. Extra crispy please. Azathrun poured ether into her talons and they began to glow with heat. The king let out one last blood-curdling scream before he turned into a torch trapped in armor as his body ignited. The flaming torch of a king then became a pile of molten slag as his armor melted. Then the pile of molten slag became a pile of molten slag sitting in a pool of lava as the marble floor melted. The area was so silent one could hear a pin drop. The only sound was that Elise girl's quick gasps of air as she trembled. I jerked my head off the side and Azathrun bowed before taking off again. Cecilia casted her magic and propelled herself out of the carriage and right next to the spot where the glowing puddle was. I did the same and soon we were both standing at the top of the stairs looking down at the new citizens of the Empire. Let me be clear. Cecilia said, her voice was calm but hard. We are entering a new age. Alicia has been withered for too long, Valeria will soon march against us. I will defend our home from all threats, both internal and external. Alicia is our home. Cecilia said as she gestured to me. So we will burn away every weed in our garden. We will do this to all the parasites. Until our garden blooms once more. Chapter 62, What Lies Beneath. Sarna was known as the best spymaster in the region. Her infamy even stretches far into the Zariman desert. Once she was proud of this recognition, it did feel good after all when one is so good at their job that they are feared. Still, things were very stressful. Her instructions from the syndicate were simple. The new empire must be formed and she was to do everything in her power to aid that rise. So that was exactly what she has been doing. Lucky for her, the Empress has been extremely generous with funding. Her information network has never been stronger thanks to the vast amount of resources now available to her. Her funding has actually tripled. She suspects a lot of this money was what used to be spent on keeping the Empress locked up in the cradle. That truly was a heavy money sink, wasn't it? Many of Tralis's agents in Everlin are now double agents, with them being truly loyal to her. The thing about spies is that suitable individuals are hard to find. The nobles and knights, although loyal thanks to their silly oaths, lacked the subtlety for the task. Thus most of the time it was some minor noble that was trained to be a spy that coordinated an offshore spy branch. As for the people actually doing the spying, most nations preferred to use disgraced adventurer rogues who were kicked out of their adventurer guilds for some kind of offense. Sarna used those as well, but they were too few in number and too high profile for her liking. Strength sometimes can look like a signal fire. So Sarna, who grew up on the streets, came up with an idea. An innovation, if you will. In the past, spies were dedicated professionals, but now with many techniques lost or confiscated, professional spies were almost impossible to train. Or at least spies of the caliber during the time of the old empires. Sarna was sure that if the so-called professional spies attempted to infiltrate the old empires, they would get caught in an afternoon. Thus came her innovation. She used maids, whores, beggar children, bards, tavern keepers, cooks, cleaners and many others born of the dirt. Like herself. When one uses individuals such as this, then the spymaster's coordination becomes of utmost importance. For people like this are easily swayed with a bag of gold or a few threats. Thus double agents and betrayal are commonplace. Especially for those that try to imitate her. Many foreign spymasters try to emulate her but with middling success. Most spymasters are nobles. She is the only low-born spymaster that she knows of in the region. Sarna was the lowest of the low, a whore born from a whore. She came from nothing and she has grown up amongst those that came for nothing. This is the key difference between her and the other spymasters. They didn't know how to handle those at the bottom of society. Which was good news for her, it made their spies really easy to turn to her side. The aristocracy thinks their names are what gives them power, they think their house compels loyalty. That may be true for knights and others of high station, but not for those who were born from the dirt. Luckily for her, the borders to Valeria are closed so no one can move beyond the Elysian Gate. The great beast is doing a good job of ensuring no one sneaks across the border. As far as she can tell, this net is airtight. Her Majesty even banned letters from crossing the border. Ravens get shot down on a daily basis and their senders quickly apprehended. Sarina then heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Sarina said, and she looked up from her documents to see Empress Cecilia. "My Empress. Please come in," Sarina said as she rose to her feet. "Have a seat. I wish to speak to you," Cecilia instructed calmly as she commanded Sarina to sit down in her own office before walking over to the chair in front of Sarina's desk. "I would like to congratulate you, Your Grace, on the reunification of Alicia," Sarina said as she took a seat. "Yes, it was easier than expected," Cecilia said with a small smile. "With the great beast on your side, it does simplify a great many things," Sarina said calmly. "I do agree, so today I wanted to ask you about the progress of our previous discussion," Cecilia said. "Yes, I have been working tirelessly on that task and it is going well," Sarina replied. The seal of House Tarlos, I wonder what their letters are doing on your table," Cecilia said as she spotted the sealed scroll. "Well, Tralis has been preparing for the invasion for a long time. My information says Tralis has dug their claws in Marina. No doubt taking advantage of the previous tenuous relationship," Sarina said calmly. "So does Count Edrin know?" Cecilia asked. "The Count of Marina is none the wiser. Marina had a rather incompetent spymaster. It was trivially easy for me to dig my claws in as well. As you know, House Tarlos is a minor house in Marina, an ambitious house. They were promised a great many things by Tralis," Sarina said as she tore open the scroll and gave it a look before handing it to Cecilia. Cecilia looked down to see a report on her friend, his hive and his phoenixes. When she looked up, she saw Sarina take out a piece of identical parchment as well as a House Tarlos seal. You would be surprised how lightly guarded the seals of the minor houses are. When you are weak, you don't think anyone would be interested in forging your house seal," Sarina said with a chuckle. "So I trust no compromising details have left the border?" Cecilia asked. "No, Tralis's more professional spies have either been turned or killed. My contacts in Tralis tell me this was an expected outcome by their spymaster, considering I have quite the reputation. But since I turned some and killed some, he naturally felt the surviving ones were reliable. He of course has no idea that his remaining spies have been turned. He also has some lower-class agents in imitation of my techniques. I believe he had a dozen whores in Peeler's pit," Sarina said as she raised her gaze slightly as she searched her memory. "And those whores are now yours?" Cecilia said. "Yes, they are. Well, all except one. One of them was held in line by Tralis because they kidnapped her infant son. Maternal love is hard to break, and I know of no method to do so reliably, so I had one of my agents patronize her as a client and I told him to be rough." "Very rough," Sarina said calmly. "Ah, so how does that work?" Cecilia asked. "Well, Your Grace, I am sure you are not familiar with whore houses," Sarina said. "I am not," Cecilia admitted with a nod. "So, whores sometimes die in their jobs. Sometimes a client gets carried away, perhaps he had too much to drink, perhaps he was just angry. I trust you know that some men like to choke their partners. Well, I sent an agent with particularly strong arms," Sarina said. "Oh, I see, then the child?" Cecilia asked curiously. Oh, irrelevant, his captors probably dumped him in a gutter to die. He served no purpose with his mother dead," Sarina replied calmly. "I see," Cecilia said impassively. "Do you ever use such methods? Is there a team of baby nappers in Tralis?" Cecilia asked curiously. "No, of course not. Like I said, the other spymasters do a poor job of imitating my methods. Kidnapping a child leaves the mother distraught, panicked, and emotionally unstable. If a spy is emotionally unstable, they become unpredictable, impulsive, and unreliable. I do not use unreliable spies," Sarina replied. That is good to know," Cecilia said with a nod. "Are there any traitor houses in Averlin?" Cecilia asked curiously. "No, I have made sure of that. After all, I had jurisdiction here much longer than in the other nations. The only spies that enter Averlin are the ones I allow in, and the only letters that leave are the ones that cross my desk," Sarina said as she gestured to the stack of papers on her table. "Then how many traitor houses are there scattered in my empire?" Cecilia asked. Not enough to matter. Duchess Yadharia recently purged one she knew about for quite a while. She is shrewd, it was a contingency plan no doubt. Perhaps she was thinking of playing both sides, but the moment she realized the true measure of the great beast's power she swiftly purged the house, no doubt knowing I would be watching. Sarana said with a grin. Well, she does have a pair of pretty twin daughters. I can understand a mother wishing to protect her children. Cecilia said. It is heartening to witness your mercy, your grace. Sarana said with a bow. Enough, anything else? Any other trader houses? Cecilia asked as she waved away the flattery. There is one in Arun and two in Marina. All are quite toothless. House Tarlos is perhaps the most problematic one, but in truth it is mostly irritating and not really cause for concern. Sarana said. Good to know. What does the bandit king and his lecherous son know from the reports? Cecilia asked. He thinks Mistress Legiona is the great beast. Since she is quite proficient in magic, I spun the narrative that was what brought you together. Two mages getting along, not that hard to believe. Then I fed the narrative that you were just a good speaker and everyone is afraid of Tralis, which is why they united. I'm sure that fed their egos a little bit. Sarana said with a small laugh. The culture within Tralis is mostly patriarchal, women are viewed as lesser to men. So I took advantage of that, I fed them the lie that you charmed and seduced your way to power. They also think women are unworthy warriors and prefer to be mages because it's softer, as they put it. Combine that with the Volarian perception that Elysians are more effeminate. It was an easy sell. Sarana said. They underestimate us implicitly. Cecilia said. Exactly, so Elysians banding together out of fear was easy for them to believe. People believe what they want to believe. Sarana replied with a smile and a nod. I suppose they do, but are you certain that your information is correct? Cecilia asked. Oh, I make sure, I monitor both ends of the message, and I have spies spying on my other spies to prevent betrayal. If one of them gets turned, I have my ways of resolving that. Though it rarely happens, my reputation has become a deterrent of its own. Sarana said with a confident nod. That is good to know, I hope you can continue to maintain this information net. Cecilia said. I want Tralis blind when they cross the border. I want them to think they know what's here. I want them to be unprepared for what is to come. Cecilia said. That I am confident of achieving, your grace. My moniker of the spider is not given lightly. I've lost count of the number of times I was given an offer by another Elysian state. Sarana remarked. Oh. Then what made you stay? Cecilia asked. At first it was because your father matched their bid, but later, well, it was because of you. Do you think your father would let me just walk out when I know about your little secret? Yes, I could have snuck away, but honestly, without me your father had no chance of keeping the secret. Then I would spend the rest of my life running from angel wings. Sarana said. I suppose that is true. You are a pragmatic one, Lady Sarana, so what will make you stay now? Is the secret still all that binds you? Cecilia asked as she raised an eyebrow. The secret and the danger it brings is a significant part of the consideration. But there are others as well. Sarana said as her mind flashed to Nemesis's white mask and the tortured angel she kept hanging on her office wall to torment at her leisure. Like? Cecilia asked. Well, I like to be on the winning side. The winning side usually lives. For someone like me, usually if my side loses I end up dead. Sarana replied. You give yourself too little credit. Many nations would love to have you. Cecilia said, but Sarana could sense the slight sarcasm in her voice. Tell me, Empress, wouldn't you ask me to do unspeakable things to avert the fall? Sarana asked. Of course, and the mob has to lynch someone, no? Cecilia asked with a smirk. You are very different from the other rulers, your grace. Most rulers would expect words declaring undying loyalty. Sarana said. And yet you didn't give me any. You knew I wouldn't be bothered by it. Cecilia replied. Any queen that must say I am the queen is no true queen. If that is true, then how much more so for an empress? Also, I would rather not insult your intelligence, if the great beast in all his ancient wisdom treats you as an equal. Such petty boot-licking won't do anything. Sarana said calmly. Well, seeing as we are both held hostage by fate, then we should endeavor to survive what is to come, no? Cecilia asked. Naturally, your grace, after all we both didn't end up here by chance. Any fool with a bit of luck can be born into power, But to earn it for yourself, that is a different matter entirely. But I suppose for your case, to earn it back. Marina said. I had some help. Cecilia replied with a fond smile as she thought to her dearest friend. Even the legendary Blade had his team, Mahila the Swift, the Crow Father, the Ender Knight and many others. He has been dead for who knows how long, and yet his legend lives on. Mothers still whisper his great sagas to their children before they tuck them in for bed. Marina said. Well then, shall we look forward to our own legend? Cecilia replied with a smile. Of course, Empress. Into legend. Chapter 63, Elysian you were, Overlanian you are. I was sitting in my room on my favorite cushion as I read this little novel Beatrice recommended to me. It was an interesting one, detailing one of the Blade's past sagas. Apparently he had this odd rivalry with this young kraken, and they later became good friends. A strange pair to be sure, a pig and a squid, or were krakens closer to octopuses? I don't know anyway. It was an interesting read, although I am wondering if even half of this is true. These events apparently took place so long ago, barely any records exist. Most of what the people now know are passed down oral traditions from songs, stories and poems. Not exactly a very reliable historical source if I do say so myself. Well, on the topic of history, this was supposed to be a momentous day. I was currently waiting for Cecilia, who was preparing something to show me before the ceremony. Today was the day that the empire officially was formed and recognized as a proper entity, and the final conversion of the other city-states into provinces within the empire. I wonder what she's going to show me. Well, I didn't have to wait long. Barely an hour later, I heard a commotion outside the door. I was about to tell them to come in, but I remembered Cecilia eats, sleeps and fucks in here, so she'll just let herself in. Sure enough, the door opened and Cecilia walked in with a bunch of servants carrying two rolled-up bunch of fabrics. They looked like flags. They placed the banners on a nearby table before bowing and exiting the room. What's that? I asked curiously as I sat up. The old and the new. Cecilia replied with a smirk. The old and the new? I asked as I moved over to the table and Cecilia unfurled the large banner. Huh? This is the old banner of Alicia, I said as I looked at her. Yes, exactly, the banner of House Alicia, the house that once all feared. Long ago, above in the Elysian skies flew the red phoenix. Cecilia said as she ran her hand over the banner. So this is the old, do you have a new banner in mind? I asked as I turned to look at the other rolled-up banner. Oh yes, red was once splendor, but now it is a pale shadow of what we can be, Cecilia said with a smirk as she gestured to the other banner. I looked down and saw the banner. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. A Zathrin would be flattered, I said with a laugh. Well, culturally someone like her is quite significant. In a different time she might actually be worshipped as a god, Cecilia mused. So from red to white, quite an upgrade, I said with a chuckle. Yes, my house colors are now black, red and white. I think the white suits you as well, considering your hive is mostly white as well, Cecilia said. Still, what's with the fangs? Is that a reference to me? I asked curiously. Yes, for the Overlanian Empire now, in contrast to ancient Alicia, now not only has flames but we now have tooth and nail, Cecilia said with a grin. I should make my own banner. It might make a good decoration, I mused. Certainly, we could come up with a design together and then I will have it made. We can hang them side by side, a clear message for all, Cecilia said. Perhaps, I said as my mind wandered to the cult thing I was working on. It was far from complete. I needed more test subjects to perfect the indoctrination process. I needed my followers to still come across as intelligent and sentient individuals, but also needed for them to be fully shackled to the hive mind. The way I could do this was in a similar vein to a Zathrin, whereby the hive mind is simply a comforting and useful thing. So much so that the individual buried within would be loath to leave it. However, a Zathrin was significantly more innately powerful and she was much higher on the ladder. Thus a free hand was more easily given. If every schmuck in the pyramid starts getting its own ideas, it would be a problem. A fine balance needed to be struck for sure. So when's the ceremony? I asked curiously. In an hour, but first I would like to talk, Cecilia said as she turned to look at the other servants who bowed and exited the room, closing the door behind them. Talk? What about? I asked. After today, we begin to run the risk of drawing the attention of heaven. After we break trellis, the chances of drawing attention grows higher. With each step we take to more and more power, the eyes of Seraphim will grow more and more wary towards us. Cecilia said as her mood sombered. We had a plan, right? Make ourselves look good. Even the Seraphim need to put up a show. They can't exactly kill us all for doing what from their mouths is the so-called good thing. If they start acting like hypocrites, there will be consequences. I heard the Archangel of Mercy Uriel keeps the more zealous angels in line. It's apparently her job to ensure that Terra remains peaceful and to maintain the faith. I replied. Well, things sometimes go wrong. You never know with these types of things. Cecilia said with an uncharacteristic show of uncertainty. Well, I suppose she is on the younger side. She's only 18 years old and fresh into adulthood. Yes, she's smart, but she doesn't exactly have decades of experience to back up her confidence. Honestly, she was playing a game far beyond her years. To be fair, technically I'm even younger, but with Eternal Mother's memories, I feel so goddamned old. My past life's memories feel like a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things. Sometimes I almost forget I used to be human. All the memories of everything else were melding together in my mind. I wonder if I one day just bury what I used to be under all the lives and experiences I have devoured. We just prepare as best we can, and it will have to be enough. I replied calmly as I looked down at her. After all, what else can we do? I said with a smile. You are more optimistic than I thought. Cecilia replied with a smirk. And you are more skittish than I thought. I wouldn't peg you for someone who would get cold feet at the final hour. I said with a small laugh. Well, it's not every day a girl gets an empire. Cecilia replied with a small smile. I smiled at those words. This perhaps was the best example of how far our friendship has progressed. In front of everyone else, she was the proud, powerful and ruthless queen turned empress. But in front of me she can afford to be vulnerable, to show the side of an 18-year-old girl playing the game of great men and women. I suppose that's true, but don't worry, I've had my hive dig an escape tunnel to Zarama just in case. If the worst comes to pass, we have a way out. I said. And if you fall when the worst comes to pass? Cecilia asked. I told Legiona that she could have the hive if that day comes. I told her to make sure you, Lily and your family remain safe. I said. I see, but let's hope that day never comes to pass, shall we? Cecilia said with a deep intake of breath. Hey, chin up, what happened to the cool and cold empress? I said as I gently poked her with my finger, causing her to stumble back slightly, and a small laugh escaped from her lips. Yes, I shall. Thank you, friend. Cecilia said gratefully. Anytime. I replied with a smile of my own. Now come on, you have an empire to form. I said with a smirk as I looked at the door. Yes, we do. Cecilia said as she laid a gentle hand on my finger. Meet you at the square. I'll head over when it's time to show up. I replied. I exited the room and took off into the sky before heading straight up into the clouds. Once I cleared the cloud layer, I saw my phoenixes there waiting for me. Greetings, my king. Azathrin said respectfully. Now we wait for our grand entrance. I said. Yes, the humans like their showmanship, a waste of time in my opinion. Azathrin replied. Humor them, Azathrin, they have their uses. After all, a little theater keeps things interesting. I said with a chuckle. The humans love these grand displays. As Cecilia said quite nicely, the common man and woman crave distractions. If they are denied these distractions, they will create their own, and their distractions usually end with people being torn to pieces, highborn or otherwise. That was why festivals, grand weddings, jousting tournaments and many other events were so popular and necessary. Also, this was a big change. The people need to think they are witnessing a new era. We need to be beloved by the people. If the people speak to angels and say good things about us, then heaven would be less likely to burn us all to ash. In fact, public opinion was already turning. Construction projects had already begun all across Verlin. Dirt roads were being converted to cobblestone thanks to the ceaseless labor of my hive. The cobblestones and stone bricks have already filled storehouses to the ceiling, and the people rejoice at the new convenience. It is my plan that even the roads of villages will be paved. I plan to pave the roads from Elysian Gate to Istland. Should be an easy task. I think I could get it done within the next year, after I'm done sacking Trallis. Someone had to pay the workmen who would cut the stones. But then again, to be loved alone is also not enough. The people must also look to us with reverence, awe and fear. There is this riddle floating in the Eternal Mother's memory that I find quite fitting of this topic. 100 statesmen are in a room. All of them are either honest or liars. You walk in knowing two things. At least one of them is honest. If you take any two politicians, at least one of them is a liar. From this information, can you know how many are liars and how many are honest? So what is the answer? Well, it's simple. There is only one honest statesman. That man will be loved by the people because of his integrity and honor. But he will also be the most beloved corpse in the nation soon when a long knife is stuck into his back. Then there will only be 99 statesmen. That is the duality of rule, one must be both loved and feared. A ruler with no teeth will not be ruler for long, but a tyrant will lose his head eventually. I then heard Legionus send me a message, looks like it's time to make my grand entrance. Form up. I said, and I sensed the phoenixes all line up behind me. In formation we dived down into the clouds and headed straight for the square below. I did a slow circuit around the square and I looked down to see the gathered representatives of the nations and a crowd of the common folk behind them. I saw the eyes of the common folk looking at my flight of phoenixes in wonder. To their eyes it must be quite the sight. They have only seen the phoenixes or me fly overhead for a short period of time, considering our speed. We tended to just zip overhead, so they caught at most glimpses. So having all the phoenixes fly in a neat formation as they circled the square was probably quite the sight. Finally I flapped my wings and landed next to Cecilia. Azathrun landed next to me while the other phoenixes landed on the flanks and bowed their heads. The phoenixes brought their wings to their chest as they bowed their majestic heads, for all intents and purposes looking like loyal vassals bowing to a king. Lord and ladies, good people of Averlin, Cecilia declared. Her voice magically amplified, easily carried across the square. At those words the knights of the provinces all snapped to attention in one fluid motion, eliciting a clear, crisp metallic sound from their armor. Then I heard Cecilia begin her speech. Today is a great day, today we shed the shackles of the old and embrace the new. We cast aside the disunity that has once burdened us and we come together once more as one people. I am sure all of you know the tales of old Alicia. We once wore the color red with pride. For even the high elves never learned how to tame the phoenix. Now we move past the red, into the age of white. Cecilia declared as she waved her hand and revealed the banner of the new Averlanian Empire. My house takes the old words as our own, for like our ancestors we too will rise from the ashes. Our people will be born again amongst ash and flame, as for our enemies they will also know only ash and flame. When the Volarians enter our lands they will see this banner flying high and proud. They will not face an Alicia racked with disunity and chaos. They will fight one army, one people, bound by a single purpose. Expelling them from our home. The bandit king wants to steal your gold, burn your homes. He wants to rape your women, enslave your children. Will you let that happen? Cecilia asked as she spread her arms towards the crowd. Never. The knights replied as one, and the common folk cheered in response. So far so good. Then when we have defended our homeland, we will not sit idly by while they prepare themselves for another war. No. We will bring the war to them. We will liberate the oppressed nations of Averlin and Beatrice. We will carve a path to Tralis and drag the bandit king and his prince in chains back to this great city. Cecilia declared, and the people cheered again. I have to give it to Cecilia, she was a good orator. Her speech was pretty textbook: give the people an enemy, promise them a better future, promise them glory and give them a cause to rally behind. Pretty standard as rousing speeches go. Today I declare the unification of Alicia and the formation of the Averlanian Empire. Lord and ladies of Alicia, do you pledge allegiance to the new empire? Cecilia asked as she gestured to the gathered rulers of the new provinces. We do, Empress Cecilia. The lords and ladies all said as one. They knelt. And you honorable wardens of the West? Cecilia asked as she gestured to the gathered wardens. In response they drew their swords and knelt. They placed their swords at their feet and the Lord Warden raised his head to look at Cecilia. We the wardens of Warden's Vigil, pledge our allegiance to the Averlanian Empire. Empress Cecilia, the wardens of Warden's Vigil, swear loyalty to you. We pledge to always keep your counsel and devote our lives for both you and the Empire. We are the stalwart shield that guards Alicia. This is our sacred trust and duty. This we will do, from this day until our last day. The Lord Warden said, his tone like iron. This we swear. The wardens echoed as one and I saw Cecilia smile at those words. And I swear to protect this realm and defend its good people. I swear to never ask of you any service that would bring you dishonor. Most of all I swear to recapture the glory of old Alicia. The sun shall rise on us once again," Cecilia declared, and again the people cheered. I could tell the whole mob mentality thing was getting to the common folk. Humans are so gullible. "And you good knights, will you lend me your strength? Will you rise to defend our home? Will you help bring us into a new golden age?" Cecilia asked as she gestured to gathered knights. "We pledge allegiance to the Averlanian Empire and yourself, Empress Cecilia," the knights said as one as they all knelt and placed their swords on the floor. "And you good people of Averlan? Will you lend me your strength so the flame of Alicia can burn bright once more?" Cecilia asked. "Long live Empress Cecilia!" The people echoed out in a cheer. Cecilia smiled as she gestured to me before speaking once again to those gathered. "Thank you all for your trust. But I must say one last thing. This day would not be possible without my dear friend. He freed me from my father's unjust imprisonment, and in doing so he freed you from the corrupt rule of my father and brother. All of you owe the coming golden age to him. Without him Valeria would have found Alicia broken, fractured and discordant. He would find lambs arrayed against him. But now thanks to my dear friend, thanks to the great beast of the Elysian woods, the Valerians will not face lambs. They will face the phoenix that has risen from the ashes," Cecilia declared to another round of cheers from the people. With each round of cheers the voices grew louder as their voices rolled over the square like a wave. "Now my dearest and closest friend, would you like to say any words?" Cecilia asked as she faced me. I moved forward and the square turned silent. I looked at the crowd and I did not see fear, I saw anticipation as if I was about to speak some ancient words of wisdom. I have lived a long time, I have seen empires fall as they fragmented. I have seen the flames of war roar up, burning everything its path until one stood above all and a new empire rose again. Your empress has spared you that trial by fire, I have spared you that trial. For it is wasteful and the peak of stupidity. I have seen races and nations come and go. In my experience you more short-lived races scurry about seeking something you cannot even fathom. You seek a truth that does not even exist. You look to the skies searching for the answer, for meaning in your fleeting lives. If you would heed this old one's words, if you wish to gaze upon the meaning of your lives you need only look to your left and right. I said calmly, playing the ancient beast role best I could, milking it for all it's worth. Your empress is my good friend. Throughout my life I have found the most comfort in those I would call a friend. I said, technically not a lie. Meaning is found in those you care for, that is the truth. So I will ask you this, will you defend that which matters to you most? I asked calmly. The square was silent but I saw the crowd nod. It's a different reaction, but then again, I'm a little different anyway. Besides I saw awe, not contempt in their eyes. Good thing Cecilia buttered them up with all that phoenix talk. So with your fleeting lives in mind I will say this, it doesn't matter what name you call yourselves. For the heart of your people lives in the people. My children are nomads, we find comfort in each other and that is enough for us. In my experience humans who think that as well also are the happiest. I said as I paused and gazed upon the crowd. With that I said the final words of my little speech. Alicia is the past. Grasp the future. Stasis is death. All life is change. Elysian you were, Averlanian you are. Chapter 64, Old Friends, Old Rules. Mahila smiled as she looked at the firstborn above on those white steps. So this is why her dear auntie is so excited. Heimdall and Persephone are burning everything in the north and the bodies continue to pile up. No doubt by winter's end the north will be a ruin filled with frozen corpses. Whoever is left will probably be scrabbling to survive in the wilderness, the cities will be war zones. The syndicate, although appearing like some underground thieves guild, was actually an army. Any member of the syndicate could easily take on a hero-rank adventurer team, but then again, hero-ranked teams would have been jokes in the old world. People used to eat wyverns after all, their livers were delicacies. Yes, those were expensive, but still nowadays, even kings wouldn't get to eat wyvern liver. This world is withered, as much as she hated to admit it. The syndicate was the closest thing to original humanoids that walked this world before heaven stuck their noses where it didn't belong. The syndicate only used heirs of the firstborn as soldiers and elite operatives, which means the members of the syndicate, or the core members at least, did not age. Mahila, being an heir of the firstborn herself, could stave off the ravages of time by draining the essence of others. She had a little snack on the way here to Averlin, some trellis soldiers that were trying to have their way with some poor farmer girl. Well, they're desiccated husks buried in the woods now. Heirs could devour essence, but they couldn't get the abilities of those they devoured like the firstborn. Instead, each target devoured increases the heir's power. Of course, the stronger the prey, the stronger the gain. This was why Heaven was so afraid of the Syndicate. Every loss is a boost to the Syndicate. With people like her anti-nemesis roaming around that could take on even the archangels, coming to Terra was a dangerous proposition. Mahila looked up as the speech ended and the firstborn along with his flock of phoenixes took flight. She watched as they flew off into the distance and she felt a strange worry in her stomach. This world was stunted and weak by design. Many think it's because Heaven wants to keep the denizens of Terra weak. That is true to an extent, but honestly the only real threat here was the Syndicate. Heirs could be trained with techniques that the Syndicate held, and honestly it wasn't practical to smite all the powerful monsters out of the world. The Shadowlands of Umbra, for example, was a place even the Seraphim feared to tread. With its choking black smoke, pyroclastic land and beasts that have been rather untouched by outside influence. The land was also so hostile only the most dangerous of beasts could survive there. It was uninhabitable to pretty much all the humanoids except perhaps the demons. There is a rumor that the Syndicate uses Umbra as a hunting and training ground. So the real reason this world is stunted is that Heaven has a tally on the firstborn. What bothers them the most is that some eggs were unaccounted for. Well, the firstborn had their cults and many tried to protect those eggs. Heaven did manage to find a few and destroy them before they hatched. But judging by what she sees here, they missed one. Time to pay anti-Nemesis a visit. Nemesis sat calmly at her desk as she read the reports from the north. Casualties were light and deaths even lower. The angels were losing a lot more, not surprising considering their goal was to defend and expel the Syndicate. Hard to do when her army was in every city and hiding amongst the population. The Syndicate's goal, on the other hand, was to simply kill as many of them as possible and cause as much chaos as possible. Heimdall was having a blast from she could tell, carving those winged fucks to pieces and putting the bodies on spikes for the angels to see. Apparently the first scattered refugees have reached the Devonia Empire. It won't be long before news of the war will reach this place soon. Then Nemesis heard a loud thud outside her door and then another. Bodies hitting the floor. There are only a handful of people that can break in here and not cause an alarm. So which of the old crew has visited her today? Nemesis didn't move as she watched the door open and her eyes narrowed when she got a look at the bright pink scales. She saw someone she once doted on like a daughter, but this girl was also someone who turned away from the cause. She didn't like the way Nemesis did things, said her master would never approve of her methods. Mahila. Nemesis said coldly. Hey Auntie Nem, how's things? Mahila said cheekily. You still haven't learned any manners, have you, brat? Nemesis said with a sigh. I assume you are here because you saw the firstborn? Nemesis asked. Naturally. So it finally happened. How did you know it would be here? Mahila asked as she took a seat. A prophecy. Nemesis replied calmly. A prophecy saying what? Mahila asked. You would know if you weren't gallivanting all across the world instead of helping to save it. Nemesis replied coldly. I told you my reasons, Master would never have approved of your methods. Gramps obviously didn't agree as well, seeing as he left. Then what about little Mike? Is he still here? Or has he packed up and left too? Mahila asked as she narrowed her eyes. You all are cowards, you didn't have the stomach to do what needed to be done. Nemesis retorted, her tone like ice. So little Mike left as well. Mahila said with a scoff. Master would be ashamed of you. Mahila said as she shot Nemesis a glare. The blade is dead, it is up to us to correct the crimes of the Seraphim. Nemesis retorted calmly. You know, I never pegged you for being ungrateful. Arrogant, cruel, vengeful, but not ungrateful. Have you forgotten what my master has done for you? You have fallen further than I thought. Mahila said with contempt. Careful, girl. I may have fallen far, but as long as my enemies fall with me, then I'm happy with that. Nemesis growled. Is that what you tell yourself at night? Does it help you sleep? Mahila asked as she raised an eyebrow. No. But this does. Nemesis said as she grabbed the chain next to her. When she pulls that chain, it will tighten the chain on the angel tied to the wall behind her, and the hooks will dig painfully into her body, tearing into the flesh. Nemesis saw a flash of silver and she felt the chain drop from being severed. She narrowed her eyes as she saw Mahila glaring at her. She was still sitting down, but she had one of her swords out. My master taught me that if you must kill, make it clean, make it quick. There is no point in prolonged suffering. Take your vengeance and be done with it. Mahila said calmly as she tapped her sword on the desk. If you want her dead, just kill her and be done with it. Mahila said. After all these years you're still the little apprentice. Didn't my old friend tell you to never walk in anyone's shadow? Nemesis said as she released the chain and it fell to the floor. She heard a muffled groan of relief followed by whimpering from the angel above her. Then she heard sniffling as the angel began to cry and Nemesis felt a twinge of annoyance at the sound. Nemesis raised a hand and black meat hook strung with a chain appeared. She waved her hand and gave the angel a hard slash across the belly. The cut wasn't deep enough to kill, but it was more than enough to hurt. Silence, that is a reminder. I hear anything else and I will remind you again. Nemesis said coldly. A shuddering groan was all she got in response. Nemesis felt her face twist in anger under her mask and she prepared to strike the angel again, but she saw another flash of silver and she sensed her chain was cut again. Mahila narrowed her eyes as she looked at Nemesis. To think she once respected the woman in front of her. To think she could still remember her warm embrace, how low has she fallen? But then again Mahila recognized this is what happens when eons of hatred builds up. Heaven's crimes could fill libraries and of course some would be pushed a step too far. For the two of them, their kin, their races were gone. Murdered by Seraphim, Mahila was lucky her race still had progeny and a legacy in the Lizardkin. Nemesis's race was gone, slaughtered for defying the will of the Divine Council. But then again, extinction was the natural order of the world. Races come and go like the ebbing of the tide. The sun that rises on a race will one day set too. The Divine Council just accelerated the process. Her master's race was extinct long before Mahila met him for the first time. He had been alone for so long, perhaps that was why he doted on her so much. Similar story for Gramps, who was her master's closest friend. Both of them, the last of their kind, found some comfort in caring for some children, and the one they cared for the most was herself. Mahila knows she is their legacy and she intends to use her life to make sure their legacy is worth something. Her master once told her that if you let anger and grief cloud your mind, it will make you rash and weak. So that is one thing Mahila will never allow to happen to herself. Does tormenting her bring you any closer to your goal? Master always said you lacked focus. Mahila said calmly. Fee, then what about you? Does gallivanting across the world bring you any closer to your goal? Nemesis asked. At those words Mahila laughed. There was a reason why Nemesis was remembered as a hero but Mahila became a deity. They were both sixth-generation humanoids and yet Mahila is a god and Nemesis is mortal in the eyes of the common folks. Your scouts and agents could never track me. My master taught you a lot of things, but he taught me more. He taught me everything he knew of, that I am sure, and I had Gramps teaching me too. And I learned, and one of their lessons was patience. You think I walked this neutered and withered world aimlessly? Good things come to those that wait. The Seraphim neutered this world because they wanted to deny any emerging firstborn fuel. They told the denizens of this world that it was to maintain the peace, but no, it was a scorched earth strategy. They hoped to buy time and slow the firstborn down, and in doing so buy enough time to find the firstborn before it became a tyrannus. Because if that happens, their precious order is doomed. The firstborn will roll over the forces of heaven like a tide. After all, Terra is neutered by their own hand, so this world is of no use, and the demons. Well, the day the demons help the angels is the day the demons start preaching charity. Mahila said as she scoffed. I have been preparing for the return of the firstborn too, you know. Mahila said as she took out a thick roll of parchment from her magical storage. And that is? Nemesis asked, her demeanor mellowing. Nemesis may be a vengeful woman, but she was smart enough to smell an opportunity. The Syndicate could never dig their claws in as deeply into the old empires. The only reason you have so much control now is because everyone else got weaker thanks to heaven's great cleansing. So none of you know where the vaults are? Mahila said with a smirk. And you do? Nemesis said as she leaned back into her chair. Our goals align for now. I want heaven laid low, and the old empires knew the great cleansing was coming. As you know, the vaults were made in preparation for the return of the firstborn. Heaven did betray us after all. We were offered an equal seat at the table for that stupid war. To thank us for taking the bulk of the losses, heaven sealed the demons away and neutered us. Naturally, some people would be a little unhappy with that. Mahila said. And you have the locations of the vaults in Alicia? I heard rumors you were here in the region for a few hundred years. My agents were trying to find you, but they only caught 2 glimpses of you. Nemesis said. Right. Tell Nox I'm sorry for that black eye. It's been a few centuries, but I guess better late than never. Mahila replied. So you have the locations? Nemesis asked. Alicia, Volaria and Zarima. I'm only missing the Elysian and Volarian master keys. Mahila said. You have a Zariman one? Nemesis asked in surprise. I am God there, remember? Also, that is the land of my birth. I know the lay of the land better. Mahila said. So what will you do now? Nemesis asked. I will offer my services to the firstborn. I am sure he will appreciate my little gift. Mahila replied. Still, that is surprising. Didn't your master chafe under the firstborn? Why support one now? Do you truly only care about heaven falling? I thought you would be concerned about what comes after. Nemesis asked. It would be as you say long ago. We thought by removing the firstborn we bought ourselves freedom. But we only traded masters. There must always be someone or something at the top. At least the firstborn let the strong rule. The seraphim prefers everyone to remain weak and chained, like sheep in a pen. The seraphim has forgotten that chaos is the natural order of things. Life is change, stasis is death. It's time we remind them of that. Mahila replied. Is that so? Nemesis asked. Why are you even complaining? Doesn't this fit your designs? Mahila asked. Oh, I'm not complaining, but watch yourself, kid. You aren't the only one who wants something from him. Nemesis replied. At those words, Mahila smiled as she remembered another old saying she was taught. She raised her gaze and gazed at Nemesis, mirth in her eyes. She really did still treat her like a kid. Some things never change. Everyone wants something. Chapter 65, Gifts and Debts. So how are the preparations coming along? Cecilia asked, and I looked up at her from my book. We were in our room. I was reading while Cecilia was naked and sweaty from a little romp with Lily. Honestly, I have no idea what's so fun about it. Wouldn't it get boring after a point? I swear if Cecilia was straight and Lily was a guy, Lily's prick would have fallen off by now. They do that shit like twice a day at least. At least it's good exercise, I guess. I mean, Cecilia always ends up drenched in sweat and Lily is just a panting mess on the bed. If I'm being honest, I have no idea how this lesbian stuff works. I mean, it's just the two of them and they use this toy that can be stuck into both of them at the same time. Like, what is the point of this? I mean, isn't the real thing not that much different? If at the end of the day you want to stick something into you, does it really matter who is doing it? It's not even about reproduction at this point because there is no way what those two are doing can produce a baby. Well, whatever, a question for the philosophers, I guess. Struggling a little, honestly, not in the sense that I can't get it right. The sneaky adjutants are easy to make. The only problem is that I don't have enough power for it. I'm hunting wyverns now to get more fuel, but now I only have enough for 6 of them. I want at least 12 to keep Legiona's safe. Also, Legiona's upgrades have also cost quite a bit, plus the battering ram thing is also quite expensive. I replied with a small sigh. So you have a shortage of ether to create what is needed. Cecilia said as she wiped her nethers with a cloth before taking a seat on the couch and cupped her chin. You could go to the swamp to hunt, but that is. Cecilia began. On the border, which of course means it's more exposed. I finished. Yes, that is a problem. Perhaps you could try the waters near Alicia? There are sea serpents and naga prowling the waters. You would have to avoid shipping routes naturally, but it should be doable. Cecilia suggested. I would have to put in aquatic adaptations, but I would have to seize them myself first. So the real question is whether it would be worth it to dedicate the resources to the conversion of my soldiers so that I can cover enough ground. I replied. Yes, and we are short on time. God damn it, Maria. Cecilia said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. From what Serana's spies have reported, Cecilia's little caged cousin has become smitten with a rather dashing knight of her royal guard. Apparently they share a bed quite often nowadays. Only problem is that a verin is crawling with Trallis soldiers. It seems so far Trallis is none the wiser because thankfully Maria has the brains to do some precautions to prevent discovery. However, it was only a matter of time honestly. So to put it quite simply, our schedule has been moved up. The original plan was to rescue the princesses of Beatrice and Maria to really piss that idiot off. Yes, we were basically stealing his shit from right under him and leaving a fuck you note behind. Cecilia even had a pair of portraits of her commissioned with her flashing smug smile. She planned to leave those behind after we get the girls out. The original plan was for this to be done in spring when the Trallis army was knocking on the Beatrice palace door. We were supposed to grab Maria and then the princesses of Beatrice. Maria will escape using tunnels and the Beatrice princesses will sneak away using flight or tunnels depending on the situation. I even had some flying cargo creatures made to transport them just in case. But now with Maria taking dick from someone else, who knows what he is going to do when he finds out? I mean, yes, technically the prince couldn't exactly ride all the way to a verin and beat the shit out of her when he is prepping for the coming campaign. But he could just, send a letter and order his soldiers to do his work for him. I mean, I've seen portraits of Maria. She is quite pretty, in fact she looks a bit like Celine but just more good looking. Yeah, I bet the soldiers posted there would be more than happy to hold her down and do whatever they want to her. Probably make that night watch too as they had their fun before making her watch as they cut his head off. I would bet my right arm on it. I mused. Not much of a bet considering your arm can just grow back. Cecilia said as she raised an eyebrow. A better bet would be your head. Cecilia added with a sigh as she swept her sweaty and matted hair out of her face. Hey, I'm not gonna risk my head for something like this. I replied in a light-hearted tone, hoping to make her feel a little better. At those words I saw Cecilia smile slightly before it returned to the usual grimace when her cousin was brought up in conversation. The worst part about this is that even if you do bet your head, you aren't really risking anything. Cecilia muttered wearily. True. Well, at least we have a plan in the works for it. The improvements for Legina are done. She should be able to command the verin op and I'll handle the Beatrice one. Serana's agents are in place and on standby whenever the orders come down. Legina has increased combat capability, intelligence, and with the sneaky adjutants they can kill the entire garrison in a verin easily if given enough time. The only real issue there is the verin adventurers. This is also a test for a vanguard brood that can act almost completely independently deep in enemy territory, I said. I got this idea from Trallis, funnily enough, for all the crap everyone gives that Trallis prince, he was very good at military affairs. He pioneered this commando unit that could act with only basic orders to accomplish their objectives. That was how he took down the barrel wall, a bunch of skilled commandos breaking in, killing the commander and raising the gate. It was a rare thing indeed in this world. Most of the powerful people are not the brightest, there were only so many hours in a day after all. Every hour you spend swinging a sword is an hour not spent reading. The truly talented individuals who can do both usually end up as commanders. So the prince had to hand-pick soldiers that would be able to be trained to be pretty good in both aspects. Still, he paid them really well, so I guess that's why so many recruits were clamoring to join, even if most of them got turned away. Apparently his little commando training camp has been at it for 2 years in preparation for this little war. So for all his faults he could at least plan long-term, his only problems were his lust and temper. Thus we steal his women and shit on his table to really piss him off. Every man has a weakness. So we just need to find more ether for you. I can't afford to give you any more ether crystals. The finances of preparing for the war are hefty and I can't compromise the entire war effort to save Maria. Cecilia said softly. Then we better win. From what you told me, if we don't win, the realm will be in financial ruin. We need to seize the Trallis treasury. I replied. Indeed we do, but such is the nature of war. Gold wins wars as much as soldiers do. Cecilia muttered. I might be able to help with that. I heard a voice say from the balcony. I instantly sat up and brandished my blades. I saw this human girl with brown hair smiling at me. I felt my blood run cold at the sight. She was by far the most powerful person I had ever seen. Every alarm bell in my head started to go off. If everyone else were worms, this woman was a dragon. I couldn't beat this. Who are you? Cecilia asked as she sprang to her feet, her hands glowing, completely not caring about her state of dress or lack thereof. I'm here to talk. Your friend here knows he can't win, don't you? The woman asked with a smirk, and I sensed Cecilia turned to glance at me. Delusion magic. Cecilia said softly after a pause. Very good, only the firstborn can truly see through all deceptions, while they themselves are unreadable. The woman said with a chuckle as she casually leaned against the wall looking completely relaxed. You know what I am? I asked cautiously. Of course, I share your blood and I served your kin long ago. The woman said as she brought her hand to her face and her skin seemingly dissolved off of her into motes of blue light, revealing a lizardkin with pink scales, wearing ornate gold armor with a pair of rapiers with white blades at her waist. On the sides of her head were a pair of large fins that extended outwards, and she had bright silver, sterling eyes with the sharpest gaze I have ever seen. Wait. You look like... I said as I gazed at her. Mahila the Swift, apprentice of the blade, goddess of war, nobility and valor within the Zariman pantheon and crown princess of the now-dead Draceman Empire. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Mahila said with a bow. That's a long list of titles. I replied dryly. There's more, but I think I'll spare you the rest. Mahila said with a smirk as her forked tongue flicked outwards for a moment. Why are you here? I asked cautiously. I knew if Mahila drew those swords and attacked, both me and Cecilia would die right here. First off, I have a gift. Mahila said as I watched her reach into her pocket and take out a small cube. The ether on this thing was radiating off like an inferno. It must be quite a powerful relic. Mahila magiced a sack into her hand. You could probably put someone's head in it, and it was quite full. However, what drew my eyes was the large amount of essence radiating from the bag. It wasn't as much as a phoenix, but there was a lot more than there should be in such a small sack, a lot more than I could currently get my hands on. Wyverns, although big and scary, weren't that powerful actually. I mean, they are basically just armored, flying, venomous, and can breathe fire. They also do a subpar job on all of those as well. But phoenixes were extremely powerful in terms of essence. Considering they have that resurrection ability, it's not that surprising. As for what's in that bag, I think I know what's in there. Then Mahila walked over and dumped the contents of the bag onto the table, and my suspicion was proven correct. I looked down to see the entire table covered in gilded Grahanum crowns. About 100 gilded crowns, it's half my stash. I think you can put these to good use, wouldn't you say? Mahila said. Also, I have this. Have a look. Mahila said as she took out a thick roll of parchment that glowed with ether and held it out to me. I magiced the bundle of parchment towards me, and as I unfurled it, I was surprised to see a map of the surrounding region with red X's marked on it. This parchment looked very old, but it was also enchanted. Then I realized something. One of the X's was roughly where my little home is. What is this? Cecilia asked as I showed her the map. These are the locations of the vaults in Zarima, Alicia, and Western Volaria. Mahila said with a grin. These are what? Cecilia asked in surprise as she did a double take. Okay. What do you want? I asked to get straight to the meat of the issue. An ancient hero or goddess or whatever the hell she is doesn't just show up and give me shit like this. So what the hell does she want? Everyone wants something. Even charity is often done to make the person in question feel better. I want to help you topple heaven. I have a bone to pick with them. Well, several bones actually. But if you are looking for people who have issues with heaven, that's quite a long list. Mahila said. So what is this? Are you buying your way into my circle? I asked. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. You are my best bet to correct the wrongs done to both me and this world. You can think of it as an offer of alliance. You know how strong I am. The firstborn can always tell. I would be a valuable asset, wouldn't you agree? Mahila said. Slyly. So is there anything left in the vaults? I asked dryly. I mean, if she knows where it is. Wouldn't the vaults be raided? Oh, I know where they are, but I can't open them. You will need a master key for that. Mahila replied. And how would we acquire a master key? I asked. I don't know, but I suspect one of the vaults should have one. Mahila replied. Why would you think that? I asked. In the back of my mind, I wondered if she secretly just wanted to get herself into my little home. I could tell she wasn't lying so far, but then again, I haven't exactly questioned her too vigorously. You don't trust me, of course you don't. I just appear on your balcony and drop great gifts at your feet. Almost seems too good to be true, doesn't it? But what you have to understand is that the two of you are just the latest and perhaps final piece to some greater design. The age of heaven has lasted for 80,000 years, many have been planning for this for a long time. I won't be the last to appear and many will have their own agendas. Mahila said. Like you? I asked as I peered down at her. Yes, like me, but if you distrust my gifts. Mahila said as she took out a small totem with a dragon's head. This is the Zariman master key, feel free to try it on one of the vaults. Mahila said as she placed it on the table. They're sealed? I asked. Yes, I thought it would be better if someone who could actually use its contents be the one who opens it. The Zariman vaults are a curious thing, they hold many of the Eternal Mother's old brood. I am sure you can get something out of them. Mahila said. Really? Well, now isn't that interesting? I said as I cupped my chin. That is an attractive proposition, but now isn't the time to do it. The whole Maria situation could blow up at any moment. With the Grahanum crowns on the table, I could easily finish up what I need to smash Trallis. It would have been doable without them. If worse comes to worse, I would have cannibalized some parts of the hive to make it work. Serana's spies could only track incoming messages to Verlin. They didn't have the capacity to observe the Trallis's royal family's private letters. The guard level on those were too high, it was only possible to intercept them near the destination. So by the time word got to us, we would probably have a few hours at most to act. I had assigned some of Serana's spies to deliver this particular piece of news to a drop zone which my hive will collect, since transmissions through the hive were basically instant. I could find out immediately. Which means I needed the rescue team to be on standby at all times just in case. If I'm out all the way in Zarima, then there's a chance we would be too late and Maria would have been used a dozen times over by the Trallis soldiers. That can wait, we have more pressing concerns at the moment. If the vaults have stayed sealed for a few thousand years, they can wait another season. I replied as I turned to look at Cecilia, who gave me a gentle smile as she caught my meaning. I have an idea of how to use you actually. We have a rescue mission soon, I could use someone of your talents. I said. Very well, I am at your disposal. Know this, firstborn, if you treat me well I will treat you well. My master the Blade once told me something. Mahila began as she locked her gaze with mine. Return the kindness you receive tenfold. But return injustice 1,000 times over. I have 100,000 years of grievances with heaven. And I intend to claim what I am owed. Chapter 66, Foolish Girl, Royal Orders. I was in my little vault as I fine-tuned the adaptations to Legiona. We were in the dead of winter, the snow flurries were falling every day. Funnily enough, I couldn't even feel the temperature difference. I guess that was chalked up to my natural bodily resilience. Honestly, I could barely feel temperature. The closest thing I felt to uncomfortable temperature was literal fire. Like when I was fighting a Zathrin, or when I shoved that white fire egg in my mouth when it was too hot. It's been 2 months since Mahila arrived and honestly nothing much has happened. She's mostly just hanging around the palace, posing as an adventurer that Cecilia took a liking to. Some in court question this decision, but honestly thus far Cecilia has a reputation for unorthodox decisions and methods. Case in point, the alliance with me, a decision that was once thought madness, is now Alicia's best hope in the coming war. So although it did raise some eyebrows, many just accepted it as another of the Empress's strange but wise decisions. There were some other minor things that happened as well. Beatrice and that errand boy got married and now there's a noticeable bulge at her belly. Interestingly, in this world the females don't always take the male names. Alicia has the superior and inferior system. Basically, since both of them were commoners and Beatrice is of a higher position, Erin had to marry into her family. So now Erin had to take Beatrice's family name of Godwin, a strangely unsexist tradition. Strange. But interesting. As for the crown of headaches, Maria has been surprisingly good at keeping her little affair hidden. As far as we know, she has been quite discreet and the Trallis soldiers are none the wiser. But honestly, we have no idea if any of the soldiers sent out any cover letters to Trallis. There's simply too many channels to monitor all of them, so if we intercept any outgoing letters from Trallis, then it's purely luck. So in truth, words can come down at any time, but everything is ready. We can be at Verlin in about 2 hours thanks to these modified Harrier hounds. They were basically like spots that were adapted for speed. The tunnel to a verin was already dug and all we had to do was hop into one of the holes and go. Well, Legina and Mahila will anyway, I can't exactly fit in there without shrinking my body. Which of course is not a good idea to do. Well, let's see how long Maria can run this little charade. Just as Legina emerged from the cocoon and got up a little shakily, I heard the loud tapping of feet. I turned to see Cecilia running down the stairs and she paused as she looked at me. The secret's out, we need to go now. Cecilia said. Well, speak of the devil. Looks like it's showtime. I see. I said as I turned to look at Legina, who shook off the initial fatigue from the modification. I am ready, my king. Legina replied. Good. I said. The three of us exited the vault followed by about a dozen shadow adjutants. Cecilia renamed them sneaky adjutants. Because of course she did. They were just extra sneaky adjutants. Hence the name. Sneaky adjutants. When we went past the magical barrier, I saw Mahila standing at the side in her human disguise. She was looking at the barrier with great interest. For more than 100,000 years I have walked this world and I still can't get past the enchantments. Personal ability can only take you so far, I suppose. The sheer size of which magical arrays can be constructed will beat any individual. Mahila mused. I gathered as much. After all my kin are dead. Luckily for me. I said as I sent out a mental command and I watched as a patch of ground in front of me collapsed downwards as my hive opened up this entrance. Well, they would have eaten you without hesitation once you got big enough. It is not in the nature of the firstborn to cooperate. Mahila said as she walked over to the entrance of the hole. Then what does that make me? I asked as I watched the shadow adjutants jump into the hole. A weirdo. In a good way. Mahila replied with a smirk. Right. Good luck. I said with a smirk at her little jab. After I watched Legina and Mahila disappear down the hole, I turned to see Cecilia nervously biting her lip. Stop that, you'll ruin your lips. Come on, let's head back to the room, it's cold out here. I said as I offered her my hand. Cecilia smiled as she took it and climbed onto my arm. I assume Mahila carried you here? I asked as I noted the lack of a carriage. Yes, she's faster than you actually. On land at least. Cecilia said as she let out a small sneeze. Are you getting a cold? I asked as Cecilia sniffled. I think so. Mahila was running really quickly in this weather. Cecilia replied as she rubbed her nose in irritation. Well, let's get you someplace warm then. I said as I channeled some ether into my body, causing it to heat up slightly, similar to the way that phoenixes could ignite their bodies. Is this temperature all right? I asked and I saw Cecilia sigh in satisfaction. Yes, that's much better. Cecilia replied. Great. I said, and with that I took off towards the capital. I was still keeping an eye on Legina just in case I had to take over. When I arrived back at the room, Cecilia let out another sneeze as she walked over to the hearth. Can you heal that away? I asked, slightly concerned. No, minor colds like this aren't affected by healing magic for some reason. The scholars suggest that the illness is so minor that the magic doesn't recognize it as a. Cecilia said but sneezed halfway through. Threat. I said, finishing her statement as Cecilia roughly picked a handkerchief and wiped her nose. Yes. Cecilia said. Go lie down, I need to observe what is going to happen. I said as I laid down and focused my mind on Legina. For this I want to give her my undivided attention. She would most likely deal with the combat. The main thing is subtly, Mahila is there so it should be easier. I hope her 100,000 years of experience was actually worth something. Captain Novice scowled as he looked down at the letter in front of him. He looked up to see his men eagerly looking at him, lust clouding their eyes. He sighed internally as he looked at the letter. He knew why the prince assigned him here. The reason was simple. Captain Novice despised the act of a man forcing himself on a woman. His own sister was a victim to this and she still has night terrors of that day even 10 years later. One of the prince's greatest talents is his ability to delegate. He knew about Captain Novice's feelings on the matter. Which meant he was the one of the better commanders for keeping the peace since he could keep the soldiers in line. The army has swelled significantly in preparation for this war. This meant skimping on the less important training. Like ethics training. Which means Trallis armies tended to loot, burn and rape their way across conquered territory. This is a useful thing when you are on the offensive since it keeps morale up and keeps the soldier eager for the next advance. But to occupy a territory was a different thing entirely. Doing such things will only breed resentment in the population and eventually partisans will appear. In addition, Verlin was not just your usual occupied territory, it was also the home to the prince's favorite toy. Princess Maria was beautiful and very desirable, which means the soldiers lusted for her. Thus Captain Novice was sent here to keep them in line and make sure nothing happens to the prince's favorite toy. So Captain, should we get the rest of the boys? One of his soldiers asked eagerly. Captain Novice glanced up from the letter and scowled. He commanded a garrison of 500 men from Tralis. If each of them had a turn, the princess would be dead by the end of it. Even 50 would be a risk. So would 20 actually. He knew without a doubt that the prince only dared to send these instructions because Captain Novice was in command. It was a shrewd thing really. If Captain Novice wasn't here, then the prince would have been more explicit in his orders. How many men were to do it, for how long, what they were allowed to do, what they weren't allowed to do. But now he could just dump some vague orders and force Captain Novice to make the call. To make it look like he was the one holding them back. It redirects resentment onto Captain Novice's head, rather than have the lingering resentment fall on the prince. Bring me the performance roster, the first page will do. Captain Novice said calmly, and the soldiers' smiles faltered slightly. Now. Captain Novice ordered coldly, and one of his men nodded as he left his office. Of course they weren't happy. It was plainly obvious that he intended to reward the best performers. After all, he only asked for the first page. Tralis has this system of recording military merit. It helps promote the capable ones to positions of power and by extension increasing the effectiveness of its military. This system's benefits are plain to see considering how easily the Tralis army smashed the Beatrice forces in the open field. The Beatrice army was filled with officers promoted through favors, connections and bloodline. Glory hunting killed the army as much as the blades of Tralis did. Disorganized formations, the flanks moving out of concert, cavalry charging too early. Incompetence at its finest. From what the reports said, the Beatrice army was like a dozen small armies that just happened to be standing in the same place. Novice looked up to see his man return with the roster and he extended his hand to take it. He looked down at the list and decided on 6 men. It should be a safe number. Not sure how they wanted to do it, but a woman only had 3 holes, so they should be done in 2 hours at most. He will be there to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Honestly, he really wanted to disobey this order, but disobeying the crown prince was a quick way to get yourself hanged. He had a wife and a pair of little girls in the capital. So he couldn't let them starve because of his moral compunctions. If he just sent 1 or 2 men up to the princess's room, then the prince would know he was going easy on the princess. If the prince thinks he is going soft, he will be replaced, and then who knows what the next commander will do? The top 6, bring them here. Captain Novice said as he handed the roster to one of his lieutenants. But Corporal Gravis is on shift right now. One of his men said, and Captain Novice narrowed his eyes in response. The man who spoke up was number 7. So did he think he could take Corporal Gravis's place? Then you will take over his shift. If you want to fuck a princess, you need to work harder to control yourself. Do you know why you are 7 and not 6? It's because you beat a whore black and blue last month. You think I don't know what happens down there? I gave explicit instructions to all of you to keep your hands to yourselves. Leave the women of this city alone. If you have urges, go to the brothels and pay, but do not harm the workers. So far we have over 400 cases of harassment on the streets and a dozen dead whores. Don't even get me started on some of your tabs and unpaid debts. I trust you remember when I hanged one of your fellows for killing 3 whores in 2 months? Captain Novice said coldly as he rose to his feet. This immediately shut him up, and as Captain Novice scanned the room, he saw some of his men look away uncomfortably. The only ones who could hold his gaze were the ones he knew that followed his orders strictly. Soldiers were always a rowdy bunch, especially the more incompetent ones. All the more capable soldiers were in Beatrice prepping for the spring campaign. He couldn't start hanging soldiers for each dead whore. That would create quite a bit of unrest among his men. Many liked to be violent in bed. It was common in Tralis, so if he denied them this, there would be consequences. He only hanged that one because it was really egregious. 3 dead in 2 months. If he didn't do something, there would be more dead or even rape incidents in the streets. He knows his little example worked because such incidents reduced significantly once he proved his orders had teeth. Step too far out of line and you will end up at the gallows. Now go, bring them here. Captain Novice commanded, and his men nodded as they left to fetch them. Captain Novice chewed his lip as he waited, and eventually the 6 men arrived. He noticed some were eager and some had conflicted expressions. The rest of you out. Captain Novice said, and his men obeyed, leaving Novice alone with the 6 men. I am sure you know why you are here. Captain Novice asked evenly. Yes, Captain. The 6 of them replied in unison. Good, I will give you some instructions. It's the dead of the night, and from the schedule we have discovered, the knight should be with the princess now. Which means all we need to do is storm in. Once the 2 of them have been detained, the 6 of you will do what you want. The knight is to be made to watch what is about to happen, and he is to be killed in front of the princess at the end. But I will be observing to ensure things don't get out of hand. What I mean by out of hand is that you will not touch her face or neck. That means no slapping and no choking. Also, you are not permitted to throw punches or hit her excessively. Biting is not allowed as well. If you draw blood, there will be punishment. If you want to pull her hair or slap her rear, that is up to you, but show restraint. I will stop you if you go too far. Questions? Captain Novice said calmly. May I withdraw from this task, Captain? One of his men asked. I would like to withdraw as well. Another said, and Novice turned to see Corporal Gravis, the number 6 member, standing there stiffly. I understand that some of you are uncomfortable with this arrangement. But this is a command from the Crown Prince, it will happen regardless. I would rather it be done by those who do not relish in this act. I think you will be more merciful, wouldn't you agree? Captain Novice said with a sigh. Captain, I am concerned that I wouldn't be able to get it up. Corporal Gravis said hesitantly. I see. I did not consider that. Then you will go last and observe. If when it is your turn you are still not able to do it, then you can kill the knight. Your blade needs no incentive to stand after all. Captain Novice said, and he watched as Corporal Gravis nodded after hesitating for a moment. As you wish, Captain. Corporal Gravis said, and the other hesitant man nodded as well. Good. Then let us be off. Captain Novice said as he rose to his feet. When he reached the room, he pressed his ear to the crack of the door, and he heard the unmistakable sound of the princess's moans leaking out. It was barely audible due to the construction of the door, but if you were loud enough and one listened closely enough, one could still eavesdrop. This door wasn't enchanted after all. Verlin wasn't rich enough to invest in something like this for a mere princess. The bedchamber of the king and council room was enchanted, but not the princess's. Captain Novice stood back and he turned to nod at the 6 men. They readied their swords and moved towards the door. Novice watched his men kick the door open, and he heard the princess scream. He let his men rush in first before he wearily followed them in after a brief moment of hesitation. By the time he stepped in, the knight was already pinned on the bed with a sword pointed at his head. The princess, on the other hand, was screaming and sobbing as one of his men dragged her off the bed. She was hysterical, screaming apologies and begging for mercy. Captain Novice calmly turned around and shut the door. No need to wake up the whole castle. The lock was ruined, but the door still worked. Roughly. Tie him up in a chair. Captain Novice said evenly, and he watched as his men dragged the knight screaming and kicking to a chair. After the knight was restrained with thick ropes and gagged, Novice looked to the 2 of his men that didn't want to be here. They were standing there uncomfortably, with strained expressions on their faces. You 2 make sure that he remains restrained. Captain Novice said as he pointed at the pair, and they nodded stiffly. The rest of you hold her down. Captain Novice said, and the other 4 held her down on the floor. The man that was at her legs wrenched her legs apart and began unbuckling his pants. He watched as the princess's eyes widened as fresh tears flowed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, the knight screamed into his gag as he thrashed against his bonds. Hold it, the crown prince has a message to deliver first. Captain Novice said as the man between her legs stopped, although his swollen member was already out. The princess was looking at it tearfully as she took in quick gasps of air. She looked like she was about to have a panic attack. Look at me. Captain Novice said softly, and the princess turned to look at him slowly, eyes wide in terror. The crown prince would like to relay a message to you. You are a stupid girl. What did you think was going to happen? Did you truly think that you could keep this a secret? For what you've done, you are going to be taken in front of your lover until you are no longer able to walk. He will watch your defilement, and at the end of it, you will watch as we open his throat. Captain Novice said in as even a voice as he could manage. The words tasted like poison and ash in his mouth. On days like this he wished he was born in a different nation. Perhaps Devonia. Then the princess began to scream and thrash in terror and desperation. Captain Novice sighed as he steeled himself for his next command. Begin. Novice said through gritted teeth. What Novice didn't know was that there was a monster standing right outside the broken door and it was receiving a message from its master. That message would seal his fate from this day until his last day. I want the captain alive. Chapter 67, Your princess is in my castle. Legiona paused as she waited outside the door, doing one final mental sweep of her soldiers. The men had just entered and the captain was doing a little speech at the moment. Her king had given her a mission and the objective was clear, bring the Everlin princess to Everlin unharmed. Mahila was securing the princess's family. Her king in all his wisdom had realized that the Prince of Tralles may slaughter her family in retribution. While Mahila was securing her family besides her father, the spies indicate that their relationship has soured. The reason for the souring of the relationship is quite illogical in Legiona's personal opinion. It wasn't her opinion alone, however. Azatharin for one described the situation as typical for feeble-minded humans. In truth, Legiona agreed with this sentiment, but she was created to be a bridge between humans and beasts, so thus she cannot allow this sentiment to sway her perspective. Or at least make this sentiment known. From what has been gathered, the king had been the one that suggested a political marriage to preserve the realm. Princess Maria had agreed out of a sense of duty to the nation. However, when the true nature of the arrangement started to come to light, the king's pride started to twist him. He soon scorned his daughter as he viewed her as a disgrace. This of course made no logical sense since this whole thing was the king's idea in the first place. Not to mention that the state of Everlin was also partly due to his incompetence. So it was his incompetence that led to this state of affairs, his idea that put the princess in this position. Which meant that the guilt was his but the punishment was levied upon Princess Maria. The king of course had found some other excuse for Everlin's decline rather than accept the fact that spending money on expensive festivals instead of the military was a bad idea. Especially considering Everlin was on the border with an expansionist and very aggressive Tralles. Well, that and the fact that they were on the wrong side of the Elysian Gate. Empress Cecilia was less than pleased about this, as one could imagine. A very logical progression of events judging by past character indications from their interactions. Thus the Empress and her king wanted him dead. Well, the Empress wanted him dead because of anger and wrath. Her king just felt a grateful Maria would be a more controllable ruler on the throne of Everlin as compared to the emotional and incompetent king. So he wanted the king out of the picture, and since Maria is next in line for the throne, this would wrap up nicely. However, Maria's recent escapades have led to her king diminishing his opinion on Maria. He felt, and Legiona agreed, that her sleeping with the knight was a stupid decision born of a lack of self-control. Disappointing. But not unexpected, given the average abilities of humans Legiona has observed so far. There were exceptions, but the average performance capabilities of humans were pretty poor. Looks like the speech was wrapping up. Legiona sent out an ether wave to scan the inside of the room. I want the captain alive. Legiona heard her king say into the hive mind, and she sent back an affirmation. Legiona tensed her muscles and charged into the room. The force of her entry shattered the door like it was made of plywood. She saw everyone in the room turn to her in shock. From her sweep she knows the captain will be closest to her and her king wants him alive. Legiona grabbed a nearby chair in a swift motion and brought it down hard on the captain. The chair broke apart and the captain fell to the ground unconscious. It was a rather sturdy chair, so it actually fractured his shoulder blade by the looks of it. Legiona intentionally avoided having the full impact land on his head to avoid snapping his neck. Legiona shifted her attention to the other soldiers who were just starting to recover from the shock. She was faster than them, much faster, so to them it must have looked like a blur had just burst through the door and knocked their commander out. Without hesitating, Legiona brandished her tentacles and extended her claws. She charged at the closest man and with a single slash from her claws she opened his throat. At the same time she used her 4 tentacles and sent one each to a man intending to impale them. The 2 at the back next to the knight were able to just barely get out of the way thanks to the increased distance, but the 2 closer to her ended up impaled in the chest. The last man she didn't attack leapt towards her from the right, sword raised. Legina watched the blade fall and it bounced harmlessly off her armor. His eyes widened in shock as his blow glanced off. Fool, this body sculpted by her king could not be harmed by something as simple as steel. Her king had given her both an endo and exoskeleton, making her body extremely resilient to damage and force. Legina shot her right upper arm out and rammed it straight into the man's chest. Then she closed her hand around his heart and ripped it out. At the same time she raised up the 2 she had impaled with her tentacles, and with a casual flick of her tentacles they were tossed off to bleed out on the carpet. They could potentially recover from that wound with a powerful potion, but Legina knows they wouldn't have one. After all, why would you need potions to brutalize a single girl? Well, even if they had the potion, it would make no difference. All the potions in the city couldn't save them. Gravis, you flank it. Go for the joints. One of the 2 remaining men said. A good strategy. Armor is usually weaker at the joint, but her king has accounted for that to an extent. Legina tossed the heart in her hand into her mouth as a quick snack just as the man who spoke charged her from the front. You think I don't speak your language? Legina asked with disdain dripping from her tone, and her comment caused the man to falter slightly. Just one line and his focus lapses. Pathetic. Legina slashed at him with her claws, cutting through his sword armor and deep into his chest. The other one called Gravis closed the distance in the meantime and delivered a slash to the back of her knee. The cut struck home but bounced right off. Legina reached out and grabbed the man by the neck before lifting him up. There was some time before Mahila finished detaining the family members, so there was no hurry. Big brave man, aren't you? Legina said as the Gravis man gagged. He swung at her weakly with his sword, but it just bounced off. Do you know what my kind call things like you? Legina said as she bared her teeth. Food. Legina said as she opened her maw and bit down onto his face. She heard his scream turn to gurgle. She felt the front of his skull shatter as her jaw closed around his face before she tore the flesh off and dumped his twitching body onto the ground. Legina looked down and saw him twitching and gasping on the ground. He'll be dead soon, so that means she just has freed those 2. Legina calmly strolled over to Maria, who was lying on the ground looking up at her in terror. Your cousin has sent me to collect you, princess. Legina said calmly. Legina watched as Maria's eyes widened for a moment, then her gaze shifted as if she was lost in thought. Are you the great beast of Elysian woods? Maria asked cautiously as her eyes scanned the corpses around her. Her face turned a little green as she saw the mutilated corpses around her. You could say that, but we can discuss this at length when I deliver you to a verin. Legina replied calmly. Cecilia sent you? Maria asked again, her voice shaking. Yes, I thought referring to her as your cousin would be a clear enough indication. Who else could send something like me here? Legina replied dryly. Meanwhile the knight was still shouting into his gag. Ah yes, she should probably untie him. You should probably untie that poor idiot. Legina heard Mahila say from the door. She looked up to see Mahila standing at the doorway with a squirming sack tossed over her shoulder. We were asked to bring that one back as well. Legina said as she pointed at the unconscious captain lying on the floor, completely ignoring the knight that was tied up behind her. In Legina's mind there was no rush, it's not like he was going anywhere. The fact that she and Mahila had just saved him and his dearly beloved will be more than enough to dampen any unhappiness. I see, the commander. Mahila asked as she dumped the sack on the bed, eliciting a yelp from the sack. 2 more adjutants followed her in and dumped 2 more squirming sacks on the bed. What are those? Who's inside? Maria asked shakily as she looked at the sacks. Meanwhile Mahila was finally cutting the knight loose. Honestly, Legina would have preferred to stuff him into a sack too. Your fammy. Legina began, but the knight bolted off the chair and picked up a nearby sword. He then stood in front of Maria and pointed the sword at Legina. Legina just took 1 step forward and ripped the sword out of his grip with one arm. Then she grabbed him by the neck with another and lifted him off the ground. Cease your stupidity. Legina said calmly. Roar KKK. The knight gasped as he clawed at his neck. He can't breathe. Mahila deadpanned. I am aware. Legiona replied calmly as she felt Maria grab onto her arm. Release him. Please. Maria shouted tearfully in panic. Very well. Legiona replied as she dropped the knight onto the ground in a heap. Maria rushed towards him as she checked on him. She reached out and cupped his cheek as he gasped for air. Now then, as I was saying, those sacks are filled with your family. The Empress wanted them to be rescued as well. Mahila said as she gestured to the squirming sacks. What? Why are they in sacks? Maria asked in confusion and fear. Because we took them from their beds and we didn't want them waking up the whole castle. So the sacks contain your mother, your sister and your brother. Mahila said. But where's my father? Maria asked. Oh, I killed him. Mahila replied. What? Why? Maria shrieked in horror. Listen to me, little princess. Mahila said as she calmly walked over and stood in front of Maria and looked down at her. She shrank back slightly from Mahila, fear appearing in her gaze. Legiona knew that this wasn't an odd reaction. She had noticed that veteran soldiers or adventurers did come across differently as compared to other humans. They seemed more threatening just from their demeanor, like they could cut you open and eat your liver if they wanted to. If that was true for normal veterans, then how much more so for a warrior of legend? Your nation defected to a hostile foreign power. Mahila said. We were forced to. If we didn't, Tralis would have attacked. Maria retorted. Yes, they would have, but tell me, do you think anyone cares? Did anyone care about your suffering? Maybe some care, but will there be enough of them to make a difference? Mahila replied evenly, and Maria faltered as she looked away, her head lowered as she sat on the floor next to her lover. Your cousin knows this, so she decided your father would take the fall. He is an incompetent ruler, the very fact we have to be here in the first place is proof of that. Tell me, princess, do you think your cousin became empress because she tolerates incompetence? Mahila asked as she loomed over at Maria. Someone needs to answer for this defection. With the new empire formed, this demand will only grow. Because now it's not a bunch of states calling themselves Elysian, now there is an empire of Alicia. In the eyes of the larger empire, all of you are traitors. Mahila said, and Maria flinched at the word traitor. If your father lives, then you will be the one to take the fall. After all, you are the one betting the prince of a hostile foreign nation. Politics is a finicky thing and it often has little bearing with reality. Your cousin wants you to sit on the throne of a verin when all of this is over. At the very least. Mahila said. At the very least? Maria asked, slightly confused at the final words. Someone needs to rule Tralis when the royal family is dead. Mahila said. At those words, Maria's eyes widened and Legiona sensed that Maria wasn't happy or excited. Instead, she looked terrified at the prospect. Me rule Tralis? Maria asked shakily. Well, the Empress did say she wished to discuss it with you in greater detail. If you wish to decline, I am sure you and the Empress can work something out. Mahila said. She's worried about you. Legiona said calmly. What? Maria asked in slight surprise. I can read the vitals of other creatures. Whenever your name is brought up in conversation, her body aches with worry and grief. It wasn't the best decision to come rescue you now, it would have been wiser to wait. But your cousin wished to spare your lover's life, she wished to spare you pain. So here we are. Legiona replied calmly, and she saw Mahila gave her an odd look. Well, yes, this was a strange statement to come out of her mouth. Strangely sentimental for her, it didn't sound like her words. In truth, it wasn't. Her king was simply telling her what to say for this part. Also, he had more to say. There is always a price for any action. Duty has a price too. You should know that too, considering you paid it with your body and dignity. Legiona said as she recited the script her king was feeding her. Legiona watched as Maria lowered her head once again at her words, biting her lip as her body tensed. Rescuing you here was also a price your cousin was willing to pay. In order to buy your safety and the safety of those dear to you. Your father was the price. You should know nothing in this world is free. The lord and ladies of Alicia demand blood for this betrayal. Would you have preferred we choose someone else? Like your mother or siblings? Legiona said, and Maria visibly flinched at those words. It seems fitting that the one responsible for this mess is the one who pays no. If you don't agree, we could always leave you here. So will you come with us? Legiona asked, and Maria nodded slightly. Excellent. Now then, you should get dressed and we must be off to a verin. to a new chapter of your life," Legina said, and Maria nodded again as she shakily stood up before heading for her wardrobe. In the hive mind, Legina heard her king let out a laugh before he spoke. "Ah, humans are so easy to sway." Chapter 68, Scatterbrain. Maria opened her eyes and instantly sat up from the bed. She looked around at the room in panic but quickly calmed. Yes, this was the room that she was brought to last night. "Maria!" Maria heard her lover Rowan say from the side. Maria turned to see him sitting up as he looked at her, his gaze filled with concern. Maria didn't reply at first, feeling a lump in her throat. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The anxiety was mixed with relief. She felt her throat tighten. Her breathing grew labored. Her body trembled and shook. "Maria?" Rowan asked as he reached forward and pulled her into an embrace. "It's okay. We're safe now," Rowan said softly as he gently wiped the tears off her face. It was then Maria realized that she was crying. It was hard to believe, honestly. It all felt like a dream. One minute she was begging Rowan to look away as she felt that brute's member against her entrance. Then the next, the sound of splintering wood and the sound of a crash. She turned to see a white monster smashing the captain down into the carpet with a chair. Then slaughter. The Trallis soldiers stood no chance. They couldn't even hurt the monster named Legina. Their swords bounced off like they were hacking at solid granite. Then again they were using steel swords which were useless against the more powerful monsters. That fact was plainly apparent when Legina cut through the sword like paper. "Rowan." Maria whimpered as she raised her head and pressed her lips against his. The two kissed gently as Maria continued to feel her tears fall. She didn't feel like she was crying, but at the same time the tears kept falling. When they separated, Maria slowly felt her heart calm. Her cousin came for her. She knew this room. It was the guest room she used when she visited as a child. At least now there was a chance. The great beast Legina was right. If left to her own devices, she would be living on borrowed time. She didn't think of it at the time because of the panic, but if she hadn't been rescued, chances are they would have made Rowan watch as those brutes took turns with her. Then they would have probably made her watch as they cut Rowan's throat. After that, one of two things would have happened. If Alicia won, both herself and her family would be executed for betraying Alicia. If Trallis won, she would be a doll and a toy. With Rowan dead, she had no idea what would become of her. Would she descend into madness? Starve herself to death? Throw herself off a castle spire? Would she do it immediately? Or would she finally crack when that monster finally put his child in her? Perhaps killing herself and the unborn baby in a final show of spite? Maybe she would let it be born just to smother it in its crib. A dark future no matter which side of the coin landed. Will Alicia win? She is damned if it does, damned if it doesn't. But not anymore. Her cousin had bought her a chance. She had somehow done the impossible. She had united the squabbling lords and ladies of Alicia. United Alicia for the first time since the fall thousands of years ago. Yet, when she spoke with the great beast, she couldn't help but feel that it reminded her a little of her cousin. Cold logic, a calm acceptance of the cruel logic of the world, and yet there was room for warmth within that intelligent mind. So many fall within the extremes, either hopelessly naive or unbelievably cruel. There was a pair of sayings that were often said. If you spend all your time getting everyone to love you, you will end up with the most loved dead man in town. And stick enough knives into others and you will eventually find one in your own back. Or perhaps that wasn't true. Perhaps many know that one must balance it. They just appear to be extreme due to lack of skill and execution. To be kind often shows weakness. Be too hard or strong and you will struggle to find allies. Knowing when to do what is always a struggle. We should probably get out of bed, Rowan said as he stroked her head, taking Maria out of her thoughts. Yes, we should. I should greet my cousin, Maria said as she separated herself from his warm embrace. When she opened the wardrobe, she felt the same warmth in her heart she did when she first opened this cabinet the night before. Maria gently retrieved a set of clothing. The dress was in the Elysian style and with Elysian colors. She gently ran her hand over the fine silk and satin, over the beautiful lace and fine embroidery. These dresses were expensive, way more expensive than should be necessary. These were temporary clothes after all. Noble dresses were tailored to fit each individual. Especially for the women of Maria Station, she was a royal after all. When she was in Everlin, the prince had burned her old wardrobe in front of her and replaced it with cheaply made Volarian-style dresses. Gone were the livery of fine gold and glittering jewels she once had given to his soldiers like cheap trinkets. She no longer wore the dark colors of Alicia, the dark reds, purples, blues and black. Instead she wore the lighter colors of Volaria. She had grown to hate white in her time there. As she looked at the colors of red, black and gold she now held, she felt her eyes water once again. Maria held the dress to her chest gently like it was a prized heirloom. "Maria?" Rowan asked, his voice filled with concern. "Oh. It's nothing. It's just nice to wear the colors of my kin once again," Maria muttered in response. "I see. Then let me help you get dressed," Rowan said as he put a little pep in his voice, trying to cheer Maria up. She smiled in response and she laid out the pieces on the bed. The dress, the corset, the stockings, the garter belt, the long lace gloves and the inner lace leotard. Maria shed her nightgown and turned around to face Rowan. She noted how he freezed when he saw her state of dress. After all, she was now only wearing her panties. "Rowan. You've seen everything at this point," Maria said as she blushed and looked away shyly. "Yes, but it's entrancing all the same," Rowan said stiffly. Maria glanced over to his underwear and saw the noticeable bulge. Maria blushed even redder. It was a nice thing to be desirable to your lover. Then again, she was already a soiled rag. If her lover still managed to find her desirable, why not accommodate? Maria looked out the window and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. The two of them had clearly overslept. At this point they would be having brunch, not breakfast. If no servants have woken up, chances are her cousin was expecting the two of them to sleep in. To be fair, they did arrive in the dead of night. "If you want to," Maria said as she grabbed the side of her panties and pulled it down. Rowan visibly balked at the sight. "Maria, it's the middle of the day," Rowan said a little shakily. "If you want to, I don't mind. I'm already a soiled rag. What difference does it make?" Maria said, her voice hollow. Maria saw Rowan freeze for a moment, but then he sighed and he stepped forward. Maria felt him pull her into a gentle embrace. "You aren't soiled. You didn't ask for any of this. Please don't think of yourself like that," Rowan said as he cupped her cheek. "I won't lay with you unless you want to. You don't have to do anything to please me," Rowan said as he embraced her and gently rubbed her back. In the end, Maria got redressed with nothing happening. After a quick bath, the pair had brunch and Maria decided to go find her cousin to thank her. Yet when she approached the servants to ask about the matter, she got more or less the same answers. "The Empress is with the Great Beast. The Empress and the Great Beast is in preparation for the coming war. The Empress was last seen heading for the Great Beast's lair. The Empress is with the Great Beast in the black box." The black box. Maria was curious to say the least. When the black box was brought up, she noted a slight discomfort and unease in the demeanor of those who spoke it. Of course she pressed for details, but the servants were unwilling to speak of it, as if speaking of that place would bring some kind of misfortune. Maria realized that she wasn't getting anything out of the servants. But then again, those of the lower social station were often hesitant to speak of things that signify power and dire consequence. Power and dire consequences breed fear amongst those of lower station. That translates to the people with the power and the symbols that represent it. This black box must be representative of that. Even the name was ominous. The black box. Like a void that swallows all, leaving nothing behind. This name was most likely created this way by design. Ominous names can serve as deterrents by themselves. Merely bring up the name as a threat and it will be enough to make weaker men bend. Eventually she ended up wandering the castle aimlessly, reveling in her freedom. It was strange now that she was alone with her thoughts. She found herself not overly bothered by her father's death. Did she hate him? Perhaps. Perhaps not. She didn't know. Yes, her fate was necessary, and though she had suffered, but it did buy her people time. Yet now she feels numb some days, as if emotions have left her completely, just an empty void in her heart. Other days she finds herself distraught, panicked and angry. The only solace she could find was in Rowan's arms. She found her mind constantly moving towards thoughts of him. The nights where two of them were together was now the only time she felt truly alive. During the day her mind was a mess, but in those tender moments with her lover she was happy. She wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. Maria continued to aimlessly wander the castle until she heard something that snapped her out of her thoughts. She heard the sound of clashing steel from the other side of a nearby door. She approached the door and saw 2 guards standing on each side of the door. "What's happening behind that door?" Maria asked one of the guards. "The Lord Warden is sparring with the Empress's new retainer, Lady Lyra." The guard replied with a courteous bow. Such respect was rare in Verlin. Most of the nobility and the guards only gave her nods for the sake of formality. Her ordeals at the hands of Prince Silas of Tralles was simply too much for the pride of Verlin to bear. So she turned from a martyr to the royal harlot in the minds of the people she sought to protect. In truth, Maria didn't blame them. With the Tralles garrison barking orders at her own soldiers, it was no wonder her court chafed under their rule. When a lowly captain of a garrison can order around the commander of her royal guard, the disgrace was immeasurable. "May I enter?" Maria asked as she shifted her gaze to the door. "Of course, princess, but please stay away from the ring of the arena. When the 2 wolves fight, their claws rend the stone. The Empress will be displeased if you are injured," the guard said in warning. "Thank you for your concern, good sir," Maria replied with a graceful smile. As Maria entered the room, she saw that Lady Lyra was the woman that helped rescue her. She was facing off against the Lord Warden. Maria remembers his predecessor. The current Lord Warden was just as big as his predecessor. The legends say the wardens throw their deformed and weak children off the cliffs into the sea. They say the wardens believe only the worthy may guard sacred Alicia. Thus their bloodline is strong, most of them larger than the men on the mainland. Taller, whiter, and in general far better specimens than their mainland counterparts. Thousands of years of breeding and constant warfare will do that to any bloodline. The frail are not permitted to live and the weak do not live long. A combination of both natural selection and selective breeding has led to the powerful men that now guarded the Elysian Sea. They say fertile and beautiful low-born women often journey to Warden's Vigil in the hopes of catching a Warden's eye. They say when they journey beyond their island fortress, whores give them the time for free, hoping to sire their children. Not that they had much time for such things, their lives were often so busy they had little time for the pleasures of the flesh. The Wardens have a famously strong seed. The men they produce are usually strong and healthy. An extremely dominant bloodline, just like how the bloodline of Verlin and Verlin often produced beautiful women with fiery red hair, eyes that glittered like rubies, and bodies that looked like marble sculptures sculpted by master artisans. A child with Warden blood could become knights or adventurers, buying their whore mothers a new lease on life. Such methods were often frowned upon and a gamble. After all, raising a child is not easy, but with the bloodline of the Wardens on the table, well, few could resist the opportunity. She watched as Lady Lyra easily parried blow after blow from the Lord Warden. Their movements were so fast Maria could barely keep up with her eyes. The only time she could see their swords was at the tail end of their swings and thrusts. During the crux of the attack, it was just a blur as their edges tore through the air. Each clash of their blades sent out sparks, and the ringing sound of the blades colliding hurt her ears. Twin rapiers met a great sword and the dance continued. It looked like they were using real weapons, not the blunt training blades. Maria saw Lady Lyra had a bright smile on her face as if she was having fun. To her surprise, it looked like the Lord Warden was the one being pressured. He was struggling to deal with her quick movements. He was panting hard, but Lady Lyra wasn't even sweating. "You are truly formidable, Lady Lyra," the Lord Warden said, his tone filled with respect. "To parry my blows with those thin swords instead of evading. It appears I have a long way to go," the Lord Warden admitted as he hefted his sword. The Wardens could wear thicker armor due to their naturally strong physique. This meant they could forego shields and instead use two-handed weapons. Combine that with old relic war gear left over from the time of ancient Alicia, they were the undisputed best frontline soldiers in the region. Heavily armored, fast, strong strikes, and immense stamina. A fearsome foe to cross blades with, and the Lord Warden was supposed to be the best of them. So what did that make Lady Lyra? "It appears we have a guest," Lady Lyra said as she turned to look at Maria, and the Lord Warden did the same. "Ah, Princess Maria, I had heard the rescue mission was a success. I volunteered my services, but the Empress felt stealth was not a Warden's strong suit. But on that I do agree," the Lord Warden said with a courteous bow. "Do not mind me, it's not every day I get to watch a bout like this," Maria replied. Well, I am afraid this bout is approaching its conclusion, the Lord Warden said as he tried to steady his breathing. Would you like to end it here then? Lady Lyra asked. No, let us finish this properly. If I am to yield, then I will be defeated, the Lord Warden said as he brandished his sword. Fine by me, Lady Lyra said as she raised her twin rapiers. Maria saw her switch the rapier in her left hand into a reverse grip as she took a stance. She looked like a coiled spring, almost like a viper about to strike. In contrast, the Lord Warden took a firm stance, looking like an immovable mountain. His large greatsword held out, ready to meet Lady Lyra's charge. There was a tense moment of stillness, then Lady Lyra seemingly vanished, the only sign she was once there being the small dust cloud on the floor. Then Maria heard a clash of steel and she turned to see the Lyra in front of the Lord Warden with the rapier an inch from his throat. The rapier in her left hand that was in the reverse grip was holding the great sword at bay and the rapier in her right hand was at his throat. Maria saw Lyra smirk as she stepped back and sheathed her blades. The Lord Warden did the same and the both gave each other a respectful bow. It appears the stories of dual weapons being favored in the Devonian fighting pits must have some truth to them. A spare weapon lets you exploit weaknesses in one-on-one combat far more easily, the Lord Warden said as he handed his great sword to the waiting squire. Yes, I charge into your guard, using the rapier in the offhand as a parrying tool. Then I strike with the other hand, Lyra replied. Indeed, but that relies on speed and your weapon must be able to withstand such strikes. Where did you get those blades? I have never seen their like. It doesn't look like much but it has amazing durability, the Lord Warden said as he removed his helm, revealing a sweaty face with a scar running down from his right eyebrow to his right cheek. It's an old relic, a very old relic. The wards have mostly faded due to neglect but the alloy is very strong, Lyra said as she unsheathed one of her blades and handed it hilt first to the Lord Warden. Neglect, you say? I assume you found it, the Lord Warden said as he gave the rapier a few practice swings. Maria could tell from his expression that the Lord Warden was quite impressed by the weapon. You could say that, Lyra replied with a nod. It's very well balanced, almost amazingly so. It's also very light for a weapon with such material strength. What alloy is this? One of the ancient lost alloys, the Lord Warden said as he ran a thumb along the flat of the blade. It's apparently built from some metals found only in the Aether, Lyra replied. The Aether? Now that is a tall tale. Many doubt that the old world even existed. Legend says the world anchor was destroyed and it collapsed in on itself. The Aether and Ether, the first two secondary worlds, the supposed precursors to the searing hells and high heaven, the Lord Warden mused as he handed the sword back to Lyra. The legends say many things, all I know is that I have not seen another set of blades like the ones I wield, Lyra replied as she held the rapier in her right hand. If that story is true, then that set of blades are one of a kind. The Aether is no more, lost to oblivion and all its treasures with it, the Lord Warden said. Yes, sadly I may never know the truth, Lyra said as she slashed at the stone below her, gouging a gash in the hard stone amongst a shower of sparks. Indeed, few blades can receive such abuse and remain unscathed. You met many of my strikes with the edge and yet I saw no damage whatsoever. That metal is remarkably resilient, the Lord Warden said. It is, well thank you for the bout, Lord Warden. It is refreshing to fight an opponent like you, Lyra said with a bow. You do me great honor, Lady Lyra, you defeated me with plenty of strength to spare. I would not have stood a chance if we were fighting to the death, the Lord Warden admitted with a chuckle. Perhaps, but it was a good bout regardless. You are faster than I expected for someone your size, Lyra replied courteously. I am grateful for the praise, the Lord Warden said with a smile and a nod. The two of them traded some final pleasantries before they bid each other farewell. Maria watched as Lyra approached her. Lyra's strides were confident, as if daring the world to throw its best shot at her. Come princess, walk with me, you look like you have a lot of questions, Lyra said calmly, and that statement took Maria off guard slightly. I'm good at reading people, Lyra said as if reading Maria's mind. I see, Maria replied hesitantly as she followed after Lyra. So ask them, Lyra said as the pair exited the room and walked down the corridor. Maria paused as she pondered this. Yes, she had a lot of questions. What was the plan now? Was her cousin really confident with regards to winning the war? What was the black box? What was the black box? The fear in the servant's eyes was clear as day. It must be something truly fearsome. What is the black box? Maria asked. Oh, now that is a juicy question. Where did you hear about that? Lyra asked with a grin. I was looking for my cousin, but the servants said she was away at the black box. Maria replied. Oh well, the great beast is no doubt concocting some new horror to throw at Tralis. Lyra mused. Some new horror? Maria asked tentatively. The great beast is a hive creature, as you know. The black box is where he makes his new creations. It is also where condemned criminals are sent. Criminals go in but none come out. I trust you know that hives often create new creatures from the foes they slay. So why can't they be created using sacrifices? Lyra asked. Does my cousin know? Maria asked shakily. In her heart she knew the truth. She suspected it the moment she saw the great beast's servants that ferried her to Averlin. But somehow she wanted to deny the fact that her cousin was complicit in this. It just felt wrong. Of course she does. The Empress, her servant, and the great beast are the only two people that are able to leave that place once they enter. Lyra replied. That can't be. Maria said shakily. Tell me, princess, you knew that the Empress was at the black box, so why did you think she was none the wiser? Lyra asked as she stopped in her tracks, and Maria froze as well. I don't know. Maria sputtered. Yes, why did she believe that? It didn't make sense. Was she delusional? Does this have something to do with her erratic emotions? The panic attacks? The numbness she felt at times? She was having problems paying attention and remembering things. She had a constant desire to please her lover with her body. No, it was just a constant urge to have sex with Rowan. When he turned her down this morning, she was quite disappointed. Did that brute poison her or something? Or was it something to do with herself? Lyra muttered as she narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the flustered Maria. The Empress will be back for dinner. I'll let her know you want to see her. Chapter 69, First Convert. Captain Novice stirred as he blinked the sleep from his eyes. He tried to move his arms, but he realized he couldn't. He snapped awake once he felt the chains dig into his wrists. His eyes shot open as he took in the dark surroundings. The first thing he saw was a beautiful woman with red hair sitting in a chair in front of him. She was illuminated by a magical light above her in the tall ceiling. Ah, so you're awake. The woman drawled lazily as she crossed her legs and tilted her head slightly. Who are you? Captain Novice asked, but he had an idea on who was sitting before him. Fine clothes of red and black, ornate and beautiful livery, a gold circlet on her head encrusted with large rubies. Perhaps the biggest giveaway was her flaming red hair and her ruby red eyes that had as much warmth in them as a boreal wind. You are in the presence of the Empress of the Averlanian Empire. The woman replied with a small smirk. Empress Cecilia. Captain Novice said softly. The one and the same. Cecilia replied. Now then, I have many questions for you. Cecilia said as she stood up from the chair. Ah, is he awake? Captain Novice suddenly heard a deep rumbling voice echoing out from the darkness. Captain Novice looked to the direction of the voice as his eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, and he saw a large shape approaching. He took in a shaky, gasping breath as he slowly realized how large the creature was. It was massive, more than 7 meters tall. Its body was larger than the size of a 2-story house. Captain Novice felt his body shake as the beast entered the light, and it lowered its massive head towards him. He looked wide-eyed at its smooth domed head, and his eyes lowered to its massive maw. It could swallow him whole easily. He saw teeth the size of swords, rows upon rows of serrated blades in its mouth. The beast growled as it seemingly took in his scent. Ah! The beast exhaled, and Novice got a face full of its breath. It smelt of blood and rotting flesh. Novice had to muster every bit of willpower to stop himself from gagging out of disgust and fear. Fear. Regret. Anger. The beast said, his head a few inches from Novice's face. Novice took in quite rasping gasps of breath. His body frozen in terror. He was rabbit-cornered by a wolf. And he was going to die. Such useless sentiments, too little too late. The beast said as it raised its hand and showed Novice the massive blade on its arm. He whimpered as he saw the blade approach him. He felt the edge touch the bottom of his chin as the beast lifted his head. He felt a stinging pain as the edge, although barely touching him, cut into his flesh. Then he felt the blade shift as it moved to his cheek. He felt the tip touch his cheek and felt the stinging pain as it pierced his flesh as if it was made of putty. Novice let out a groan. Half of him wanted to recoil and scream, but the other half of him knew that if he thrashed he ran the chance of accidentally impaling himself. He had a feeling those blades would go through his skull as easily as it did his flesh. Human flesh, so fragile. Simple, messy, its malleability is its only exceptional trait. The beast mused softly. Novice, to his credit, was still able to remain lucid enough to realize the implications of what was said. Malleability. Like to mold and change? Novice watched as the beast chuckled as it turned away, and Novice noticed the snarling beasts standing guard in a circle around him. Then it dawned on him, the great beast wasn't just one beast. It was a leader of a hive. He felt his blood go cold as he realized the implications. He had been briefed extensively on the available intel on the Elysian states. His post was right on the Elysian border after all. From what he knows, Command has been preparing to kill one single hard-to-kill monster. They had no countermeasures for dealing with a swarm of monsters. The tactical assessments were clear. The prince was banking on a more veteran army, better equipment, and his superior cavalry to win the day. Alicia supposedly had an equal number of soldiers, but they had better mages and a frontline corps of wardens. The entire invasion plan hinged on the supposedly equal numbers and superior command and control. A newly reformed army would not be used to working with each other, thus the maneuvers that were possible would be both limited and sluggish. Thus the prince planned to use superior mobility on the open field to win a decisive victory. But if the Elysians had an entire hive of monsters, then that would change many things. Hives on average had at least 10,000 soldiers. The monstrous soldiers do not know fear, they will willingly throw themselves at the enemy. Also, that 10,000 number was a conservative estimate. The Zariman hives have been known to be larger. The beast was older, probably meaning it could field more powerful beasts. What is old is powerful, that is the universal rule of this world. Judging by the hulking beasts snarling around him, it seems that assessment was true. Novice looked at the surrounding beasts and noted their body shapes. He wasn't a bestiarian, but he did know the basics of hive soldiers. He had read up a little about them, because a Zariman invasion plan was in the works. Hives were usually split into 5 types based on their preferred form of movement. Land surface types that ran over land, subterranean types that were burrowers, aerial types that preferred flight, aquatic types that roamed the oceans, and ether-based hives that were just a collection of elementals beholden to a single higher elemental. These ones had no wings, so they aren't aerial types. No fins, so not aquatic type either. They obviously weren't elementals, so it's not that either. That left the land surface and subterranean, but judging by their body types, with their large upper arms and snake-like lower half, they didn't look very good on land. Those large arms would also be useful for burrowing, which meant the most likely answer would be burrowers. Novice felt his mouth go dry as he realized what it was. Burrowers were the most common hive type because they were also the most effective. The walls of trellis would do nothing, the hive could just burrow under them. These beasts could just emerge from the ground, in the streets, in the houses, anywhere. Figured it out, have you? The beast asked with a chuckle. I suggest you tell us what we want to know. Even if you resist, it won't make a difference. So you might as well spare yourself the suffering. Empress Cecilia said calmly. Her tone was calm and matter-of-fact, as if she was describing the color of the sky. The sky is blue, the grass is green, and trellis will burn. Captain Novice always suspected something was wrong. An individual that could unite a region should at least be quite intelligent. So why would someone like that provoke trellis? Yes, Alicia had as many soldiers as trellis, but their armies were rotted and withered. With the exception of the wardens, most of the soldiers barely had any combat experience. The answer to strange mysteries was often so simple. She was sure she could win. Novice has heard the rumors about the prince. He was a military genius. This war was years in the making. He broke the barrel line that was once thought to be impenetrable. That damned enchanted wall was built to guard the entire eastern side of western Valoria. He managed to break the wall with 20 well-trained men sneaking in the dead of night and raising the gate. The gate mechanism was damaged to this day. The commandos had intentionally heavily damaged the gate mechanism to prevent the gate from being lowered again. ensuring even if the first assault failed the barrel line's defensive abilities would be crippled. The prince had, however, several key weaknesses that were known to most of the higher-ranked officers. He was quick to anger, proud and lustful. His foul temper meant that many of his officers were afraid to contradict him and voice their opinions. This wasn't that much of a problem because he was a capable commander. His pride, however, meant that he would not shy away from a fight. This was never more apparent than when the Empress attacked the prince. From what the rumors say, no one has ever seen him that angry. In truth, even though the coming war was winnable on paper, at least with the information they had at the time, it would be more tactically sound to subjugate the other Volarian states first before turning their gaze to Alicia. Some part Novice suspected his anger alone wouldn't have motivated the prince to such action. The final straw was probably the Empress herself. Even chained to a wall and with an ancient beast breathing on him, he was still able to recognize the Empress was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She almost looked like an idealized sculpture of femininity. The prince's lust knew no bounds, and the only restriction to this personality quirk was his high standards for his women. From what he has heard, his harem was quite small, but all of them were beauties beyond compare. There was even a rumor that he bedded his younger sister occasionally, but that was just gossip. It has never been confirmed. Novice would bet his right arm that the Empress knew this. This entire thing was to bait Tralis into a war. Warfare did, after all, favor the defender. I'll start off easy. What can you tell me about Prince Silas? Cecilia asked. I want to make a deal. Novice said softly, ignoring her question. He knew he had to at least try. He has studied war tactics extensively. The Tralis army stood no chance against a burrowing hive. Walls meant nothing to those who could go under or over it. That was why siege towers existed, and that was also why those towers were always priority targets for the defenders. Oh? The beast asked as it tilted its head, and Novice saw a wide smile appear on its face, showing more of its serrated teeth. Interesting. Empress Cecilia said as she leaned back into her chair and crossed her arms. Speak. Empress Cecilia commanded after a moment of silence. I will tell you all you want to know. It will make your invasion easier. If you take less losses, then it would save you lives and resources. With that, you could be more merciful when you attack civilian centers. Novice said shakily. Cutting your losses, are you? Surprisingly rational for a human. The beast commented with a chuckle. Agreed, friend, the screaming and begging gets old rather quickly. Empress Cecilia replied lazily as she turned to the side to look at the beast. Tell me about it, but that's what the gag is for. The beast said dryly. Quite. Empress Cecilia replied with a shrug. From their conversation, Novice was starting to get the feeling that these two were partners. The theory that the Empress had tamed some ancient beast was starting to sound like a fantasy. If the information you have is useful, I will refrain from going too wild when I'm in the middle of your precious city. The beast said. Also, Novice began. You aren't going to ask how you can ensure that I keep my word? The beast asked slyly. How am I even going to ensure you do something like that? Novice replied in as steady a voice as he could manage. So it's good faith then? Empress Cecilia asked as she raised an eyebrow. I am doing what I can with the means I have. Novice replied. You are really calm for someone chained to a wall and surrounded by monstrous beasts. Empress Cecilia remarked with a grin. Screaming won't do anything. I might as well do what I can. Novice replied, sounding braver than he actually was feeling at that moment. So you have. Now what else were you going to say? Empress Cecilia asked. I wish to request that you do not harm my wife and children. Novice requested, his voice finally shaking as he thought of his family back in Tralis. And where is this wife and children of yours? The beast said as if he was tasting the words in his mouth, as if the words were unfamiliar and he was saying it for the first time. In Tralis. Novice replied. And how, pray tell, are we supposed to know who your family is? Empress Cecilia asked sarcastically. I can give you the address. Novice began. Oh yes, silly me, I forgot Volarians never leave their houses. Empress Cecilia replied, cutting him off, the sarcasm so thick in her tone it was almost dripping from her lips. They will be confined indoors during the siege. Novice said bitterly. I don't suppose you know how to draw. Would make your request easier to fulfill. The beast asked. I'm afraid not. Novice replied. Well, then I have bad news for you. My soldiers aren't very discriminating. I can send out simple broad criteria instructions. Like attack no one that is holding a weapon, or don't attack anyone who is on their knees. But if your wife panics and picks up a kitchen knife or a stick, I'm afraid she is mince. If I knew exactly what she looked like, I could just forbid them from attacking them. The beast said. I see. Novice replied, his voice shaking. I have a solution. The beast said as it approached him. A solution? Novice asked as he gulped. You see, I can read the minds of willing individuals. So if you let me in, I can find out what your family looks like and I can find all I want about Tralis. I will know everything. The beast said. Novice felt his throat go dry. This was such an insidious request. This meant he couldn't lie, he couldn't hold anything back. His mind will be a book that this beast can peruse. Yes, it would give his family the best chance possible, but yet this will rob his home of any chance of victory. Novice was well briefed, very well briefed. He guarded the Elysian border after all, so in the event of a sudden attack he needed to know exactly what to do. Yes, his command was small, but that was due to manpower constraints. So in reality he knew far more than an average officer should. I will smash your nation's army. I have 100,000 soldiers. Do you know what I am? I have lived since the days that the firstborn walked this world. The beast said as it lowered its head until their faces were centimeters apart. My soldiers do not tire, they do not know pain, they do not know fear, they live only to obey. If I order them to kill, Valeria will run red with blood. The beast said. Novice lowered his head, so it wasn't 10,000 soldiers, it was 100,000. The rumors did say that the great beast was sprung from an Elysian vault. If this beast is really as old as he claimed, then Tralis is doomed. Well, it would have been doomed no matter what. It wouldn't be long before Alicia turned their gaze north. The beast would have rampaged through Valeria at some point. Novice nodded quietly as he lowered his head. At least this way the ones closest to him wouldn't have to suffer. Or at least he can buy a chance of that outcome. Excellent. Do not resist or your mind will shatter like glass. The beast said as it extended a finger. Novice took a shuddering gasp as he closed his eyes. The moment he felt the beast's hand touch his head, he felt the world fall away. His chains were gone and he was standing in a dark world. Then he sensed something enter. It was massive. He looked up as he sensed the being approach. He felt his breath catch in his throat as he struggled to breathe. He looked up to see this large silhouette of the beast. Its form was made of oily black shadow and it was the size of a mountain. It towered over him and he could see small red eyes dotting every inch of its body. The eyes blinked as their gazes shifted to look around. Some eyes were larger than others. He noted a pair of particular large eyes that scanned the surroundings with slight curiosity. So this a human mind. Rather unimpressive, isn't it? A feminine voice said, and he heard another louder female voice speak. Then they started to converse. Come now, Azatharine, you were the one who said you were curious about it. I did, mistress, yet I was expecting more considering the mind we share. Reality is often disappointing, Azatharine. So it would seem, mistress. Then Novice heard another softer voice speak. The other two voices were booming, almost hurting his ears, albeit one was louder than the other. This new voice was softer but still on the louder side. As unimpressive as ever, how easy it would be for me to shatter this place. Novice shuddered as he felt a wave of malice and bloodlust flood his mind and body. It felt like millions of small knives piercing him from every direction, and he felt his legs give out as he fell to his knees. Nafiz, you are scaring the creature. The loudest voice thus far chided, and Novice felt the knives vanish as he shakily looked up at the black mountain before him. Then he heard a new voice, and that voice shook the ground below him, a voice so loud it elicited pain throughout his body. He could feel the sound rattle his bones and his ears felt like they were on fire. More than that, his head felt like it was going to explode from the voice alone. Enough, cut the idle chit-chat. He fell to his knees, grasping at his head, tearing at his hair. The voice alone gave out an unspeakable pressure. It sparked something deep within him. A primordial fear passed down from his ancestors only to now burst forth from the deepest recesses of his mind. That primordial terror now rose to the surface, called forth by this ancient creature. Just from this, Novice knew whatever the great beast was, it was ancient, a higher life form above the rhying and mewling masses. Novice knew without a shadow of a doubt that if this being so wished for it, it could shatter his sanity, destroy his dreams, and leave him as nothing but an empty husk. Novice, in what remained of his lucid mind, pondered what this beast could possibly be. Then the realization hit him: this was a god. An old god from a forgotten time masquerading as some mortal creature. It had to be, it was the only explanation. Perhaps it was a divine creature sent to judge the unworthy. In Novice's fragile mind, that was the only thing, that was the only explanation. Calling the presence of the beast a being from another plane of existence would not be an exaggeration. As he looked up from his knees, he felt tears stream down his face as he gazed at the god before him. He did the only thing he felt would preserve him. He lowered his head to the floor and started to pray. What I have is yours, Great One. My life, my soul is yours. I only ask that you give mercy to my family. I am your servant from this day onwards. Novice prayed as he clasped his hands in panicked devotion. Novice tentatively raised his eyes and he saw its mouth widen in a smile, and he saw that ominous red glow appear from its maw. He could see the massive red maw and the silhouette of its long fangs. The fangs looked to be as large as a house. Novice lowered his head again and saw the ground around him was cast in a red glow, the red light from its maw bathing him in that crimson hue. Then he heard it speak again, and again he felt the pain of its great voice rattling his entire body. It was a simple reply, but it betrayed the absolute confidence in the god before him. As if his life and mind was putty in its hands. Good. Chapter 70, Revelations. I put Cecilia down on the balcony of the room and we headed inside. Cecilia stretched in a rather unimpressed-like fashion before plopping herself on the couch. We ended up taking longer than expected, with some final modifications to the battering ram thing that was now known as the siege breaker. It was almost ready with just a little more tweaking, and I can have 2 of them rampaging through the streets of Tralis. Yes, 2 of them. The crowns Mahila gave me was enough for me to make another one. So if the first one drops, well, they will have to deal with the one behind it. With my new upgrades. Honestly, I doubt they could actually kill the first one, considering they will have to deal with quite a few other things. Like my entire army emerging in the middle of their precious city. By the time I am at the walls of Tralis, they will know that my hive can burrow, so the walls will be a lower priority. The downed gate was just for the humans to rush in and secure the city. Snarling, roaring beasts have a tendency to drive humans into blind panic. When people panic, people run, people trample other people. Things get destroyed, inflamed things get knocked onto flammable things, and the poor idiots living in the city end up burning it down. Personally, I preferred my cities to not be on fire, well, at least most of it not being on fire. There will be fire, but I don't want the whole thing to end up as smoldering ruin. Oh well, that was a productive day, Cecilia said as she laid back on the couch. On cue, Lily walked over and sat down next to Cecilia. I turned away and moved towards my cushion, and as I sat down I saw the pair glued at the lips, fencing with their tongues. Well, they are about to be interrupted. I could sense Mahila approaching the front door. By sense, what I mean is I can barely sense her. She is the only one in the castle that can walk like that. Most of the time I don't pay attention to most of the things my acute senses pick up. I only noticed Mahila because she was an anomaly. Keep your clothes on, I said, and the pair paused as they looked at me before Cecilia turned to look at the door. Then the door opened without so much as a knock as Mahila entered the room. She was the only one that dared to do that. We need to talk about Maria, Mahila said as she walked over to Cecilia. Cecilia disentangled herself from Lily and she rose to her feet, returning to the poise of a stoic empress. Sorry about this, you can have your fun later, Mahila said to Lily, who nodded slightly in response. Is there a problem? Cecilia asked. Yes, her mental state is worse than expected, Mahila said as she crossed her arms over her chest. Huh, that's unfortunate. Our estimates were already low, her whole affair with that night was already a big red flag, I remarked as I saw the pair of them looking at me. I saw Cecilia pause for a moment, then her gaze lowered slightly, perhaps in sadness, perhaps in acceptance. But the pain was definitely there. For all of Cecilia's faults, she was still a good person buried deep down. She cared for her family. It's everyone else that ends up in front of her who draws the short straw. Perhaps it's because her family was all she ever had, considering her childhood isolation, thanks to the prophecy. Even between the 2 of us, we shared an almost sibling-like relationship. So we thought yes, Cecilia muttered as she turned to Mahila. She didn't say a word, but I could tell Mahila got her meaning. The request was simple. Elaborate. She has lost some of her grip on reality. Her mind is a scattered mess, she can't even keep her own internal logic consistent. She is blocking things out, her grasp on reality is hanging by a thread. The reality she perceives is fragile and idealistic, it won't be long before that comes crumbling down. Then there is no way to know where that will leave her. Mahila said. Do you have experience when dealing with such things? Cecilia asked, her tone betraying a slight inkling of uncertainty. Yes, I do, but usually resolving such issues takes quite a while. Years usually. I think you are going to have put your plans for her on hold. I will be surprised if she can live normally as a common woman. I feel letting her run a domain would be courting disaster. Mahila replied. That would be a problem. We needed a stabilizing factor in Western Voloria. Maria was the perfect fit, to be honest she was the only fit. At least at this time. We needed an Elysian with control of Voloria to slowly worm our influence into the region. Conquering a piece of land isn't as simple as rolling over the local army and occupying the territory. That is going to be a problem. I said as I shifted my gaze to Cecilia. Yes, it is. Cecilia replied. If you can convince her to let me in, I can try to unravel some of it. Maybe even cure her affliction. You know firsthand what I can do. I proposed. Yes. That could work. But that incident just now with that prisoner from Trallis. Did you intend to make him think you are a god? Cecilia asked as she turned to face me. When you entered my mind you were powerful, yes, but not to the extent that you seemed divine. Cecilia said. Well, I was significantly more gentle when I entered your mind. But in truth I was surprised too. Not sure why he cracked just from me saying a few words while I was in there. I mused in response. It's because you are now more powerful than before. The size of your hive also increases that effect. Mahila interjected from the side. Really? You seem to know a lot. Cecilia said as she turned to look at Mahila, raising a questioning eyebrow. You know the cult I mentioned that worshipped the firstborn long ago? Mahila asked as she glanced at me. Yeah, why? I asked. It was called the first cult, because as the name implied it was the first ever cult. It was founded by an old raven-born by the name of Cultasicvarus. That was where the word cult came from. Mahila said. Raven-born. I don't recall ever reading anything about them. Cecilia said a little perturbed. No, I think we did. We just didn't know it. I said the name of an old hero popped into my mind. What? Cecilia asked in confusion. Crowfather. Ravens, crows, seems a little convenient. I replied and I saw Mahila nod. The Ravenborn were third-generation humanoids that existed about 7 million years ago. The Watchers were the first generation and you humans are 15th, 16th generation humanoids. Anyway, the Crowfather is probably the oldest surviving humanoid alive today. Mahila explained. Surviving? I asked as I sat up from my cushion. The stories say you used to run with the Crowfather. Is he going to be a problem? I asked cautiously. Don't worry, firstborn, he's on our side. The only reason I didn't bring him over is that I didn't want to bother him until the time was right. Gramps has a tender spot in his heart for a great many things, including the Archangel Mercy Uriel. Mahila replied. And you are worried that he won't be able to do what must be done? I said as Cecilia narrowed her eyes as she gazed at Mahila. It's not that he won't be able to do it. It's just that he won't because he doesn't want to. Back then favors were worth more than crowns and the Archangel Uriel still has one on the Crowfather. In truth, the only reason that the humanoids on Terra live even remotely decently is because of her. She is probably the only Archangel who still has any compassion in her. Mahila said. So the Crowfather is a liability until the time is right. I replied as I caught on to her meaning. In a way, I will handle it. As for the root of his conversation, the first cult was formed when the firstborn touched the minds of humanoids for the first time. Or so the story goes. Mahila said as she trailed off and her gaze grew distant. Then what is the truth? Cecilia asked as she walked up to Mahila, her gaze razor sharp, the uncertainty from before gone from her eyes. The first cult was formed when the firstborn figured out how to touch the minds of the humanoids without shattering their minds into a million pieces. The more powerful the mind, the greater pressure it exerts. When a firstborn grows past a certain point, mortal minds can no longer withstand their presence. They resolved this by creating creatures that could act as intermediaries, adapters if you will. A way to dampen the pressure of the powerful mind that the firstborn possesses. They were called priests and advocates. They effectively served as the voice of God. Mahila explained. I am seeing some parallels with the world today. The priests of the church order serve largely the same purpose, albeit less dramatically. Cecilia replied as she turned her head towards me. The hive in Zarma, they had a humanoid that was called an advocate. He served a similar purpose. I added. The systems were adopted by many others. It was familiar to us humanoids, so there was no reason to change the overall structure. It's been almost 2 million years since the firstborn were wiped out, and yet we still walk in their immortal shadow. Mahila replied as she turned her head to me as well. I'll get started on the advocate. I still have some crowns left over. There is this old blueprint lying in my head from the Eternal Mother. I always wondered what it was. I assumed it was used as a glorified mouthpiece. But with what you told me, I said as I cupped my chin and pondered the blueprint's design. Is that the direct control adaptation? Cecilia asked. Yes. Transference of a portion of the mind into another body. I never considered using that body as a way to interface with anyone's mind. I replied. Then could Legiona do it? Cecilia asked. In theory yes, but I want to run some final checks on her just in case I missed something. I did put this design in, but I had no inkling at the time on what the adaptation was for. Don't want to accidentally break something in her head. I replied, and Cecilia gave me a warm smile. I still have some prisoners lying around. I could use them to do a few test runs. Just to be safe, I said, and Cecilia gave me a small nod. Okay. Cecilia replied simply. Rarely do I see her with so little words. Usually her sentences are long and flowery. A simple okay is as rare as they come. There was silence then, and I looked around the room. I saw Cecilia slightly lost in thought, and Mahila was just standing there looking at me, waiting and seeing what I was about to do. All right, I guess I'll get started on it, I said as I headed towards the balcony. You could take a break first, friend. I am sure Maria can wait a night, Cecilia said, and I sensed the telltale signs of lingering guilt in her physiology. What's bothering you? I asked simply, and Cecilia paused for a moment before seemingly deflating. Then she let out a small chuckle as she looked back at me, her demeanor much more relaxed. Apologies, friend. With me spending so much time dealing with incompetents and sycophants, I sometimes forget to leave the grand game at the door, Cecilia said with a small smile on her lips before she let out another small sigh. This problem with Maria is a personal issue. She is my family, so she is my problem, Cecilia said as she walked towards until she was right next to me. Well, if she is your problem, then she is mine as well, I replied calmly, and I saw Cecilia's eyes widen slightly. In truth, you are correct. I do not care about her. I think she's an idiot, frankly. Sleeping with that knight could have gotten both of them killed, perhaps even her entire family. It was an emotional and irrational decision. But like you said, she is the best candidate for an Elysian noble in Valoria. The Valorian houses cannot be left to their own devices. The old hatreds run too deep. So getting her up to at least a semi-functional state has its benefits. Also, this clearly bothers you, and I rather not have too many things clouding your judgment. By the end of the next year, you will have an empire that is larger than even the ancient empires. We can't afford any mistakes. Incompetence and sycophants, remember, I replied evenly as I leaned down to look at Cecilia before I flashed her a fanged smile. Besides, I was just going to read a little. I don't sleep, remember? It's not like the book is going anywhere, I said with a small chuckle. Cecilia gave me a warm smile as she nodded slightly. I suppose it isn't, Cecilia replied with a slightly happier voice. I looked at Mahila, and she was giving a funny look. I saw something strange in her vitals. It was relief as her stress levels dropped significantly. But just as soon as it fell, it jumped back up, but not to the same level as it was originally. I turned back to Cecilia as I felt her lay a gentle hand on my side. I looked down, and she gave me a soft smile and a nod. I returned the nod as I turned away and opened the door to the balcony. As I did so, I heard Cecilia say one last thing. Thank you, friend. Chapter 71, Madness and Stupidity. Maria stirred as she opened a bleary eye. The first thing she was aware of was the warmth of the person she was laying on top of. Maria raised her head to see Rowan gently smiling at her. "Sleep well?" Rowan asked gently as he gently stroked the back of her head. "Yes." Maria replied softly as her gaze softened and she felt heat on her cheeks. When Maria tried to sit up, she shuddered as she felt something hard and hot inside her. Oh yes. After last night lovemaking, she had just passed out on top of Rowan. It seems like he was inside her for the entire night. "Ah. How are you still so hard?" Maria said wetly as she felt her nether start to heat up at the thought of her lover being inside her. "I wasn't when I woke up, but when I noticed, well. Now you see the result," Rowan said as he ran his hand along her back. "I can't help it, you are just so beautiful," Rowan added as he cupped her cheek. Maria smiled as she leaned down and captured her lover's lips. Their tongues danced and Maria gently grasped the side of Rowan's head as she pressed her lips tighter against his. As their kiss deepened, Maria felt the heat in her loins grow, and unable to resist it anymore, she started to rock her hips back and forth. The sensation of her lover's girth rubbing her inner walls caused her to shudder, and the pair broke their kiss. Maria let out a shuddering moan, and then she felt Rowan grope her petite orange-sized breasts. "MMPHH." Maria moaned wetly as she felt him squeeze the soft flesh. He didn't pinch her nipples, it was a little thing they agreed upon. In the past, Prince Silas would pinch them painfully, suck on them, and bite them, often leaving teeth marks on her breasts. Her nipples were once a light shade of pink, but after a year of constant abuse they had darkened slightly. In their relationship, there was a simple rule. No pinching, no scratching, and his mouth was only allowed to touch her lips or be used for light kisses. No licking and no love bites, although she has been making an exception recently with his mouth being between her legs when he pleasured her. Maria knew her mental scars would take a while to heal, but with Rowan by her side perhaps it would be tolerable. "I want," Maria mewed as she raised her torso up and sat down on her lover's member, putting it in as deep as she could. Maria felt it hit her back wall and she shuddered as the shock of pleasure shot up her spine like lightning. "Do you want to?" Maria asked breathlessly as she tried her best to stop herself from starting to bounce on his lap. "Of course," Rowan replied breathlessly as he placed both hands on Maria's hips. "But you didn't drink the potion," Rowan stated. "I'll just get off before it happens. And I don't mind if it ends up inside," Maria said as she took in deep breaths, her gaze glazed over in lust. "What?" Rowan asked in shock as he sat up and he saw Maria smile as she grabbed his shoulders before starting to bounce. Wait. Rowan sputtered as he grasped her hips and pressed her down to stop her. "Ah. Rowan." Maria moaned as she felt her lover's member slam into her back wall. "Don't tease me," Maria murmured as she started to rock her hips back and forth. "Maria, listen to me," Rowan shouted as he shook her shoulders, and that jolted Maria back to reality. "Huh?" Maria asked as her glassy gaze slowly refocused. "Do you know what you are saying? You are a princess, you can't have my child. I'm some lower noble from a far-removed branch of a third-rate family. I was what? 15th in line for the title? The family title doesn't even have any land to the name. It just had some merchant companies and a few inns under it. You are a princess. We agreed at the start that this thing we are doing would be temporary. We can't get married. We don't have a future, Maria," Rowan said, his voice rising with urgency. Rowan watched Maria freeze, then he saw tears trickle down her face. He felt Maria wrap her around him as she squeezed him tight. Then he heard whimpers as she began to cry. "Maria," Rowan said as he felt his gut wrench at the sounds of his weeping lover. He loved her, that he knew, but at the same time he couldn't in good conscience let her commit political suicide for him. The only reason he agreed to their little affair was that they agreed that this would just be for a while. At the outset they both knew that this match was impossible. The other houses would not be happy with this match. The hand of a crown princess was a valuable thing. To have such an opportunity squandered on someone like Rowan would anger many houses that have available sons for the match. It was an unspoken rule that marriage was to be carefully organized between the houses. Sometimes matches are decided at birth. To marry someone so far below your social class is seen as poor etiquette and a blatant disregard to the rules of the game. "I don't care," Maria said softly. What? Rowan sputtered as he heard the words that escaped her lips. Maria released him as she looked at him, her gaze a mix of agony and rage. I'm sick of it. Maria muttered as she lowered her head. I'm sick of everyone deciding my life for me. I was sold to a brute and used as a toy. A year I suffered, a year of pain and humiliation. I can't do it anymore. You are all I have, Rowan. Maria said, her voice shaking. But Maria, your title. Rowan began. I don't care, I don't want it. I want you. Maria said as she cupped his cheek. I don't want to rule, I just want to live in peace. I want to start the family with you. Maria said, her voice sounding like broken glass. Maria. We can't do this. It's madness. Rowan stammered in response. You aren't listening. Maria said as her voice started to tremble but in a different way. Maria. Rowan asked tentatively. You aren't listening. Maria shrieked. Maria. Rowan began but instead he felt Maria shove him onto his back. Normally she wouldn't be able to do this considering she was light enough that Rowan could carry her in full armor without much trouble. The only reason he ended up on his back was the shock of what was happening. I don't care. Maria said in a deathly cold whisper as she raised her hips and slammed it down. Rowan could only look on in mute shock as his lover kept muttering that phrase as she slammed herself down on his member with a rage-filled desperation. Maria slammed herself a dozen times before she suddenly stilled. Rowan felt wetness as he saw tears dripping off her face onto his chest. I don't care. Maria sobbed out before collapsing onto his chest and descending into agony-filled sobs. Rowan wrapped his arms around her and he felt her cling to him as her body shook with sobs. Don't leave me. I can't. Please. I'll have no more reason to live. Maria gasped out between sobs. Rowan felt his blood go cold at those words. So what? Will she go to the tallest spire she can find and hurl herself off it if she is forced to leave him? Rowan forced his mind to think. He needed to think of a way out of this. A way out for both of them. He needed something unconventional. It looks like the standard solution wasn't going to work. Well, it could potentially, but he wasn't willing to gamble with Maria's life. He had loved her for a long time, he had been infatuated the first time he laid eyes on her. At first he thought it was just simple lust, but as her torment continued right under his guard he slowly realized it wasn't just lust. He realized that he would be perfectly content to protect her for as long as he was able to, even if he never had her affection. Most of all he realized it when he started losing sleep over it and the pain in his heart when he saw the marks that monster left on her. When she first asked him to take her, he hesitated at first because he knew the risks. But the pain in her eyes was too much for him, so in a moment of weakness he agreed to this madness. When he was tied to that chair and realized what was going to happen, he was going to watch as the woman he loved was defiled in front of him because of his weakness. He realized that the last thing he was going to see was his love's broken body before those soldiers cut his throat. He was an idiot, that he knew. The only two things he ever excelled at were his skills with the sword and his ability to understand his own position and limitations. He didn't have the mind or abilities of someone like the Empress or some ancient beast from a time long forgotten. He couldn't come up with unorthodox solutions to impossible problems. He didn't have that ability. Yes. He didn't have the ability to come up with unorthodox solutions. But she did. The Empress did. Maria is her cousin that had to count for something. Rowan made his decision then. He decided that he would do everything he could to make Maria as happy as possible. He swore an oath to always defend the interests of House of Verlin when he offered his sword to the royal family. So that was what he was going to do. Maria, Rowan said, and he felt Maria shift as she looked up at him, eyes filled with tears. You can ask the Empress about this, perhaps she has a solution. She has a knack for unorthodox solutions, right? Rowan asked. Rowan saw Maria's gaze change and he saw the gears in her head start to turn. And what if she doesn't have a solution? Maria asked softly, her voice calmer. Rowan paused as he steeled himself. What came next was probably going to be the best or worst choice of his life. It was a pretty bad plan, all things considered, but it was the best he could come up with. He smiled as he rolled the pair of them over, eliciting a small shudder from Maria as he movement caused some friction down low. Rowan pulled out and walked over to the cabinet and took one of the contraceptive potions before climbing back onto the bed. He paused as he looked at her slick and swollen petals. He ran his thumb over the slit and he saw her flinch at the touch. Rowan then moved and re-entered her, shutting his eyes as he did so. He let out a groan as he felt the now familiar tightness around him. Rowan then offered the potion to the woman who would one day bear his children with a loving smile. Maria took the potion quizzically. She could tell there was something different in his demeanor. It seemed like he had made up his mind about something. Rowan, Maria asked tentatively. Maria Verlin. Will you marry me? Rowan asked and Maria's eyes widened. Then happy tears flowed down her cheeks as she nodded. For now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We owe the Empress at least an inquiry on her future plans. If she is fine with us, then we could wait for the wedding, Rowan said and Maria nodded. If she doesn't agree, I will try to have a child with you tonight, Rowan said as he ran a gentle hand along her stomach. Then we'll run away together and start a new life. Okay, Rowan asked and Maria nodded again as she drank the potion. Maria turned the bottle upside down to show him that she drank it all. Rowan leaned down and captured her lips. They shared a tender kiss before he sat back up and began to thrust. He watched his lover moan and squirm under him as he made love to her. He felt her coil his legs around him and he bent down to embrace her and she returned the embrace. Rowan swore in that moment he would never leave her side. In that moment he spoke another vow. But in the back of his mind he felt the two of them wouldn't get far if they chose to run. Somehow he felt that if they could think of this stupid idea, then the Empress and that ancient beast must have prepared for it long ago. But still he had to try. Little did the pair of them know that there was something else in the room. It had been watching them ever since they arrived in Verlin. That creature had already relayed a message to the great beast of the Elysian woods. For in truth, no matter what they or any other nobles try to scheme, the great beast always holds all the cards. So the great beast muttered into the hive mind with dry resignation, and a flurry of disdain washed out from the higher members of the hive. Their disdain was so thick for the stupidity of the pair, but at the same time, some found it almost comedic in a pathetic sort of way. Well, that was pretty expected. I would say it's disappointing. But you can't be disappointed when you have no expectations. Chapter 72, Wisdom and Vision. Cecilia sat on her couch as she eyed Maria. She had just finished telling her everything. How she intended to wed that night and that she had no intention to inherit the throne if her title got in the way of that. How she was even considering running away if Cecilia opposed this plan of action. A bold thing to say to an empress, some would even argue that it was very, very stupid. Cecilia could see Maria was eyeing her tentatively, as if afraid of her answer. In truth, Cecilia was perfectly fine with this arrangement. It in fact simplified matters significantly. Although Cecilia did care for her cousin, she was not the type of woman that was overly sentimental. She knew a piece of leverage when she saw one. Cecilia needed Maria on the throne. Who she has children with isn't really that much of an issue. She was the empress, her word was law. As long as the major political figures remained on her side, she could do whatever she wanted. They wouldn't care if Maria married someone significantly below her social class. This was a trivial matter as it didn't impact them. It would ruffle the feathers of some aspiring bachelors, but they were of a minor concern. The politics of low lords and ladies were now beneath her, for she was now playing the game of empires, not low politics. Her policy was simple: if she even gets a whiff of treason from the lords and ladies under her, well, then there will be empty holdings to redistribute. Her empire will be run with an iron fist and 100,000 snarling maws as a deterrent to any treachery. Cecilia needed Maria to agree to submit to her friend's mental examination. It was both in Cecilia's and Maria's best interest for her to do so. So here comes the solution: Cecilia will agree to the match. In exchange, Maria will allow her friend into her mind, and she will take her place as ruler of Verlin or Western Voloria, depending on her preference. I see. Well, I see no issue with that, Cecilia said, and Maria's eyes widened in shock. Really? Maria asked, as if barely able to believe it. Yes, but Maria, you are aware that being truly free isn't possible, Cecilia said as she reached out to take her hand. Even I am beholden to the rigors of politics, to the whims of high heaven. The only difference is who you answer to and to how many people you answer to. You understand that if you decide to give up your title, my hands will be tied on how much aid I can give you. I cannot publicly support you or your family if you give up your title, Cecilia said. Rowan said he would find work, perhaps as an adventurer. Maria replied. Adventurers are about to become obsolete in my empire. With the great beast's hive, monsters are no longer a problem. The adventurers will be repurposed into a combat unit that excels in fighting alongside the soldiers of the hive. Perhaps he can find work as a common soldier or a mercenary. But all of the above occupations carry a significant element of risk. His only marketable skill is his abilities with a sword. If the two of you go down this path, he may very well die, Cecilia said as Maria lowered her head. If he dies, then what? How are you going to provide for yourself? What if you have children? You can't let them starve, so what are your marketable skills, Maria? As a royal princess, you are trained in statecraft, etiquette, politics, and the fine appreciation of high society. None of which will be of any use to you once you relinquish your title. Did I leave anything out? Cecilia asked, and Maria shook her head. I actually did leave something out. Your body, Cecilia said, and Maria visibly flinched. If anyone takes one look at you, they will know you are a royal. Our hair and eyes are quite the indicator of our lineage. There is a good chance you may be forced to whore yourself to support your children. Even if none of that happens, your husband will be away for long periods of time. That means you will be vulnerable during those periods of time. With beauty like yours, you will be a desirable target for rapists. Everyone wants to bed a royal. If I announced that I wanted to take someone into my bed, the line of applicants would stretch over the horizon. Yes, I punish rapists with the death penalty. Convicted rapists get sent to the black box, their bodies used to create more laborers and soldiers within the great beast's hive. Their flesh and bodies are repurposed to serve the empire in death. Do you know I still catch rapists and I still have to cart them over to the black box? Some people just can't control themselves, they get drunk, or they are just stupid. There will always be people like that, and you do not want their attention on you, Cecilia said, and Maria bit her lip in response. Frankly, cousin, that is a horrendous plan. Which is why I wish to ensure you will not have to take that risk. I offer you 2 titles of your choice. I offer you the Duchy of Averlin or the Duchy of Western Voloria, which is the territory formerly owned by Tralis. I plan to scrub the Tralis name from history by the time I'm done with them. For the Duchy of Averlin, you will rule from your ancestral seat, but I will carve a very generous piece of Tralis's former territory for you. Come, let me show you what I mean, Cecilia said as she stood up and offered Maria her hand. Cecilia led her over to a table that held a map showing the local region. Look, Maria, Tralis has 9 towns. If you choose the Duchy of Averlin, I will give you the 3 towns on the southern coast, and your border will end at Beatrice. Then when I take Geria, I will give you their territory as well. Once all of this is done, you will rule a powerful trading territory that controls the flow of all dwarven goods from Ironhammer. If you decide to take the Duchy of Western Voloria, I will have you create a new house that will rule the former seat of Old Voloria. But I understand that you have some aversion to that region. I know you have wished to never actually lay eyes on that city. If you do not accept the seat of Western Voloria, I will divide the region into smaller states so that none can overcome the other, Cecilia explained, and Maria's eyes widened at her words. With a single stroke, I will make you one of the most powerful women in the empire. What do you say? Cecilia asked as she looked at Maria. How will you make the dwarves trade with us? They are always hesitant to involve themselves with us humans, Maria asked as she looked up curiously, showing a glimpse of her capable mind, even if it was buried under a year's worth of trauma. I will force them to the table, Cecilia said as she picked up her glass of blood-red wine and took a sip. The great beast's hive are burrowers. The dwarves live underground, Cecilia replied with a casual shrug. They will come around, or I will bury them under their mountain, Cecilia said as she put the glass of wine back down. But why me? I'm a disgraced princess. If I wasn't a royal, I would be unmarriable. Some would even say I am tainted, Maria replied in slight confusion. Because you are my family and you are my blood. Also, you say you are tainted, but I don't see it that way. When I look at you, I don't see a harlot, I see a woman who was willing to do anything to protect those she held dear. Yes, you cracked a little considering the whole matter with Rowan, but that brute Silas is famously cruel. If anything, for you to last so long is something to be lauded in my eyes. I need someone capable. Rumors say you have a talent for statecraft. You are my blood, so I know I can trust you. Also, your appointment is a stress test. Cecilia said. A stress test? Maria asked as she tilted her head in confusion. Like you said, your title and husband will cause some problems. Minor problems, but problems nonetheless. I am actually hoping problems do end up cropping up. Cecilia replied calmly. You hope there will be problems? Maria sputtered in response. Yes, think about it, Maria. I am the Empress. I have an ancient beast as a loyal friend. Said beast has 100,000 fearless and absolutely loyal soldiers. My dear friend's soldiers live only to obey. I have the best spy master in the region, and I am giving her a level of funding all other spy masters can only dream of. She can outbid every agent out there in the world. That ability alone has implications, and it makes it easier to turn spies to our side. After all, every spy will be questioning if the other spies have been bought out. In addition, she has access to monsters that my dear friend can provide for her operations. I can kill someone from the front as easily as I can from the back. My power is absolute in this empire. My word is truth, my word is law. As far as the Averlanian Empire is concerned, the seas rise when I give the word. So tell me, who would be willing to test me over something like your title and marriage? Cecilia asked. Fools. Maria replied as she caught on to her meaning. Exactly, incompetent lord and ladies are more dangerous to my empire than any foreign army. They won't be able to touch you, I will see to that. I just need them to stick their heads where it doesn't belong, and then I will do the rest. Do not worry, cousin, you will be very well guarded. Cecilia said as she snapped her fingers, and Maria watched as dozen invisible beasts appeared around them. Cecilia waved her hand and the beasts seemingly dematerialized into thin air. Scryer mages can't even detect them. Cecilia added in clarification. So what do you say? Cecilia said as she offered Maria her hand. Maria paused for a moment before she nodded slightly and took her hand. Maria gripped Cecilia's hand tightly, feeling safer than she had in a long time. Can I have some time to decide which title I prefer? Maria asked. Of course, you have time. Because in truth I have a condition for all I offer. Cecilia said, and Maria began to feel wary. Don't give me that look, Maria, I won't ask for anything unreasonable. In truth, Maria, I am concerned about your mental state. Your affair with that knight, your plan to run away with your lover, your decision to even tell me about your plan to run away. This tells me that you are not thinking clearly. You who lasted so long under that brute, you who played the game well enough that Trallis was willing to garrison a mere few hundred men at Averlin rather than install a full occupation force. Normally you would not be this sloppy. I know you can do better. The only conclusion I can come up with is that your mind is a scattered mess now. Cecilia said, and Maria opened her mouth for a moment before closing it impotently. Maria knew she was right. She has become increasingly irrational and emotional. In truth, one of the reasons she wanted to give up the throne was that she wasn't confident she could rule in her current state. Maria, I want you to get better. I have not forgotten our time together in the garden downstairs all those years ago. Cecilia said as she gently took Maria's hands. I want the best for you, so I would like to offer you something. My dear friend, the great beast can enter your mind and resolve many of the issues plaguing you. He can help to resolve all the trauma. What would have taken years to fix could be done in what? Hours. Weeks. Months. I am sure he can fix this by the new year. Which would be just in time for you to get ready to take your desired title. Cecilia said as she locked Maria's gaze with her own. Is it safe? Maria asked, her tone uncertain. It is, I tried it myself, we share a close relationship. Helping you was a personal request from myself. Cecilia said reassuringly. I see. You are offering me everything I want and more. In truth, I am concerned about my mental state as well. Maria admitted with a sigh. Maria knew Cecilia was right. This was the best path forward, although it was a risk and an unknown. But Maria trusted her. There was no reason for Cecilia to lie to her about this. What she was being offered was nothing short of a miracle. With this she would rule alongside her love, and no one could do anything to her. They may be willing to risk her ire, but they would not risk Cecilia's wrath. Especially considering this will be after the war and Cecilia will no doubt make an example of the Tralis army. Hives don't leave prisoners after all. You either beat a hive back or it will devour everything. Somehow Maria felt that Brute wouldn't be able to beat this hive back. Well, how does that sound, Maria? Cecilia asked gently. Maria looked up at Cecilia and Maria steeled herself. Yes, she would take the deal. As of right now she trusted Cecilia perhaps only slightly less than Rowan. She couldn't trust her family, her own people, no one else. No one else cared about her other than Rowan and Cecilia. So with that Maria made her decision and gave Cecilia her answer. I agree to your terms. Maria said in as firm a voice as she could manage. In response Cecilia smiled as she pulled her into a gentle embrace. After a light squeeze they separated and Cecilia held her at arm's length as she looked at Maria fondly. No need to be so formal, Maria. We are cousins, remember? Chapter 73, New Cage. Princess Emmelin's hands shook as she held the small vial in her hand. She could feel her heart hammering against her chest. She cast her gaze up to her mother who was limp in the chair opposite her. She could see a vial similar to the one in her cold limp hands. Then she heard a gurgle from her chest and she looked down to see her infant son. His baby brown eyes looked up at her, filled with innocence. Again Emmeline turned her gaze to the vial of poison in her hands. She looked to her right and saw her younger sister staring at her, eyes wide in terror. The plan was for her to feed it to her infant son first, then to her dear sister, and finally she would drink a vial last. She knew this was the wise thing to do. If they were captured by the soldiers from Tralis they would be wishing for death before long. Then she felt her son's grasp on the front of her dress. She looked down to see him looking at her breast intently. He was hungry. Emmeline let out a choked sob before screaming and hurling the vial across the room, shattering it across the wall. Her son began to cry after being frightened by her outburst and she instinctively began to soothe him. Almost robotically she pulled down the front of her dress and started to nurse him. Big sister. Emmeline heard her younger sister say shakily from the side. Princess. Emmeline heard her one remaining attendant say from her position at the south side window. Emmeline could hear the sounds of battle raging downstairs. The soldiers of Tralis had breached the Beatrice walls hours ago. They were now looting and raping their way across the city. There were still some pockets of resistance, but those would fall as well soon. Resistance was not that surprising, every city had wives and daughters. Tralis had a reputation for brutalizing girls and taking them as spoils of war. The only comfort she could draw from this whole thing was that heaven would eventually step in and burn Tralis to the ground. A few hundred years ago Tralis was formed from the corpse of the old nation. The fools had ended up burning most of the historical records in their looting. That meant the bandits and mercenaries that took power had no idea what would happen if they went down this path. As for the other nations, they weren't exactly eager to enlighten them. Honestly, even if they did tell Tralis, Emmeline doubts they would have listened. Most individuals who rise to power from low birth tend to go mad with power. We don't have much time, princess. The attendant said as she cast her gaze out of the window. Emmeline shakily stood up as she walked over to the window. She looked down to see Tralis soldiers loitering downstairs in the great square. They were already in the castle, no doubt looking for her and her sister. She cast her gaze up to the night sky and saw the glittering stars above. Her family has chosen the tallest spire to commit suicide because it was closest to heaven. A stupid and arbitrary choice, but it was the best they could come up with in the circumstances. Emmeline shifted her gaze to the attendant and saw no fear in her sterling eyes. Her gaze was calm as a still lake. In truth, Emmeline has no idea who this woman was. She had never seen her before. Then again, she didn't remember most of her attendants. For most of her life she never bothered to pay any attention to those of lower social station. Then she saw the attendant's gaze shift to the door and Emmeline turned her gaze to the door as well. At first she heard nothing, then she heard the sound of armored footfalls. She felt a lump in her throat and her blood turned to ice. Her eyes darted to the shattered remains of the vial on the floor. In a panic she rushed towards her sister and grabbed her hand. She backed off the far side of the room and she looked out the north side window. While the other window was overlooking the city, this one was overlooking the wilderness north of the city. Perhaps she could jump. Just shut her eyes and leap from the edge. It would be quick. She would die the moment she hit the ground. Emelin tearfully looked down at her son that was now half asleep against her bare breast. She turned to look at her sister and she felt the wrenching pain in her chest. She couldn't do it. She was a coward. She felt the tears fall as she realized what was going to happen to her. She fell to her knees and embraced her sister and her son as she felt her body racked by sobs. She couldn't do it. How could she? Her husband was probably already dead. How can she kill her own son? Then she heard the banging on the door and she let out a blood-curdling scream. She heard the soldiers shouting on the other side door, reporting that they had found the bandit prince's prize. Emelin turned just in time to see the door kicked open as 5 heavily armored soldiers entered the room. The lead man turned his gaze to her mother's corpse and Emelin realized that he had put 2 and 2 together. "You're a coward, lucky us," the soldier said gruffly. Emelin screamed as she felt their hands on her. She thrashed as she felt her dear sister torn from her grasp. She heard her sister's screams. She was only 15 and they were going to do unspeakable things to her. Then she felt hands reach for her son. This time she screamed even louder. She tried her best to hug her son close. But their hands were stronger and soon she felt her child ripped from her hands. She screamed as one man held her back and the other helped her son by the back of his clothes like a sack of garbage. "Hey Captain, check it out," one of the men said as Emelin felt him grab her exposed breast and gave it a squeeze, forcing her milk out. "Want a taste, Captain?" the man said lecherously. "Enough, if you value your head, get your hands off her," one of the men growled as he approached Emelin. Emelin felt a hand on her breast. She looked down to see the man tilt it left then right as if examining it. Then he pulled the front of her dress back up, covering her. "You're lucky you didn't leave a mark. You better hope it doesn't bruise. You know what happens when someone touches the prince's women?" the captain growled as he brought his face an inch from the man holding Emelin. "Head, spikes and walls." The captain spat as he turned back around and gazed at the squalling baby. Emelin felt her breath catch in her throat as the man stilled for a moment, not saying a word. "Check if it's a boy or girl," the captain ordered. "It looks like a boy," the man said as he held up her baby to the moonlight. "It looks like." "Confirm," the captain roared and the other soldier tore open the bottom half of her son's clothes. "A boy," the soldier replied. "Fuck," the captain said through gritted teeth. "Kill it when we take the mother out of the room," the captain said quietly, his voice deathly calm. Emelin began to scream. She began to beg, her mind whited out in panic as tears poured down her face. "Please no," Emelin screamed, her voice tearing and cracking under the hysteria. "Gag her," the captain said and Emelin felt one of the sleeves of her dress being torn off before it was shoved into her mouth. She continued to struggle and scream into the gag. "You know, Captain, we can just throw it out the window or something," the soldier holding her son said. "MMMPPHHH." Emelin screamed into her gag as she continued to struggle. "No, knife to the skull. Make it quick and painless," the captain began as the soldier drew a dagger from his belt. "After we leave with the princess," captain snapped and the soldier flinched as he sheathed the dagger. "Heaven preserve me," the captain muttered as he shook his head at the soldier. "What the hell?" another man said suddenly on the far side of the room. "What are you doing?" the captain asked as he turned around. Emelin saw the attendant pinned against the wall and another soldier had his hand grabbing the front of her maid dress. "I can't get this dress off," the man grunted as he tried his best to rip the front of the dress off from the attendant. "Are you serious? You pull a muscle on the way up or something," the man holding Emelin mocked, and then she noticed the captain was just standing there silently staring at the peculiar scene. "No, I didn't. What the hell is this thing, Enchante?" the soldier replied but was cut off and Emelin heard the armor of the soldiers clink as the entire room flinched. At first Emelin had no idea what happened, then she noticed a white blade had emerged from his back. The soldier gurgled as his body twitched for a moment. Then his body was thrown back, revealing the attendant was standing there with an ornate rapier in her right hand. The attendant waved her hand and her maid dress dissolved into motes of light, revealing a set of ornate armor. "Who are you?" the captain said as he pointed his blade at the woman. "I'm here for them. If all of you have any final prayers to say, now is the time," the woman said as she swung her rapier to the side, shaking the blood right off the blade. "Shit. The soldier holding Emelin's son said, and she turned just in time to see the soldier drop her son like a sack of garbage. Her eyes widened as she saw her baby fall towards the floor. Then his body glowed as he began to float in midair. Emelin turned to see the woman had her hand outstretched, her hand glowing with magic. Use the girls and the brat. The captain roared, and Emelin flinched when she realized they were about to be hostages. Emelin blinked and the woman vanished, the small puff of dust where she was standing the only evidence she was once there. Then she heard gurgles, then a scream from her sister. Emelin turned to see the soldier holding her sister loll his head forward, blood dripping from his neck right onto her sister's hair. Then his body fell backwards onto the floor, dragging her screaming sister with him. Emelin then heard a croaking gasp from the man behind her. She felt the arms around her go limp and she turned her head to see a blood-covered silver blade next to her. Emelin screamed as she backed off from the soldier, her heart hammering in her chest, panic filling her mind. She realized that the blade had been thrust in from the back of the soldier's head. Then she looked around and saw the other soldiers all collapse to the ground, blood spewing from their slashed throats. Emelin heard a grinding sound and the blade in the soldier's head was roughly torn out and his body pushed forward to crash onto the ground. Behind him was standing the woman from before. She was looking down at her son that was in her left arm. SHHH. SHHH. It's okay, little one. The woman said as she gently bounced her son to calm his crying. Here, a child needs his mother. The woman said as she walked over to Emelin and offered her son back to her. Emelin tearfully took back her infant son as she cradled him close. She looked over and saw the woman pull the corpse off her still screaming sister before casting a simple cleanse spell over her to get rid of the blood that was all over her. Who are you? Emelin asked, even though her first instinct was to tend to her son, but yet this woman was something else. In the back of her mind, Emelin realized that she could perhaps be a way for her to escape with her sister and son. You can call me Lyra. Also, Empress Cecilia of Averlin sends her regards. I was sent here to bring you to Averlin, or at least keep you out of the prince's hands. Lyra replied calmly as she took out a small handkerchief and began to clean the blood off her blade. Keep us out of the prince's hands? Did you mean you were prepared to kill us if it came to it? Emelin asked shakily. Yes, but seeing as you were ready to drink poison, are you really so bothered by it? The Empress has her own objectives, her own goals. She is under no obligation to rescue you. I am only here because retrieving you brings her closer to her goals. Lyra replied as she sheathed her sword. Her own goals. Why would saving me serve her purposes? Also, why didn't you stop my mother from drinking the poison? Emelin asked as she felt a lump in her throat. Did you see her? She chugged that down like it was the best wine in the world. She should have at least held off until she made sure all of you had drunk the poison. She left you to do it. What are you, 20 years old? Lyra asked. 19. Emelin replied softly. So she left her 19-year-old daughter to kill her own sister and infant son while she took the easy way out. She could have just held off for what? 5 more minutes. Would you have done it? Left your child to do such things? Lyra asked. I don't know. The women in Valeria are often beaten down towards the end of our lives. My mother was never the strongest woman. Emelin admitted. Then it's a lucky thing you are on the younger side, at least you will still be useful. A woman like the Empress has little use for incompetence. She has already killed one foolish king, there is no reason that list can't be longer. Lyra said as she sheathed her rapier. The Empress had no interest in your mother, she did have interest in you and your sister. So I suggest you let this little discrepancy go. Unless you would like me to leave you here for the next group of soldiers to find you. Maybe the next batch will decide to steal food from your son. Lyra said as she pointed at Emelin's chest before crossing her arms. You won't leave us. It's a great risk for you to come here, you wouldn't go back empty-handed. If you wanted us dead we wouldn't be having this conversation. Emelin replied as calmly as she could manage as her brain spun on why this woman was here. Then she realized why. Your Empress is confident she can win. Very confident. She needs someone to rule Berylis after you defeat Tralis. Emelin said and she saw Lyra smile at those words. Lyra muttered as she nodded slightly, looking quite satisfied. You know, little princess, You just might survive this war," Lyra said with a smirk. Imelin soon found herself, her son and her sister floating down the side of the spire. This side of the castle was dark so no one would notice them. When they reached the ground, Imelin saw the large hole in the ground. So they were going to escape through the underground. Then she let out a yelp when she saw figures materialize all around her. She instinctively covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. MMMMPHHH. Imelin heard her sister's muffled scream as she turned to see Lyra covering her mouth. Quiet, Lyra said coldly, and her sister flinched before stiffly nodding. Skittish, aren't you? A female voice said, and Imelin turned to see a tall, slender monster appear. Legiona, hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, Lyra said as she released her mouth. The night is young, now then we should be on our way, Legiona replied. Are we going in that hole? Imelin asked apprehensively. Yes, Legiona replied calmly. There was a moment of silence as Imelin fidgeted. She knew this was her best path forward. But at the same time, bringing her infant son and sister into a hole dug by monsters just seemed a little too dangerous for her liking. She had assumed Lyra had some other means of escape. Would you rather walk to a verin? Legiona asked, and Imelin bit her lip as she trembled, remaining silent. Then Imelin sensed movement from the monster called Legiona, and she looked up to see her body twitch as if having a seizure. Then the twitching stopped and she noticed something odd. Her posture had changed. Previously she had a pair of arms folded behind her and another pair folded neatly in front of her. Now her posture didn't have the same grace. Her forearms were just hanging by the side and her back was slouched. Her posture made her look far more bestial. Hi, Legiona said in a very different tone from before. The tone of voice now was sarcastic and almost arrogant. It betrayed absolute confidence and little moral compunctions, giving off the demeanor of psychotic killers. What? Imelin stammered as she took a step back. Get in the hole, Legiona said as she took a step forward. Imelin turned around to look at Lyra, and she just watched Lyra sigh in resignation as she crossed her arms. You are aware there is currently a hostile army burning, looting and raping their way through your city, right? You are aware that they mean to capture you and turn you and your sister into the prince's personal cockscrews, yes? Legiona said as she stopped right in front of Imelin. So shut up and get in the hole. I even dragged a carriage all the way here and dug a big enough tunnel to fit it. I did that because you had that. Legiona faltered as she gestured at her son. Then Legiona turned her head to the right and looked down. But there was no one there. What do you call it when you humans are smaller? Legiona asked the empty space. No, not children. When they are even smaller and more useless. You know when they will die if you leave them alone for too long, Legiona said as she continued to speak to air, much to Imelin's confusion and increasing terror. The way she spoke, it showed a complete disdain and disregard for human life, as if their species was beneath her notice. Babies. Okay. So since you have a babies. Huh. Oh baby. Okay, since you have a baby, the Empress asked me to drag that stupid carriage all the way here. So get in the hole before I drag you down there and stuff you into that wooden box, Legiona hissed. Imelin opened her mouth mutely before closing it again and nodded. Her body was trembling, but she knew she had to stay calm. She was as much at this monster's mercy as she was at the mercy of the Trallis soldiers from before. Imelin climbed down into the hole and shakily boarded the carriage. To her surprise, it was a rather luxurious carriage. She found herself only seated with her sister and Lyra. The monsters were all traversing outside of the carriage. The monsters, Imelin began, are not joining us here. They don't like the same things humanoids do. In their words, comfort breeds weakness, Lyra explained as she opened a side compartment and took out a bottle of wine and some glasses. Wine? Lyra asked courteously. Yes, please, Imelin replied softly. A little wine would help calm her fraying nerves. The one thing you need to understand, princess, is that you are going to a nation where monsters and humanoids live side by side. The monsters do not think as we do. They do not see the world as we do, and I mean that both figuratively and literally. If you play your cards right, give the right impression, you just may find yourself back in your ancestral seat in a position of power, Lyra said as she handed a glass of wine to Imelin. Impression? To the Empress or the beast? That thing that happened with the monster named Legiona. I wasn't talking to the same being, was I? Was she being controlled by some higher power? Imelin asked. She was. At first you were speaking to Legiona, the right hand of the great beast. But later you were speaking to the great beast himself. He is ancient and powerful. I trust you understand one does not live for long if they are fools. Lyra said as she took a sip of wine. Yes. Imelin replied in a hushed whisper as she tried to steady her trembling hand. You will have to prove your worth to both the Empress and the great beast. Do not think that you will have an easier time with the Empress. Remember, she is a woman who has done the impossible. She is also a woman who gets along very well with the great beast. So let me ask you this, is it more likely that the great beast is similar to a human, or is the Empress more similar to a monster? Lyra asked. Then what can you tell me about the great beast? Imelin asked, catching on to her meaning, and she saw Lyra smile slightly at her words. The great beast commands a hive. He will test you, in every conversation, in every meeting, in every interaction with his soldiers. Your every word, every expression, every inflection, every movement you make will be noted by him. Lyra said. So I must be brave? Imelin asked. No, you must be useful. A sheep is easy to control but not that useful. The great beast is the kind of individual that will use everything at its disposal. If anything, you need to show him that you can be used in a way that you prefer. Lyra explained. In the way I prefer. Imelin muttered in response. There is one other thing you should know. The soldiers of the hive outside can hear everything we are saying, and I am quite sure the great beast doesn't want me to tell you these things. Lyra said calmly as she refilled her glass as Imelin visibly flinched at her words. Then why? Imelin sputtered. Because I wanted to help you. You have a son and a younger sister that now depend on you. Consider this a kindness. You are a small piece of the plan, an easily replaceable piece of the plan. I am not. I am very useful, that is why I can do this. Understand your position and just might survive. Lyra replied before downing the glass and refilling her glass again. The great beast will not jeopardize his relationship with me for something like you. So then you have to ask yourself this when you deal with him. What can he afford to jeopardize by getting rid of you? Once you figure that out, do not do anything that will force him to make that choice. Do you understand? Lyra asked as she narrowed her eyes at Imelin. Imelin nodded mutely as her mind spun, thinking of the implications of her words. Like it or not, she was now a prisoner, but at least she was a prisoner with a chance of a decent life. Honestly, this wasn't that different from her past life. Any question? Lyra asked. Imelin bit her lip as she pondered how to reply. There was much to ask, but for now she would start with this. It was going to be a long ride. Can I have some more wine, please? Chapter 74, Conflict of Interest. Prince Silas's hands shook in rage as he held the portrait in his hands. He stared down at the beautiful face painted on the canvas before him. He stared at that smug smile and the mischievous look in those ruby-red eyes. He saw his vision go red as his mind wandered to how his prize was stolen for the second time. He strained his arms as he began to bend the canvas frame until it splintered down the middle. He was going to do so many things to that woman when he got his hands on her. As for his 2 stolen prizes, well, they will owe him for lost time. My prince. Silas heard one of his trusted generals say from the side. What? Silas snapped in response. His general Montes, on the other hand, was completely unfazed by his outburst. His entire staff had gotten used to his temper at this point. The city, your highness, what should we do about it? We can't exactly present the princess to the remaining defenders and declare a victory now. Montes replied evenly, his back ramrod straight with his arms crossed behind his back. Silas turned to look at Montes. He saw his cold gray eyes staring at him from within the confines of his silver helm. Montes was wearing the colors of Volaria, his silver armor with white and light blue accents. Looking for all intents and purposes like a knight in shining armor, which is in stark contrast to the black and red armor of their Elysian rivals. Use the body of the queen. That should be a good enough alternative. Silas replied, his voice, although still coming through gritted teeth, was a little calmer. Yes, your highness, then I assume we will be moving to the southern border after we wrap up the occupation of Berlis. Montes asked as his eyes wandered down to a set of papers showing their current army strength. Yes, assign Major Buller to the occupation efforts. Brutalizing peasants is all he is good for anyway. Silas replied. Occupation force? I suggest 1,000 in the capital city and another 2,000 to cover the rest of the territory. Montes suggested as he ran his finger down the list of available units. Reason? Silas asked as he turned to look at Montes. That was a large garrison. With the princesses gone, this will no doubt cause the spread of rumors as it has with the incident in Verlin. An escaped royal can be a rallying point for resistance movements. Montes replied. The people have been starving, surrenders were plentiful when we took this city. The loyalty to the crown of this piece of territory is suspect at best. Silas said as he turned his gaze down to the map. Yet there are still some holdouts of resistance. We cannot alleviate the food shortage if we wish to march on the south immediately. We will need to use the seized food from Beatrice for the campaign. It is spring, the wise decision would be to hold off until the fall harvest for the Elysian invasion. We use the food we seized to stabilize Beatrice and allow time for our troops to recover. Then we march on Alicia fresh and well supplied. An invasion of the south now will mean exhausted soldiers and stretched supply lines, not to mention stale food which will hurt morale. Montes said, trying to be the voice of reason. If we are repulsed at the Elysian gate, the invasion plan will be pushed back 2 years at least. Taking the gate will not be as easy as the barrel line. The Empress has the spider, they will no doubt be aware of your commando teams. They will have countermeasures in place. Not only that, we will have to assault an ancient fortification that will be garrisoned by wardens and Istland knight enchanters. They will be far more difficult to break than the soldiers at the barrel line. The wardens are probably the most battle-hardened soldiers in the region. They have been fighting the Ostaians for thousands of years. Montes said as he locked his gaze with Silas. Silas scowled as he heard those words. But there was one glaring problem that Montes hadn't mentioned. It was simply the political climate. When word gets out, not just one but two of his prizes were taken right from under his nose by a woman. Well, there would be no shortage of mockery when he returned back to Tralis. The size and quality of a man's harem was a sign of prestige. He was supposed to have 3 princesses in his harem, but now he had none. So all he had to show for his conquests was a tranquil mage. Which means now his harem consisted of a pair of young Tralis noblewomen, one given to him when he turned 18 and the other when he was appointed the commander of the Tralis military, and the last was that mage he had made tranquil that now had the mental capacity of a dog. So 2 are gifts handed to him on a platter and the other a subpar piece of meat. A pathetic haul for someone of his station, and for the jewels of the collection to be stolen by a woman no less. He had heard his younger brother was already mocking him back home for the loss of Maria, and when he hears that he lost the Beatrice princesses as well, the mockery would only increase. In Tralis the succession was given to the son with the most prestige, and with his recent humiliation his status as crown prince would be put into question. So in simple terms, he could not sit on his hands impotently and wait for autumn. What would it look like to the court? The great conquering general was forced to wet his dick with such a poor collection, while his enemy, who was also a woman, laughed at him on the other side of the border. Even General Montes had 2 noble women at his disposal. He had been granted a pair of twins after the Verlin occupation and the breaking of the barrel line. This was a gift by Silas himself, considering he got his hands on Maria, who was a royal. So now his own general had 2 women of high birth, which was exactly the same as what Silas himself had. Since the pair were twins, they were arguably better than what he had. The tranquil mage would not be recognized as a real addition to his harem. At best she was considered a hole for some variety when things got banal. No, this cannot stand. Give Buller his 3,000 men. Give him a veteran company just to be safe and provide the rest of the troops from the reserves. Tell him if he gets even a whiff of insurrection to use force. Burn the villages, burn the farms, hang 20 men a day if he has to. Let the people here know what it means to choose the wrong side. Assign another 2,000 men at the Beatrice fortress west of the barrel line to guard against insurgent movements across the border. They can also act as reserves in the event that the resistance movement becomes too much to handle. We will move the prisoners across the border to Tralis to defang Beatrice. They will march with the army, so we should be able to keep them in line. My brother can clean up the mess, since he is in charge of internal affairs. Silas said as he spitefully planned to dump the metaphorical pile of manure on his brother's desk. Send out the orders that the men are not to take any women from Beatrice. That should reduce resistance movements in Beatrice. Silas began but was cut off by Montes. That will brew discontent amongst the troops. Some of the women have already been dragged back here to the camp. Montes remarked calmly. Tell them they can take their spoils from Alicia. Elysian whores are worth more than Volerian whores in brothels. Everyone knows Elysian women are more beautiful. That will placate them until we attack. Also, it's an attractive carrot to the troops. It will also convey confidence in the coming campaign. Silas said as he glanced over to Montes and saw the familiar discomfort in his gaze. Montes was from a minor house that existed before Tralles took over the old regime. So his house was actually older than the Tralles royal family. The older houses never fully accepted the way women are treated in the nation. Montes himself clearly does not condone this practice of treating women. Thus, although he was very capable in conventional warfare tactics, he always lacked an appreciation for the effectiveness of using women to motivate the troops. He was also hesitant to use them in his tactics, but Silas himself had no such reservations. You have your orders, we will move out in 2 days. Silas said coldly. Yes, your highness. Montes said as he bowed, his armor clinking from the movement. Montes exited the tent after sending out the orders and let out a weary sigh. He hated this part of his nation. He never liked inflicting pain to others. Hearing crying and screaming always made him uncomfortable. Montes looked up to see the moon high in the sky. It looked like it was past midnight. He would need to get some sleep and be up at the crack of dawn tomorrow. Prisoners to round up and organize, soldiers to discipline. Some were sure to try to kidnap and sneak some of the women into their wagons. There was nothing to stop them from having their fun tonight, but he would have to clean up the mess tomorrow. As he went into his tent, the first thing he saw was a pair of identical scantily clad women run up to him. He looked up to see their pretty faces with their blonde hair and blue eyes. He could see affection in their eyes and he smiled as he took off his helm. Montes, come, let us get your armor off. One of the twins said. Montes nodded as he walked deeper in the room and he stood still as the pair of them began removing the armor. Then he stripped down as the pair of them took out a bucket of water, some soap and clothes. They then began to gently wipe him down. He had grown quite close to these two. Their names were Talia and Natalia. They were more than 10 years younger than him. He was 29 years old and the pair of them were 18, being fresh into adulthood. They were honestly quite hard to tell them apart, so he asked them to wear different color hair pins so he wouldn't call them by the wrong name. Honestly, he was quite worried about these two. The coming invasion was risky and he was not at all comfortable with the rushed nature of it. If they lost, it would set their plans back significantly. Alicia might even counterattack and they would most definitely lose a Verlin. They had to make their first strike advantage count. The attacker dictated the flow of the war. If they were to win in Alicia, they needed to rapidly push their advantage and give the Elysians no room to recover. If he ends up dead, Talia and Natalia might end up being given to someone else. This would not bode well for them. They were rather meek in personality and they would not do well with another more traditional Tralles man. Then he felt a kiss on his cheek and he turned to see Talia smiling fondly at him. All done. Talia said sweetly. Thank you, Talia. Montes replied with a small smile. Are you worried about something? Natalia said from the other side as she took a seat on his lap. Nothing for you two to worry about. I can handle it. Montes said, sounding more confident than he felt. No point worrying these two with something they have no control over. Well, why don't you come to bed? Talia said as he tugged on his arm. He smiled as the pair led him onto the bed. When he lay down, he felt both of them each take one of his arms as they cuddled their soft, warm bodies close to him. It was still surprising to Montes how quickly they took to him, but then again he was probably the first man to treat them with decency and respect. Do you want to? Natalia asked with a slight blush as she ran a hand along his thigh. Not tonight, dear. I have a long day tomorrow. I need to get enough sleep. Montes replied with a weary sigh. All right. Natalia replied as she cuddled closer to Montes. Montes laid on the bed and soon he heard the pair of them slow their breathing as they drifted into sleep. Still Montes laid awake as he gazed up at the ceiling of the tent. This was now a serious command problem, because there was now a significant conflict of interest. With the crown prince's position in danger, he was making dangerous and rash plans. Although there were political considerations at play, it would still be wiser to wait. Even if he suffered a few months of humiliation, once he took Alicia, the mockery would cease. The real drive for this rash invasion was his pride and wrath. Prince Silas couldn't bear the humiliation, so he decided to put himself and the whole nation at risk. Montes wanted to elevate his house, and now he also wanted to take care of the two girls who were holding onto each of his arms. With the prince's rash decision-making, the coming invasion was now in direct opposition to his own personal goals. These were classic circumstances for betrayal. If that was true for him, how much more so for the other commanders? But then again, they could be tempted with Elysian women and riches. Montes, however, was only interested in the riches. But the riches meant nothing if he lost what he wanted to spend the riches on. He had no intention of turning traitor. At least at the moment. Balder Frostfang let out a deep sigh as he watched his home of the Frostfang Basin slowly recede. He lived on the northern continent. He grew up in a land of white where the snows melted only for a few months of the year. The air was cold and the water colder. Hard was the land they called their home. It was an unforgiving land that kept his people strong, but it seems no amount of strength could have prepared them for the war that now raged in his home. For a year now the Syndicate and the Seraphim had fought a war here. His home was now in ruins. The once sparkling cities were now smoking husks. The population had scattered into the mountains or into the forests. The beasts were feasting on what remained of his people. This must be the fabled crow's feast that the legends have spoken of. The legends say that a prophecy once said a great calamity will one day bring ruin to the old world. This must be it. It won't be long before this chaos spreads to the rest of the world. Or perhaps not. He had to believe that. He couldn't be doing all this to buy some time. Big brother. Balder heard his little sister Astrid say from the side. Astrid. Balder said as he placed a hand on his 12-year-old sister's head. Astrid had blonde hair and green eyes just like the rest of Clan Frostfang. He could see the uncertainty in her eyes, the fear, the worry. Of course she would be feeling these things. They were about to abandon the land of their birth, not knowing if they would ever return. Perhaps one day we will return. Balder said as he pulled Astrid into a gentle embrace. Balder cast his gaze to his fleet of ships. It was a flotilla of about 100 cargo ships. These were the combined vessels of all the surrounding clans. A final gambit to save what was left of their culture. 70,000 souls were now packed onto the vessels in the overcrowded holds. Families were sleeping on top of barrels of cargo. Not all of them would survive their great exodus. There wasn't enough supplies to feed all of them. The Jarls had assigned what was left of their fishing fleet to the flotilla in the hopes that they could fish for food as the Florala sailed to safer lands. But Balder knew those ships wouldn't last long in the open seas. They didn't have enough wood and other supplies to maintain them. They would soon have to cannibalize ships to maintain the flotilla. With pirates, Naga and who knows what other creatures prowling the waters, it was only a matter of time before ships had to be scuttled. Balder was tasked with leading this flotilla to carry the final hopes of the northern clans. He wasn't sure how many would survive until they found a new home. Disease, starvation, fighting for scraps of food, all of this was bound to happen. They had to sail out of the sea of cracked ice, then past the North Sea to the Devonia Empire. If they didn't take them in, then they had to try to Valley of Plenty. If that didn't work either, then it was to Voloria and finally to Alicia. He knew they would get no good terms. They had nothing to offer and they were essentially dumping tens of thousands of starving and diseased people onto someone else's territory. Their men would be laborers and soldiers. Their women would be servants or whores depending on the mercy of the rulers that took them in. But that was still better than starving to death in the north. His father was staying behind, as were the other Jarls. It was tradition that the Jarl of a domain cannot leave the land that they ruled unless it was to defend the land during times of war. So escaping was completely out of the question unless they wished to incur the ire of the ancestors. Just as Balder cast his gaze back to the shores of his home, he felt a wave of heat on his left cheek and saw a blinding bright light. He spun around and he felt his blood turn to ice. He saw a beautiful angel with 6 wings and a blazing halo above her head. Behind her back was a glowing gold ring that was covered in arcane runes. She had a head of blonde hair that looked to be a wave of flowing gold. She had a face that was the very definition of beauty and a pair of glowing white eyes. She wore a revealing white flowing dress that showed off her voluptuous figure. Balder knew exactly who she was. Every man, woman and child had seen the paintings. Archangel Uriel. Balder said softly as he felt his voice catch in his throat. Balder cast his gaze to her guard of 6 high angels. Their 6 wings flapping and all holding weapons blazing with gold fire. The air felt thick with ether and Balder was finding it hard to breathe. When ether in a location got thick enough, the air would change as it crackled with energy, and to the weak it would feel like the air had turned to soup. "Hello, young one. May I know what is the purpose of this flotilla?" Uriel asked cordially. "We are leaving, Archangel," Balder stammered as he bowed his head. He knew if the Archangel so desired, this entire flotilla would be ash. An Archangel appearing is nothing short of a calamity. They never appeared in Terra unless something dire was about to happen. Or is happening. "Leaving?" Uriel asked as she tilted her head. "Archangel, there is war in my home. We cannot sow another harvest with things being as they are. We will starve if we stay." Balder replied shakily. "Yes. Your harvest. Of course." Uriel replied as she turned her gaze to the shore. "Do you have any members of the syndicate aboard the flotilla?" Uriel asked as she turned her gaze to Balder, and he felt his legs weaken at the question. No syndicate. They are just common people aboard, craftsmen, warriors sworn to defend our people, women, children," Balder exclaimed as he felt the panic rise within him. "I see," Uriel replied as her gaze scanned the deck filled with people that were frozen in fear. "Then be on your way, young one. I wish you good fortune," Uriel said with a nod. Balder felt relief, but that was quickly extinguished when one of her guards spoke. "My lady, he wouldn't know if any of the syndicate has infiltrated the people here," the High Angel Guard said. "Yes, he wouldn't," Uriel replied calmly, and Balder fell to his knees as he clasped his hands. "Please," Balder began, his voice pleading. "But it matters little," Uriel said again, cutting him off. "The syndicate have their own means to travel. Even if they were here, we wouldn't be able to kill all of them. They will just find another way off the northern continent. There is little sense in slaughtering these innocents on the off chance that the syndicate is among them," Uriel said calmly, and Balder felt a wave of relief flood him as he heard those words. Balder thanked every ancestor and every lucky star in the sky that the one that was before him was the Archangel of Mercy, Uriel. If it was any of the other archangels, there was good chance this flotilla would be ash. "Now rise, young one, and go in peace," Uriel said gently. "Thank you," Balder said as he lowered his head before rising to his feet. "Be on your way quickly and do not look back. There are foul portents and dire tidings from your home. Be grateful that you can escape with your lives," Uriel said as she cast her gaze to the shore. May I ask, why are you here?" Balder asked tentatively. "I am here with my husband Mahila. We have detected some troubling things in the north. An old presence. A very old and familiar presence," Uriel replied as she furrowed her brows. "I hope he is only here to talk, but that is naive thinking. My husband should not have come. There will be blood today," Uriel said softly as if thinking out loud. Then Balder felt a wave of searing heat from the shore, and his eyes widened as he saw a giant flaming gold sword descend from the clouds and crash into the city. There was a blinding white light, then a shockwave that rippled outwards. Balder stumbled and fell to his knees as the waves rocked the ship. He heard screams all around him as many lost their footing. Balder scrambled to his feet to see his home city just gone. There was nothing left but a crater. He heard a ringing in his ears as he stared at the crater in mute horror. His mother and father were still in the city. This meant he and his sister were now the last of the Frostfang line. Then he heard his sister scream, and he turned to see her on her knees as she gazed at the crater that was once her home. "Mahila," Balder heard Uriel mutter in disappointment from the side. The only reason he could hear it was that the ship was now deathly silent. Just as Balder was about to tear his gaze away, he noticed a sparkling gold light floating in the air above the crater. That must be the Archangel Mahila. That giant blade must be his sword Daedalus, the blade that burned with the power of 1,000 suns. Then he saw a flash of red light and a giant raven with 4 glowing red eyes appeared from the crater. It spread out his wings and let out an eldritch cry that rattled his mind. The sound clawed at his sanity and he buckled to his knees as he clutched to the side of his head. He felt one emotion from the cry, rage, unspeakable rage. Then he heard a voice echo forth from the giant crow. I warned you, Mul. Leave in peace or suffer the consequences. Now suffer you shall. Balder raised his head just in time to see the giant crow fade away as a red light flew right at the gold light. He saw pillars of gold appear around the gold light as more lights joined the fray. He watched as they all flew at the red light at once. There was a pause, then a flash of red, and the gold lights were knocked back. 2 were knocked into the ground and the other 2 were sent flying back into the air. Then he saw a red beam shoot towards one of the gold lights in the air. The gold light dodged out of the way just in time. The red beam hit the clouds and blasted them apart, revealing the clear blue sky. Divine enchant, mass greater mobility, Balder heard Uriel intoned, and he turned to see the sails of his ships now glowing. Go now. If you get caught in that fight there will be nothing left. Uriel shouted in urgency, then her body glowed and she shot towards the battle followed by the rest of her guards. Balder gazed mutely as his enchanted sails and then at the stunned crew on his ship. She was right, if they caught up in that fight, they were all dead. This was no time to mourn, no time to panic. He had his duty to his people. He turned and roared at the captain of his ship. All hands to your stations. We sail for Devonia. Chapter 75, Eve of Ruin. Montes looked up at the soldier reporting to him and looked back down at the chart on the table before him. There was a slight problem with something. They were currently in Averlin and preparing for the invasion. The scouts have reported a full force at the Elysian Gate and Montes would bet his right hand that the spider knew they were here. He had actually lost a few scouts to some rather precise magical bombardment from the Istland mages. Montes had expected such an outcome to a certain extent, but still the accuracy reported was concerning. Istland was unique in that its mages were both frontline and backline soldiers. While their frontline knight enchanters were the most famous group considering spell blades were rare professions. However, tactically speaking their backline artillery mages were the most problematic in open warfare. They must have some really good mage spotters to have detected his scouts and to so quickly initiate the magical bombardment. It was a difficult feat to pull off. He knew his mages certainly couldn't pull something like this off. The only saving grace here was that the attack on his scouts had to be quick without any lengthy channeling rituals. So he only lost a few scouts in that strike. In truth, this was a good thing, because he traded about 5 scouts for a glimpse into the enemy's magical capabilities. If it was up to him, he would have ordered his mages to hold off from attacking and merely stick to observing. If his mages were this responsive, he would not have allowed them to fire like that. This was an information leak, plain and simple. He had just effectively probed the enemy defenses by sacrificing a handful of scouts. Assign 500 men from the 3rd Regiment's 2nd Battalion to the garrison here at Averlin. I don't want us getting trapped in Alicia when we cross the border, or attacked in the rear by the forces from Averlin. Post the soldiers at the noble estates and hold the nobles at Blade Point, and I mean all of the houses, not just the major houses. Also assign soldiers with wyvern oil and position them around major population areas in the city. Let the soldiers of Averlin know what will happen if they choose the wrong side. Montes ordered calmly, and the soldier saluted before leaving. Most of the knights are from the lower aristocracy, so their families could be leveraged. The wyvern oil was a highly flammable and explosive alchemical substance. It is commonly used in sieges to coat stones and are hurled at or over the walls. The flames burn long and hot, making them ideal improvements to siege weapons. So if they were placed around the city, he could threaten the general population as well. Technically Averlin was an allied power, but they were as much allies as slaves were. The old texts do say when one is counting their foes, they should first start with their slaves. So in reality the Averlin was a liability, but it was still better than having to assault Averlin and then the Elysian Gate. If the Elysians held Averlin, they could mount a defense at Averlin, then fall back to the Elysian Gate. Attacking 2 heavily fortified positions would be an extremely costly affair that would have prolonged the war by several years at least. That would have left Tralis exposed to the other Volarian states. So making Averlin bend the knee was still the right decision in the long run. Montes heard his prince's voice say. He looked up to see Prince Silas enter the tent, his expression sour, but that was his natural state these past few weeks. Although Montes did note that he looked significantly less sour now. Perhaps with the invasion close at hand, he thought his vengeance was close too. On paper this invasion was doable, but there were too many unknowns for Montes's liking. The main issue was how accurate was their information. Was the great beast really a mage? Was their information reliable considering Verlin had the best spy master in the region? When can we move out? Silas asked. Tomorrow, Your Highness. We give the troops a day of rest and let the officers get their soldiers organized. I issued a small ration of liquor to steel the nerves of the troops since we are assaulting the gate tomorrow. Montes replied. Very well. Silas replied with a nod as he took a seat as an adjutant poured him a glass of wine. We need a decisive victory here. It is time to see what my commandos are truly made of. Silas said after taking a sip of wine. What are your thoughts on their ability to hinder the defenses? Montes asked. Skeptical. The barrel line was filled with incompetence. The wardens and knight enchanters are professional soldiers. If I were the commander, I would have them guard the most crucial sections of the wall. The gate controls will be very well guarded. Although building siege towers might be an option if we decide to delay. I assigned some mages with concealment spells to examine the wall ahead of time yesterday. Silas said. Is that so? I was not aware of this. Montes said. Yes, it was just an extra precaution. It was to confirm the strength of the wards on the Elysian gate. They just returned. The wards are faded. Siege towers are on the table now, the flame repulsor wards are now gone. So our siege towers won't be torched the moment they touch the walls. Silas said. But there. Montes began. Yes, I know, their mages will blast the towers to bits. At least they would blast the ones we can put up here. We can't starve them out, so a direct assault is our only option. I am having some mithril-clad towers shipped over. I would suggest we do a probing attack, and if the resistance is too much we pull back and wait for the mithril-clads. Silas said. Yes, that could work. However, how many mithril-clads do we have? Montes asked. At the moment 3, so I would rather we save them for the siege of the cities. Verlin is a fortress city. We will need the towers if we want a swift victory. Silas said as the adjutant approached Montes with the jug of wine, but Montes waved him off and poured himself water instead. We would most certainly lose at least one if we used the mithril clads. Montes said. Indeed, but if we can press our advantage it will be worth it. The Elysian Gate is an all-or-nothing fortification. It's difficult to break through, but it's also difficult to retreat from. If we breach the wall, we can inflict significant casualties on the Elysians. Our soldiers on average are better armed, better trained, and more experienced. If we overcome the fortifications, the only problems will be the wardens and the knight enchanters. Besides, no matter how good they are only human. They will tire before long. Silas replied. Very well, I will send out the orders to prepare for a probing attack. Montes replied with a nod. Good. Silas replied with a nod as he took another sip of wine. Arias grimaced as he checked his sword. He could hear his heart pounding in his chest. He was terrified. They would be assaulting an ancient and famous fortification tomorrow. He remembers the stories his mother told him, how the ancients were master architects and enchanters. Their walls would stand for 100,000 years, while the walls they could build now would be lucky to stand for 1,000. The walls of his hometown had to be rebuilt every 100 years or so, meanwhile the walls of the capital were timeless. Every time he saw it looked exactly the same gleaming white walls with the banners of House Trallis adorning it. Arias was seriously cursing his decision to join the army. He was stupid and naive. When the army recruiter came to his town, him and bunch of his mates decided to sign up. The promises of glory, a fine uniform, and the adoration of the girls was too much of an enticement. Not to mention war was arguably the best way to have a swift promotion track, or so the recruiter said. He could still see his mother's tears when he told her that he had signed up. He was assigned as a replacement to a veteran regiment. At first he was overjoyed at the assignment. The glory and honor of it. Some of his buddies were assigned to reserve units or garrison units. He remembered how proud he was, but now as he looked around he couldn't help but feel something was very wrong. The veteran regiment had lost a quarter of their unit strength. He was using someone's old sword. The past owner of this sword was most likely dead. Or at least so badly maimed he was out of the fight. Still cleaning that sword, boy? Arias heard his senior say from the side. Arias looked up to see Conti, a veteran soldier that was stuck as a frontline infantryman despite having served in 2 wars. The first being a border war with Harrier and the second being the Beatrice campaign. Helps keep my mind off things. Arias replied softly. Maybe this will keep your mind off things. Conti said as he reached into a pouch and took out a bottle of expensive-looking wine. Where the hell did you get that? Another one of his fellow soldiers named Lars asked. The captain wanted us to get some liquor rations, but judging by how much we got I think we would be getting 1 shot each at best. So I borrowed this from a local inn. Conti said with a laugh. Better not let any of the officers see that. They'll chew your head off for it. Lars replied as he opened his rucksack and took out a cup. Yeah, and they probably will take it back to drink it themselves. Conti replied with a snort as he yanked the cork out of the bottle. Arias watched as Conti took a swig from the bottle before letting out a satisfied sigh. Then he poured some for Lars and the rest of the soldiers sitting around the fire. You want some, kid? Helps keep your mind off things. I was going to bring a wench back but the officers said they would hang anyone that touches any of the women here. Something about us getting fucked in the ass or something. Conti said as Arias reached into his bag for his cup. They probably don't want the Elysians in Verlin pissed off at us considering they can attack us from the rear. Arias muttered as he handed his cup to Conti. Read about that in one of your books, did ya? Conti asked as he filled up Arias's cup. You could say that, I like to read about the old knights and wars. Arias replied as he took the cup back. Ah, hear that, boys? We got a dreamer. Conti shouted and the surrounding soldiers all let out loud booming laughs. Let me tell you something, dreamer boy. The stories ain't true, the shiny armor doesn't stay shiny for long. You cut someone's throat and you end up with a face full of blood. An open throat is like a fountain. Conti said as he made a gesture at his neck to mimic blood spurting from his throat. War isn't like the stories, boy. You're lucky you know, we are in a flanking unit. The line boys are the one that gets it rough. The spells usually land on them first, all they see is the barrier flickering and then fire. At least here, if you are good with a sword you can control your own fate to an extent. Conti said. Yeah, your job is to kill anyone not dressed like us who is holding a weapon. Doesn't matter if it's a baby with a butter knife in one hand and its mother teat in the other. You kill them all the same. Lars added. Arias nodded as he took another sip of the wine. The idle conversation continued and Arias just silently sipped his wine trying to think about what was going to happen tomorrow. He could be taking his leisurely walks with his fiancée now but no, his stupidity brought him here sitting with all these men on the eve of an invasion. He had no idea if he was going to go home. It only really struck home when he saw the state of their equipment. The veteran units had good armor but it had lost its sheen. The blue fabric accents on the armor all had dark stains on them. He was told those were blood stains. Then there were the stories the soldiers told. How one of them cut down some farm boy with a pitchfork in Beatrice. How the mother and the daughter were raped soon after. How when someone dies you smell the feces as the dead shit themselves. How when you cut open someone's stomach you smell this sour and fetid smell. Like vomit mixed with shit. Just thinking about it made him nauseous. You ever been with a girl, boy? Had some wench warm your bed? Conti asked, suddenly snapping Arias from his thoughts. Yes. I have this girl waiting for me back home. Arias replied. You were from the Mithril Mile, right? Or Mim Mill if you wanna talk oldie. The border town west of the capital? Lars asked and Arias nodded in response. Damn, heard they make some really nice swords there. Lars said. We get a lot of mithril from Ironhammer passing through. Our town supplies a lot of war gear to the army. We even have some dwarves working the forges. Arias said as he felt a little pride in his chest. He was proud of his hometown. They made the best swords in Tralis, it was one of their staple products. Yeah, I heard about those dwarves. Moongazers, that's what you call them, right? Conti asked. Yes. How do you know that? Not many people do. Arias asked in confusion. Conti didn't strike him as a particularly educated man, so knowing this little snippet of knowledge was quite surprising. Border war with Harrier, remember? I stayed at the Mithril Mile for a bit, there was this great whore at the brothel. Blonde hair, dark eyes, biggest tits I ever saw with an ass to match. Conti said with a loud laugh. Conti loves his cunts. Lars added with a laugh. That I do, Lars. Ha ha ha. Conti replied with another boisterous laugh as he raised his cup in cheers. Lars met Kant's cup with his own and the pair took a deep drink from their cups. On the topic of cunts. You should wet your dick when we get the chance in Alicia. I heard they have some mighty fine wenches in Alicia. Conti said. I have a fiancé back home so. Arias replied hesitantly. You got no idea if you are going home, kid. Nor do you have any idea what is going on back home either. Lars said as his tone became more serious. What? Arias asked in confusion. He's saying you might die out here and never see your girl again. He's also saying your girl might be getting drilled by someone else right now. Conti said as he refilled his cup. What? No, that's. Arias retorted, sputtering at the thought. His darling wouldn't. Would she? Listen here, kid, you have no idea if you are going back. She has no idea if you are going back. You were training for what? A year? Lars asked as he raised an eyebrow. Yeah, about a year. Arias replied through gritted teeth. You go back home any time during that time? Lars asked. Yeah. 6 months in, they gave us a week of leave. Arias replied. So when you got back, you fuck your girl? Lars asked. What? Arias sputtered in response as he felt his face heat up and he averted his eyes. That's a yes, Lars. Conti said. Yeah, I know Conti, he couldn't even look me in the eyes when he replied to me. Lars replied with a snort. Now then she seemed more eager. Did she make more noise than usual? Bounced on you a little faster or harder? Was she a lot wetter than usual? Lars asked. Arias didn't reply as his mind wandered back to about 6 months ago. Yes, his darling Rosie was more eager. The two of them were like a pair of rabbits in heat when he was back home. That's a yes too. Conti said and Arias saw Lars roll his eyes at those words. Yeah, so let me break it down for you, boy. If we are lucky, this war will be over in a year. Alicia's a big place, marching and waiting alone will take months if you add up all the time. If we aren't lucky, this war could take 2 years or 3 years depending on how long we have to sit on our asses between fights to repair our shit. Then when we win, we are going to have to garrison Alicia. You might be stuck in Alicia for another few years after we win. So you are looking at the very minimum a year away from home, so that's 1.5 years of you not being in your girl's bed. Worst case, 6 to 8 years, home leave may not be on the table. So your girl is going to be lonely up here. Lars said as he pointed at his head. Over here. Lars said as he pointed at his heart. And most of all, down here. Lars finished as he pointed at his groin. So in 6 months she was already so eager, you think she can last years? Not to mention other guys will be making moves, those pissants who didn't sign up will be buying her flowers. They will definitely be buying her wine, and what do you think a drunk girl who is horny out of her mind is going to do? Lars asked as he tapped the side of his head. She wouldn't. Arias replied as he clenched his fists. Yeah, she probably won't at first. But at some point she's going to crack, she's lonely too. Then the first time she spreads her legs for someone else, it's going to feel so good for her. Then the other guy is going to get in her head, he's going to tell her that you aren't coming home. That you're probably dead. Her bed is going to go colder and colder with each passing day. Then before you know it, your girl is now his girl. So if you sit around here trying to be all faithful, you are going to end up looking like the biggest ass in Terra. You're going to wade through all the filth and muck while your girl is getting drilled by some limp dick pansy that couldn't find the stones to fight for his country. So I suggest you avoid being the biggest ass in Terra by getting some ass. Besides, even if by some miracle, she holds it in, you don't have to tell her that you bedded a few wenches. You can go back to your little happy ever after. It's called covering your bases, kid, you feel me? Lars said and Arias couldn't even muster the strength to reply. Rosie wouldn't. She couldn't. Alright, that's enough of that. If you want your miracle, I suggest you get some sleep tonight, kid. Put it out of your mind. The last thing you want is you dying tomorrow because you couldn't sleep. If you die tomorrow, then your girl will really be riding someone else's dick. She isn't going to become a spinster for you. You think she's going to be loyal enough to meet you on the other side? Conti said. Arya still didn't respond, so shaken he was by what he heard. His mind was racing. The thought of his darling Rosie shouting someone else's name in bed was driving him crazy. His head was lowered and he was so distracted he didn't even notice that Conti had gotten out of his seat and walked over to him. He only realized when he caught a glimpse of his boots on the ground beneath him. Arias looked up and he saw Conti offer him the bottle of wine. More wine? Chapter 76, The Noose Tightens. Arias dragged himself out of his tent. He had a bit of a throbbing headache from the wine the night before. He had slept terribly, he just couldn't get his mind off Rosie. On his home leave the two of them had run out of contraceptive potions one night, so they decided for Arias to just pull out before his release. A bad idea in retrospect, especially considering on one particular round that night Rosie had wrapped her legs around his waist and he hadn't managed to pull out in time and ended up splattering her insides with his seed. He had promised to take responsibility after that and he had proposed right then on the bed. Rosie had accepted naturally. This was a sinful act in the eyes of the Church of Order, but this was the standard social protocol in the event of something like this happening. Technically you weren't supposed to have sex before marriage, but honestly no one followed that rule. Only the most chaste and prude even cared about that. Arya sighed as he scratched the back of his head as he dragged himself to his section's campsite. It was then that he noticed that the rest of his section were just calmly sitting there cooking breakfast. Wasn't there supposed to be an assault? Why is everyone so relaxed? Oh hey kid. Conti said as he flipped the sausages on his pan. Sausage? Conti asked as he showed Arias the pan. Yeah. Isn't there supposed to be? Arias began slightly perturbed. The assault has been delayed, Lars said before he took a bite out of his bread. Delayed? Arias asked as he sat down and Lars handed him a small loaf of bread. Yeah, you won't believe that the scouts went out at dawn and the gate was abandoned. No one in sight. It's like the Elysians packed up and left in the night. The commandos are apparently checking every inch of the Elysian gate right now. There's a chance that we are going to just march right through the front door, Conti said as he put a pair of sausages on a metal platter before handing it to Arias. What? Why would the Elysians abandon the best fortification in the region? Arias asked in confusion. Yeah, I know, right? I don't like it. Something is wrong, Conti said as he tossed another 2 sausages on the tiny pan. Tell me about it. This smells like a trap. You don't abandon your best defensive position unless you have something better up your sleeve, Lars muttered. Maybe they turned tail and ran, Arias said as he swallowed a mouthful of sausage. I would think so too, but a scout buddy of mine said he spotted wardens and knight enchanters. His buddy in another team got hit with a lightning spear. His charred body is still lying out there somewhere. If the Elysian gate was guarded by the run-off-the-mill Elysians, I would say they turned tail and ran. Elysians are pussies, their women are great fucks and their men are more woman than man. But the wardens are knight enchanters, aren't run-off-the-mill Elysians. I wouldn't fancy my chances against a warden. I heard they are huge, wearing old Empire armor and swinging old Empire weapons, Conti said. The warden were fighting the Ostaians for thousands of years. Those cloven-hoofed freaks are crazy from what I heard. From what I heard, all those freaks do is fuck and fight, then fight and fuck. They got this blood court thing going on. The leader of an Ostaian tribe is the one that kills the previous leader in single combat, Lars said. Ostavan. That's what that duel is called, Arias muttered as he picked at his food with his fork. Huh? Conti asked as he looked up. Ostavan REBORN. It means the Ostaian trial of blood. Read it in a book, Arias said. You like your books, don't you? Conti asked with a snort as he continued to work the sausages on his pan. Anyway, chances are we'll be sitting here for a bit and then we'll be just marching in, Lars said as he put down his metal platter. But isn't it a trap? Why would the prince march us in, knowing it's a trap? Arias asked as he nearly choked on his food. What else are we supposed to do? Just sit here and stare at the empty gate? Retreat from an undefended position? The nobles will chew the prince out if he doesn't advance. You know how the nobles are, they gotta act tough all the time, Conti grumbled. Arias bit his lip as he internalized those words. Conti's words had much truth to them. People have been hung for some simple slanderous rumors and the prince is competing for the throne. So in essence all of them would be walking into the lion's maw. Later, when the orders came down that the gate was indeed abandoned and they would be marching through the gate, The mood in the army was strange to say the least. Arias himself was also feeling this odd mix of emotions. Everyone knew the gate would have been one of, if not the hardest battle of the campaign. So the knowledge that they wouldn't have to assault that ancient fortification brought much relief, but at the same time knowing that they were marching right into a trap was a source of dread. As Arias looked up at the beautiful structure and marched through the gate, he marveled at the architecture of the old empires. It was far beyond anything the current civilization could construct. Fine wrought stone with enchanted mithril plating and great runes of power carved into parts of the stone. He had heard these fortifications tap into the ether veins that run through the land to supplement the ether consumption. How this can be done no one knew anymore. It was another piece of knowledge lost to time. What happens if we lose? Arias asked as he turned to look at Lars. I assume you mean if you survive a lost battle? Lars asked as he turned to look at Arias. Yeah. Arias replied, his mouth dry. Well, if we lose, first of all, survival is a matter of luck. We are invaders, so the Elysians won't give us much quarter. Some will survive, but that will largely depend on luck. If you are captured, then one of three scenarios can play out. The first is if the war is a stalemate, we might be ransomed back to Tralis. If the war is lost, we will be put to work as laborers for a few years, then probably released back home to live under the Elysians. If the war is won, then we might be really fucked. Lars finished with a mutter. We are in trouble if we win. Arias asked in confusion. They might just kill us all in the prison camps out of spite. Lars replied as he locked his gaze with Arias. Can't we negotiate a peaceful retreat or something along those lines? No one wants to lose lives. Arias stammered in response. At those words, Lars let out a loud laugh as if Arias had some great joke. Arias visibly flinched at his laughter. Was a more merciful option so inconceivable? Let me tell you something, kid, no general will cave unless the battle is completely lost. A decisive win here would determine the flow of the entire war. The winner of this war will rule both Valoria and Alicia. There is too much at stake. If we lose, we will really fucking lose, and then we will be at the Elysians' mercy. Remember this, kid, you can't negotiate with a lion when your head is in its mouth. Lars replied with a grimace. Arias turned away from Lars and cast his gaze across the verdant green plains of Alicia. Plains of green stretch on for as far as the eye could see. His mind wandered to what schemes the Elysians had. This had to be a trap. No one is this incompetent. Especially not someone who had united the squabbling nations of Alicia. Arias felt the rising anxiety and panic build in his chest, and he felt his throat tighten from the stress. Almost like a noose was tightening around his neck. Montes grimaced as he took a bite of bread and looked back down at the map below him. They had marched throughout the day and were now encamped for the night. The abandoned Elysian gate troubled him greatly, especially considering there once was a full force at the gate. That counter-bombardment on his scouts was starting to not look like an accident or mistake. If the rumors about the Empress being a seductress were true, then this might just be a ploy. Mind games and plots are the weapons of women, and someone who becomes an empress must know this weapon very well. Now in the forefront of his mind was an ambush. His scouts have not reported sightings of any enemy forces. He had them range far and wide, far further than normal. This was dangerous, as if they run into enemies and they have to flee, the increased distance would decrease their chances of returning safely. But regardless, the scouts not returning would give a good indication of the general direction of the enemy. He had sent out scouts in straight trajectories in sectors so that if a scout did not return, he could narrow the search. To say Montes was troubled at this moment was an understatement. Like the prince, Montes was also a capable general. The two of them were highly skilled in defeating armies that employed conventional warfare strategy. But in truth, none of them had ever fought an enemy that played fast and loose with accepted strategy. Abandoning the region's greatest defensive position was not something he would have even considered, and yet the Empress had done just that. They say you can read the future in battle lines, but right now he has nothing to read. He was completely blind. His army was marching through a fog. He had no idea where the enemy was, and somehow he felt the enemy knew exactly where he was. Somehow. He felt he was 5 steps from realizing the Empress was 10 steps ahead. Montes sighed as he looked back at the map. Montes had marched his army along the western road and then veered south into the open plains. The town of Elenia was unguarded as well, and it proved to only unsettle him further. The population was surprisingly calm as his army marched through. The open plains will make his army harder to ambush, and a pitched battle on open ground will favor his army that has superior cavalry. The central position also provides some distance from the 4 possible staging areas for the Elysian army. The largest concern is Port Mari, then followed by the villages of Bogdan, Wheaton and Cismari. He would have to secure all of these 4 objectives if he wants to move deeper into Alicia. The layout of the objectives also can offer a form of shield once taken to secure his supply lines. At the moment, if the enemy army continued to be absent, he would send out 3 small forces to secure the villages and march his main force to take Port Mari. They would serve as warning indicators to the movements of the Elysian army, and once spotted, his forces would be ordered to reform in the plains before engaging the Elysians. If after losing all that the Elysians still continued to elude him, then he would have to start getting more aggressive. Montes had 4 paths of advance on the table. Advance Plan 1 relied on using the Elysian road to make a dash for Verlin. This plan was quite dangerous because he didn't have the resources to assault the city. So at most he could attempt to starve the city. The good thing about this plan was that they would be fast thanks to the road. Also, in the event things went poorly, the road offered a quick path of retreat. But there was one glaring problem that made him more or less shelve this plan. Prince Silas brought it up in an earlier conversation that this advance path would put them next to Elysian Woods. And the beast of Verlin is also called the Great Beast of the Elysian Woods. Home ground advantage was a significant factor for humans and doubly so for monsters. So this plan was too risky. Advance Plan 2 was safer since they would be keeping a distance from probable ambush points such as the forests. It was arguably the safest land-based strategy since they would be covered by the villages they have taken. So a flanking maneuver would be harder to execute for the Elysians. Advance Plan 3 was similar to Plan 2, but it added an advantage of taking Crosstown. The large town was rich in resources thanks to its role as a trading town. Although most of the resources should have been moved out, the infrastructure of the town and the population would prove useful tools for the siege. This plan also offered tactical flexibility in that his army could attack Verlin or Marina. The forest nearby also offered wood in the event that they needed it for some basic fortifications. The danger of this plan was that the army would be ranging further and by extension more exposed to flanking and encirclement maneuvers. However, both Plan 2 and 3 had a problem in that it left them exposed to Marina. Marina was the custodian of the Elysian Gate, so they most likely had a sizable military. The last thing he wanted was to be sandwiched between the Marina forces and the fortress walls of Verlin. So that left Advance Plan 4, they would advance down the southern road and take the villages of Safi and Jurgi. Marina does not have strong walls, and with control of the coast his army will have an additional avenue of movement. In addition, he can land reinforcements and supplies by sea if need be. The Tralis fleet was already in position at the border of Elysian waters, and he only needed to send word. All in all, the 4th plan was the safest plan. Considering this whole thing smelled like a trap, a more cautious approach would be more prudent. Prince Silas wanted to go for Advance Plan 2, but Montes himself was more inclined towards Plan 4. The prince was currently back at his tent for a short break with his concubines. He would return soon, and Montes knew he needed to prepare a way to convince him to follow his plan. When Prince Silas returned, Montes began his pitch. Privately glad that thanks to his tumble between the sheets he was in a better mood and thus more open to his opinion. After taking Marina we can proceed northwest to Crosstown. Then we can use Marina and Crosstown as staging areas for the coming siege of Verlin. Montes finished after he laid out his reasons for choosing the 4th plan. But that will cause us to have to move through the shaded road on the way to Crosstown. That road runs through the forest, and the Great Beast should find that forest not much different than the Elysian Woods. Silas countered. Yes, but as far as we know from our intelligence gathering, the Great Beast largely restricted itself to the Elysian Woods. The shaded woods to the south will be unfamiliar territory. Empress Cecilia has left the road to her capital open. It is an obvious bait that exposes our northern flank to the Elysian Woods, Montes said as he ran his finger along the map. The forest will also lessen the size of the front we will have to guard. So when we finally lay siege to Verlin we will have to commit less soldiers to ensure we aren't flanked. All of this is of course under the assumption that the Elysians continue to elude us. However, once we have done all this it will be safe for us to assume the army is nowhere near us at the very least. Right now we are not familiar with land and our scouting network is not fully set up across Alicia. Once our scouting network is fully functional, the only way that the Elysians can continue to elude us to the current degree is if they know exactly where our army is and what our plans are, which is almost impossible to accomplish. Armies take time to maneuver. In order to move them so precisely, they will need high-quality information and plenty of advance warning. Most monsters won't need army scouting spells. Such spells were humanoid inventions. Thus it is safe to assume the great beast will not have access to them. Or at least access to the powerful ones that the old empires used. Montes said, and Silas nodded as he looked down at the map. Very well, it is a sound plan that covers our bases. I will confess that I am not accustomed to the more cautious strategies. But I will recognize the fact that in the current odd circumstances, prudence would be wise. Silas replied with a nod. Montes let out an internal sigh of relief. It was a lucky thing that Prince Silas was aware of his limitations and was willing to listen to counsel. He knew how to delegate and also knew when to push his decisions through. It seems this time he was at least wise enough to recognize Montes's more prudent plan. I will send out the orders then, Montes said with a nod, and Silas nodded as well. Unbeknownst to the two leaders, they were not alone in the room. There was another figure that was invisible and calmly sitting on the floor in the corner of the room. Mahila looked up as the prince left the tent. He was rather lazy in her honest opinion. That poor general was doing most of the work. Then again, the prince did a lot of the preparation behind the scenes. The nobility hear what General Montes is saying, but they listen to Prince Tralles. Requisitioning those mithril-clad siege towers, for instance, was a good plan in the long run. The pair of them actually made a good team, which would explain Tralles's military success. General Montes was good at warfare strategy and handling the finer details in the field, while the prince can secure resources and placate the court while at the same time being rather talented in strategy as well. It was just that the prince wasn't as good at strategy as Montes, but he was still pretty good all things considered. The prince could provide the vision needed for a long campaign while Montes wins the day. A highly effective partnership that covered each other's weaknesses. If Alicia was still only fielding a conventional army, they would be in big trouble facing these two. Mahila doubted Cecilia alone could have defeated the pair of them. Well, that is a lot of ifs. Bottom line is Alicia is not fielding a conventional army and Tralles was on borrowed time. Mahila brought her hand to the side of her head and sent a magic mental message to the great beast. She relayed the information she had overheard as she gazed at the poor general still diligently planning his campaign. Then she heard the great beast reply in her mind, sounding quite disappointed. Damn, looks like I need to get Cecilia more flowers.